Chapter 4201. Big Brother, today's inner disciple competition strictly forbids private fights. If you break the rules, you will be heavily punished. This brat dared to appear in front of us in order to provoke you. He has a sinister heart, you must not be fooled by him. Southern Sky Gate advised. Hearing this, Nan Qianba suppressed his anger and pointed at Yuji's nose. Humph, you rebellious disciple, you actually dared to come back. You really have guts. That's good, I've been looking for you for so long and now you've come to me. Haha, isn't this Nan Qianba and Southern Sky Gate's martial uncles? I haven't seen you for a long time. Yuji, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes at all. Instead he proudly laughed. Oh right, I was wrong. You two are no longer my martial uncles, wah. Nonsense, how could we have such a rebellious disciple like you? Nan Qianba angrily said. You two have misunderstood. What I mean is, you two are not worthy to be my martial uncles. Ah. Yuji still had a fearless and arrogant expression on his face. You're courting death. Nan Qianba was unable to restrain his anger and was about to attack Yuji. Even if he had to be heavily punished, he still had to teach this reckless disciple a lesson today. After so many months, he didn't know why Yuji suddenly appeared and why he dared to act like this in front of the two of them. However, no matter what the reason was, it couldn't change the fact that this brat was a clown. With Nan Qianba's tyrannical personality, how could he tolerate someone throwing sand in his eyes? However, just as Nan Qianba was about to make his move, Yuji suddenly coldly smiled and released his aura without any reservation. Surprisingly, he was at the early gold core stage. The two sides were very close. Nan Qianba and Southern Sky Gate were caught off guard and were so scared that they took a step back. Both of them were shocked and looked at each other. You're actually at the early gold core stage. How is this possible? Nan Qianba said with a face full of disbelief. He himself was also at the early gold core stage. Moreover, he was already very experienced and was much stronger than the average beginning stage golden elixir realm expert. However, in front of this rebellious disciple, Yuji, he actually felt a sense of danger, causing him to instinctively shudder. What's impossible about this? He was only at the early golden core stage. After a while, I'll be even stronger than this. Yuji sneered proudly. His expression was filled with indescribable confidence. What a vile man. Although Nan Qianba and Southern Sky Gate were shocked, they still asked in a low voice, where have you been all this time? What do you think? Yuji glanced at the two of them playfully, curled his lips and said with a smile, speaking of which, this matter is actually quite interesting. I still have to thank the two of you. If it weren't for the two of you wanting to cut me into 1,000 pieces and use me as a living sacrifice, I wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. Forgive me for being curious, but what are the two of you feeling right now? Was it apprehension, fear, or regret? Ah. Cut the crap. Don't run if you have the guts. Come out and fight me. I don't believe that I can't deal with a clown like you. Nan Qianba's anger soared to the heavens. Southern Sky Gate only had the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, so he was no longer Yuji's opponent. However, he was Nan Qianba. Even if he felt the threat of Wuxia, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill this rebellious disciple. No matter what crooked methods Wuxia used to increase his strength, in front of a veteran gold core early stage expert, he was still a paper tiger. Don't worry, I'm going to participate in the inner sect competition anyways. Who knows, maybe I'll pick you on the stage. At that time, in front of so many people, I'll return the humiliation you brought me, you old dog. Bit by bit, I'll return it to you, wah. Wuxia calmly sneered. Being called an old dog in front of him. Nan Qianba was so domineering that his veins popped. He tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Then what if I don't pick you? What will you say? Humph, then we'll directly challenge you. If there's no audience for a popular show like Revenge, don't you think it'd be boring? Wuxia smiled. From his words and actions, he didn't put Nan Qianba in his eyes at all. As for Southern Sky Gate, there was no need to even mention it. Alright, then we'll wait and see. Nan Qianba fiercely glared at him. He wanted to skin this scum alive, but it wasn't time yet, so he could only endure it for a while. He didn't know if someone had secretly done something or if it was really a coincidence, but after a while, the result of the draw was actually Nan Qianba against Wuxia. Humph, it's really the will of the heavens. It looks like third brother's spirit in heaven wants me to take revenge for him. Nan Qianba sneered and took the lead to walk onto the stage. Maybe he feels lonely and wants me to send you to accompany him? Wuxia also sneered. When he walked onto the stage, the entire audience was in an uproar. The matter of Wuxia killing his master, Although it wasn't officially decided by the law enforcement hall and he wasn't wanted on the wanted list, it caused a huge uproar and everyone knew about it. Who would have thought that this guy would return at such a crucial moment in the intersect competition? Moreover, this guy was now an early-stage gold core expert. After Su Lingchong, he was the second person to suddenly return after disappearing, and his strength had inexplicably increased. For a moment, everyone in the audience had the thought of watching a good show. This kind of grudge match was something they loved to see. Even if everyone in the audience were gold core experts, they still had the heart to gossip. Both sides on the stage were at daggers drawn. After confronting each other for a moment, following the referee's order, both of them rushed forward at the same time. Both sides were filled with murderous intent, looking like they wanted to eat each other up. This usually seemed a bit strange, and although Nan Qianba was only at the early stage of gold core, he was a ruthless character who killed decisively. His strength was much stronger than an average expert of the same level. Moreover, this was an unforgettable grudge match. Everyone thought that the process of this match would be very anxious, but they didn't expect that the development of the situation would be far beyond their expectations. In just one move, this grudge match was decided. Nan Qianba was directly swept away by a sword chi, and Yu Zhe won. Even when the referee announced the winner, the audience still hadn't reacted. It was completely silent and everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was rare to see a good show to relieve boredom. How could it end like this? At this moment, on the viewing platform, Shanghai Tianhua was even more speechless. Another gold core expert had a perfect breakthrough, and this was already the fifth. Wasn't this world a bit too crazy? Below the stage, Southern Sky Gate hurriedly helped the embarrassed Nan Qianba up. Although he was sent flying in one move, Nan Qianba was after all experienced. At this moment he actually didn't suffer any serious injuries. He only looked a bit embarrassed, that's all. Chapter 4202. Even so, in front of so many golden core experts, he was defeated by his traitorous disciple Yu Zhe in one move. This time he had lost all of his face. He stood in place with a shocked expression, not daring to raise his head for a long time. Old dog, now you know how powerful I am. Wah! Yu Zhe laughed proudly on the stage. This time he had finally vented his anger. Nan Qianba and Southern Sky Gate looked at him hatefully, but they didn't dare to talk back. They could only lower their heads and leave the stage. Aside from the two of them, everyone present was at least a golden core expert. Yu Zhe was originally a nobody, yet he dared to be so arrogant. This naturally made people unhappy. However, Yu Zhe was able to defeat Nan Qianba in one move. His strength was obvious to all. No one was willing to provoke this kind of person for no reason. Lin Yi, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yu Zhe's strength really couldn't be underestimated. His intuition told him that this guy and Su Lingchong had some kind of unknown relationship. After all, the two's performance was too similar. On the first day, the first round of the individual battles ended and the top 100 list was announced. Compared to the previous rounds, there was a big difference. There were a lot more new faces. Although there would always be a group of new golden core experts among the outer disciples of the three great pavilions, they would all participate in the intersect competition. However, because of their strength, very few of them would enter the top 100 list. After all, they were both early-stage golden core experts. Compared to the outer disciples, the inner disciple strength was at least one level higher. Under normal circumstances, very few people could win in this kind of situation. However, this time, there were many outer disciples that advanced to the top 100. Among them, Lin Yi and Meng Tong were even newcomers to the new pavilions. With so many new people emerging from the three great pavilions, it was like the new generation was pushing the old generation. On the second day, the second round of the individual battles began. It was still the elimination round. This time, Lin Yi's opponent really surprised him. It was actually Yu Zhe. The two of them faced each other from afar. The aura that Yu Zhe emitted made Lin Yi's heart tremble. Yesterday he was far away from the stage, so he couldn't feel it too clearly. However, at this moment he realized that this guy was not any weaker than him. If there were no accidents, this Yu Zhe should also be a perfect golden core expert. Lin Yi secretly determined in his heart, and besides being suspicious, he couldn't help but be even more surprised and bewildered. Su Lingchong, Meng Tong, and Yu Zhe kept having the feeling that there was a shapeless hand controlling all of this from behind. Long time no see, Lin Yi. Last time I was tricked by your crafty schemes. You won't be so lucky this time. Why don't you know what's good for you and directly beg me for mercy and admit defeat? Maybe I'll be merciful and let you live. Yu Zhe said with a cold smile. Beg for mercy? It was not impossible. But you seem to have it the other way around. It should be you begging me for mercy, right? Hehe, in the few times we fought, which time didn't you flee in defeat? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. If he just got lucky. How dare you mention the past to me? Can't you see the current situation clearly? Do you really think you're invincible just because you have the title of Rookie King? Yuja's expression instantly turned cold. Invincible? Then I'm not that ignorant. But if it's just dealing with scum like you, it's more than enough. Lin Yi's expression was still indifferent. Yuja was about to taunt back when his expression suddenly changed. Because he noticed that Lin Yi's hands were purposely hidden behind his back, as if he was doing something petty. His mind quivered. Yuja instantly recalled the scene when Lin Yi dealt with Nan Tianyong. Looking at this posture, this brat should be secretly condensing that whatever pill fire bomb again. So he purposely lured him to taunt and stall for time. Regarding this pill fire bomb, Yuja had a shadow in his heart. Back then Lin Yi's meager strength was enough to mess with Nan Tianyong, a peak late-stage foundation establishment expert, until he was half dead. Now that they were both early-stage golden core experts, no matter how confident he was in his own strength, he didn't dare to let Lin Yi hold back his big move. Don't even think about stalling for time. Use the same trick again. Yuja didn't dare to continue talking nonsense. He hurriedly condensed sword chi at his fingertips and went straight for Lin Yi, swearing to interrupt Lin Yi's accumulation. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't dodge. At the same time his figure flashed towards Yuja. When they were close enough, the hands hidden behind his back suddenly attacked, as if he wanted to slap Yuja's face. As expected, Yuja understood. He was certain that Lin Yi had a pill fire bomb in his hands. He didn't dare to take it head-on. His figure flashed and he was about to dodge to the side. That was his intention all along, to lure Lin Yi's refinement fire bomb out. As long as he could dodge it, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. The refinement fire bomb was a heaven-defying trump card, and he couldn't control it as he pleased. This was the perfect opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Lin Yi. But in the next moment, the expression on Yuja's face became extremely interesting. Lin Yi didn't have anything in his hands. He didn't even condense any true chi, let alone a pill fire bomb. He was just fooling around with him. Yuja instantly flew into a rage. But before he could do anything, Lin Yi had already swept his mad fire thousand legs on his body. Caught off guard, Yuja was directly kicked out and fell off the stage. Lin Yi wins, the judge immediately announced. The entire crowd was stunned. When Yuja came to his senses, he angrily stomped his feet below the stage and cursed, "Despicable and shameless. You fucking cheated." "Or whatever you say, idiot." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. After nodding at the judge, he calmly walked off the stage. Yuja was choked by these words and couldn't speak for a long time. He was so angry that he wanted to eat someone on the spot. This time, defeating Nan Tianba in one move was just a small appetizer. He was prepared to show off his godly power, but he didn't think that he would be toyed with by Lin Yi. He didn't even have the chance to display his true strength before being defeated. No one would be willing to accept this. Looking at his expression, Lin Yi faintly curled his lips. He was too lazy to bother with him. If they were to really compete in strength, even though Yuja was an early-stage gold core expert, Lin Yi was still confident that he could directly crush his opponent. But this would waste a lot of energy. As long as he could win, it didn't matter how he won. Lin Yi didn't want to waste too much energy on Yuja. It should be known that today was different from yesterday. Yesterday they only needed to fight one round, but after the second round was over, the third round would immediately begin. Whether or not they could preserve enough energy was very important. Chapter 4203. Good. Well done. This traitorous disciple deserves to be disgraced. In the crowd, Nan Tianba and the Nan Tianmen brothers felt relieved when they saw this scene. WX. Although Lin Yi was also their enemy, his hatred towards Yuja was much higher. Yesterday he had just been humiliated by Yuja, and today he saw Yuja end up in the same situation. This feeling was too great. Lin Yi ignored the cursing Yuja and turned his attention to another match. One of the main characters was Huang Xiaotao, and her opponent today was Meng Tong. If it was a coincidence, it was already a coincidence that Lin Yi was matched up against Yuja. He didn't expect Huang Xiaotao to be matched up against Meng Tong. This could no longer be explained as a coincidence. In addition, the host of the inner disciple competition was Su Yuanzheng. It would be strange to say that no one had secretly tampered with the drawing of lots. Huang Xiaotao and Meng Tong were both in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, they both had a perfect breakthrough to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Purely in terms of strength, they could be considered a pair of formidable opponents. However, Huang Xiaodao's martial arts and weapons were at a great disadvantage in the arena. Especially in a one-on-one battle, there was no one who could cover for her. It was already not easy to win against Wu Bufan in the first round yesterday. Now that she was matched up against Meng Tong, who was also a perfect Golden Core expert, her chances of winning were naturally not high. Even Lin Yi didn't expect her to win. Meng Tong's strength was far superior to Wu Bufan's. Moreover, he was an expert with 1,000 kicks and was a speed-type expert. It would be much easier for him to close the distance between him and Huang Xiaotao than Wu Bufan. More importantly, Huang Xiaodao's move of turning an arrow into a spear had already been exposed yesterday. Once this move was guarded against, it would be difficult for it to have any effect. The truth was indeed as Lin Yi expected. After persisting for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Huang Xiaotao was finally defeated by Meng Tong's 1,000 kicks. Fortunately, Lin Yi had already instructed her to protect herself. This time, Meng Tong had followed Su Lingchong's instructions and wanted to directly kill Huang Xiaotao, putting Lin Yi in a difficult position in the following 2-on-2 battle. He didn't expect that Huang Xiaotao would choose to admit defeat after knowing that she was no match for him, leaving him with no way to make a move. Humph, consider yourself lucky that you escaped quickly. Meng Tong sneered as he glanced at Huang Xiaotao. He then walked down the stage and faced Su Lingchong. With a face full of disdain he commented, "Just so. That's good. Lin Yi has found such a trashy woman to be his partner. When the time comes he'll just be asking for trouble." Su Lingchong laughed and nodded in relief. Huang Xiaodao's performance yesterday was also a rare sight to behold. At first he was still a little afraid of her, but now that Meng Tong had found out more about her, there was nothing to worry about. In the morning the second round of the individual battles had all ended. The list of the top 50 was released. Lin Yi, Meng Tong and Su Lingchong, these few new faces from the intersect competition were still on the list. Compared to the top 100, the quality of the top 50 list was obviously a level higher. Getting into the top 100 could still depend on luck, but to get into the top 50, one must have real strength. There was no doubt about this. The top 50 was already considered the upper class among all the Gold Core stage disciples. There was already a world of difference between them and the people behind. Not to mention anything else, at least they could already ensure that they would get points, even if the last place only had 1 point. In the afternoon, the third round of the individual battles began. The remaining 50 people charged towards the top 25. However, there were not 25 matches in the competition. Among the top 50, there were some people who had won in the morning, but it was a narrow or even a Pyrrhic victory. Even if they were not seriously injured, they had used up all their Jinqi and could no longer continue to fight. This kind of situation had already appeared in the second round in the morning. However, after a night of rest, most of them still had the strength to fight, so it was rare for them to directly give up. Now that it was the third round, there were at least 10 people in the top 50 who were forced to give up. They did not participate in the drawing of lots, but directly tied for the last place in the top 50, and each obtained 1 point. As for the rest of the people, they continued to draw lots to compete. Once they lost, it meant that they would stop here. If they won, it did not mean that they could go further, because after every round, there would be people who could not continue to fight due to their poor condition, and after obtaining the corresponding points, they would withdraw. Along the way, Lin Yi was more scared than hurt. Finally, after defeating a peak Gold Core middle stage master by luck, he stood at the peak of the top 50 and entered the final of the individual battles. Such a domineering performance really stunned everyone present. He was only an expert at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, and he was even a new disciple of the Welcome Pavilion that had only joined the 3 great pavilions for a year. Now he had actually passed through all the tests successfully and entered into the finals of the individual battles of the inner court competition. This was an unprecedented feat, a legend that could be recorded in the annals of history. Even Zhang Liju from all those years ago didn't defy the heavens to such an extent. Of course, besides his own tyrannical strength, another important reason why Lin Yi was able to successfully laugh until the end was because there were very few core disciples above the late stage of the Golden Core stage participating in the intersect competition, and even those at the peak of the Golden Core stage rarely appeared here. Most people whose strength had reached this level were already disciples of the various higher-ups of the sect, and some weren't even disciples in name, but official disciples, so there was no need for them to participate in the intersect competition at all. Their cultivation resources were naturally prepared by these higher-ups themselves, and they didn't need to rely on the resources allocated by the officials of the 3 great pavilions. Naturally, there was no need for them to participate in the intersect competition. In fact, Many core disciples of the inner sect wouldn't participate in the inner sect competition in the second year after they became disciples in name of the higher-ups of the sect. Of course, there were always some exceptions. For example, the peak gold core middle stage master that Lin Yi faced earlier, or the advanced stage master that Su Lingchong faced in the first round. At the same time that Lin Yi had locked in his position in the finals, the outcome of the battle had similarly been decided on the other side. The opponent that Lin Yi was about to face was precisely his old enemy, Su Lingchong. At this moment, the sky was already dusk. Both of them stood on the arena of the finals, and the afterglow of the setting sun descended onto their bodies, causing them to actually seem to be dyed in a crimson-red killing intent, causing everyone below the arena to be unable to look directly at them. The battle hadn't even begun, yet the atmosphere was already confrontational, and the interest of everyone below the arena was aroused. No matter if it was Lin Yi or Su Lingchong, they were both influential figures at the center of the conversation. Now that they'd both advanced into the finals of the individual battles, it was extremely explosive. Chapter 4204. Hee little Lan, who do you hope to win? Shanghai Tianhua said with a smile. Wx, of course I hope that little junior brother wins, but. Shanghai Laner pursed her lips. Although she didn't want to say disheartening words, she had always been very confident in Lin Yi, but the problem was that Su Lingchong was too strong after he came back. Previously he could even easily crush a late-stage gold core realm expert, and Lin Yi had a hard time winning against a peak middle-stage gold core realm expert. She just didn't like to cultivate, but under the influence of Shanghai Tianhua for so many years she still had a good eye. She could see that unless Lin Yi had another strong trump card, it would be difficult to win against Su Lingchong head-on. But you think that Lin Yi can't win against Su Lingchong? Shanghai Tianhua smiled non-committally and said indifferently, watch carefully. In so many years of inter-court competition, this year's is the most interesting. On the arena, Su Lingchong looked at Lin Yi opposite him, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. He and Lin Yi were standing on this final arena, and it wasn't purely a coincidence. It could be said that he secretly found someone to arrange it, but he really didn't think that Lin Yi could actually reach this step. Otherwise, if Lin Yi didn't have enough strength, even if he secretly arranged it, there was no way he could stay until now. But this was just right. He found a late-stage gold core realm expert for the first battle, announcing his strong entrance, and now he just happened to take Lin Yi's head in the final battle, to celebrate his ascension to the first throne in the inter-court competition. This was Su Lingchong's original intention. It's really not easy for a pretentious newbie to stumble into the finals, but this young master isn't so exciting. There's no challenge at all, it's really boring. Su Lingchong paused for a moment, then said with a playful expression, with so many grudges between us, I should take this opportunity to properly torture you. However, this young master has decided to be merciful for once. I'll give you a word of advice. I admit defeat. Oh, since you've made such a sincere request, I'll do as you wish and admit defeat. Lin Yi nodded and said with a playful smile on his face. Did he admit defeat just like that? Everyone in the audience was in an uproar. They had thought that it would be a fierce battle, and they were mentally prepared to witness a battle of the limelight. But in the end, Lin Yi actually admitted defeat? It was like punching a cotton ball in the balls. In other words, you've already taken off your pants and you're showing us this? Not only were the audience dumbfounded, even Su Ling, who was on the stage, had a look of disbelief on her face, unable to close her mouth for a long time. Asking Lin Yi to take the initiative to admit defeat was just a joke he used to mock others. Even he himself felt that it was impossible. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would actually obediently do as he was told? As for Shanghai Laner and Huang Xiaotao in the audience at the moment, their expressions were also stunned. Apart from being surprised, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least Lin Yi would not be injured. Not only that, even Shanghai Tianhua, who was next to them after hearing Lin Yi's words, could not help but look stunned, and then he laughed and shook his head. This little guy really didn't play cards according to the routine. However, it was also this unconventional way of playing cards that proved that Lin Yi was not a simple-minded boor. Not only did he have strength and potential, but he also did things calmly and knew when to advance and retreat. He did not care about temporary gains and losses so that he could go further in the future. In fact, Lin Yi already had a hard time winning against an expert in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm in the last round. He had used up a lot of physical strength and vital energy, and even suffered some minor injuries. Although his injuries had been healed by the art of dragon mastery, and his vital energy had almost recovered under the replenishment of the space in the Jade Pendant, but the mental fatigue was not so easy to relieve. With his current state against Su Lingchong, who was at the peak of the midday sky, it was not to say that he had no chance of winning, but at least it was very difficult and he needed to pay a huge price to have a chance. Knowing that his state was not good, but still forcefully acting tough, that was the behavior of a brainless boor. Lin Yi had not pretended to be pretentious to this extent. One must know that even if Lin Yi directly admitted defeat, he would still be second in the individual battle, and he would still be able to get 49 points, which was only a little less than Su Lingchong's 50 points. There was still the pair battle, and this little point could not be considered a difference at all. After all, the final ranking was based on the sum of the points of the two battles. As for whether it was first or second in the individual battle, no one would care about it. Admit defeat just like that? Don't you, this pretentious newbie, always know how to act pretentious? Why don't you dare today? After Su Lingchong recovered from his shock, he instantly seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yi, and he mocked and ridiculed. Looks like you, this newcomer king, is still very sensible. I allowed you to jump around like this in the past, but it was only because I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to you. Now that I have the chance to deal with you, in the end, you became a tortoise that hid its head in its shell without saying a word. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, you've really carried out the words very well. At the same time that Su Lingchong seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yi without restraint on the arena, the people below the arena were pointing and discussing, and the gazes they shot at Lin Yi were obviously much more disdainful than before. Looks like this so-called pretentious newcomer king that came out of nowhere is nothing more than this, and he has an undeserved reputation. Lin Yi smiled indifferently, and utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Su Lingchong and the people below the arena, as if nothing had happened. He turned around and walked down the arena by himself, and the expression on his face was still carefree from the beginning until the end, as if he didn't care in the slightest. At this point, the single battles of the first segment of the inner court competition had all ended, and at the same time that a pile of topics were left behind, it could be summed up with a single word: new disciples emerge in large numbers. The first, Su Lingchong, was an outer court disciple that was participating in the inner court competition for the first time. The second, Lin Yi, was instead simply a new disciple of the Welcome Pavilion. As for the others, Meng Tong, Wuxia, and the others, all of them had left a deep impression on everyone. This sort of outcome was absolutely unprecedented, and everyone could already foresee that this generation of inner court disciples would surely become a golden generation that was sufficient to be recorded in the annals of history, and besides causing people to take delight in talking about them, they would lead the future of the three great pavilions of the northern island. After the single battles ended, there would be 3 days of rest and reorganization time, and right after that would be the pair battles. Because the number of battles would be halved, the schedule of the battles at that time would be even more compact than the single battles, and it would be completed within a single day, and there wouldn't be any chance for rest and reorganization. Chapter 4205. Even if they didn't get a point in the previous single battle, as long as they did well in the next pair battle, there was still a possibility of catching up and succeeding. Because in the pair battle, both participants would get the same points. For example, in the first place, both of them would get 50 points each. In addition, the number of matches in the pair battle would be reduced by half. As long as they could win one round, they would be able to enter the top 50 and get points, which was much easier than the single battle. If they performed well in the pair battle, even if they didn't get a point in the single battle, they would still be on the list in the end, and it was very likely to be on the list. After all, those disciples who got points in the single battle might be directly eliminated in the second round without getting a point. This was not impossible. In short, before the official start of the pair battle, it was still too early to say anything now. Only after all the battles were over would the dust finally settle. After Su Yuanjing announced, all the disciples dispersed to rest and reorganize. Lin Yi returned to his cave residence with Huang Xiaotao, taking advantage of these 3 days to continue to practice the Frenzy 8 diagrams palm. After all, this was the only joint attack trump card they could rely on. Apart from this, they could only fight individually, and they would be very passive if they encountered a strong enemy. Lin Yi had a hunch that in the next pair battle, he and Huang Xiaotao were very likely to encounter Su Lingchong and Meng Tong. With these two people's aggressive posture, if they didn't quickly practice the Frenzy 8 diagrams palm, it would be really hard to say who would be the winner. However, what made Lin Yi dumbfounded was that Shanghai Laner also insisted on coming to join in the fun. For 3 days she had been staying with Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. It should be known that this girl was not interested in martial arts cultivation at all in the past. This time it was rare for her to be abnormal. What exactly was she thinking? It was estimated that only Laner herself knew in her heart. 3 days passed in a flash, and all the participating disciples once again gathered in the North Island arena. The highly anticipated pair battle of the inner core competition officially began. The first person to be drawn to appear on the stage was a familiar face. It was a familiar face that he had met once before. It was Yu Daong, who had directly admitted defeat to Lin Yi in the first round of the one-on-one battle. He was at the early stage of the gold core realm. Although his partner was stronger, there was a limit to his strength. He was only at the peak of the early stage of the gold core realm. Such a combination could not be considered strong on paper. Moreover, the results of the two of them in the previous individual battles were not good. Neither of them had obtained a single point, which was seen by the audience. Naturally, he would think that this pair of people was purely cannon fodder and had no chance of winning. However, the final result was a huge shock. The two of them faced a team of two experts at the peak of the early golden elixir realm, and they actually defeated the strong with the weak and had the last laugh. The cooperation between these two people is quite good, especially this Yu Daong. I originally thought that he would be the other party's breakthrough point, but I didn't expect him to beat me at my own game. Instead, he became the turning point of victory and defeat. He's not a simple character, Lin Yi commented. The first time he took the initiative to admit defeat, the second time he beat Yu Daong at his own game. In the eyes of others, he might not be as dazzling as the genius newcomers, but Lin Yi secretly remembered this person's name in his heart. This person was not an ordinary person. In the future, if there were enough opportunities, it was not impossible for him to become a great talent. In the future, they would all be inner disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Perhaps there would be opportunities to interact with each other. And just as Lin Yi secretly nodded, the next pair on the stage. This caused an uproar in the audience. Even Lin Yi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw it. One of them was Wuxia. Although he had been the talk of the town in the solo battle, he had been defeated by Lin Yi in one move. He wouldn't have been able to cause a commotion if he was alone, but the key was that his teammate was Nan Qianba. Looking at this pair on the stage, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but roar in their hearts. What kind of world is this? These two guys had a deep hatred for each other. A few days ago they were trampling each other to death. In the end, they became partners in the blink of an eye. Was this really going against the heavens? Amidst the exclamations, Wuxia and Nan Qianba had already joined forces on the stage to fight. The two of them were in the early golden elixir realm, but they had to face a team of experts at the peak of the early golden elixir realm. Normally they had no chance of winning, but in the end, it was a completely one-sided crushing. Wuxia and Nan Qianba, the two of them relied on their uncoordinated teamwork to crush their opponents and enter the top 50 with their heads held high. Chapter 4206. Yes, young Master Su, I'm here to report to you. As Wuxia spoke, he smiled and looked at Nantian-ba and Nantian-gate playfully. Report. Nantian-ba and Nantian-gate were dumbfounded. Wuxia had never interacted with this young Master Su before. How did he suddenly become young Master Su's underling? That's right. You two might not know this, but Wuxia is already a member of our center. Su Lingchong explained to the two. Furthermore, he's different from you two. He's not just an outer member, he's a special assistant that the mysterious person assigned to me. Special assistant? Nantian-ba and Nantian-gate exchanged glances with each other. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Apart from the shock, their expressions also became extremely interesting. They had just hugged a thick thigh and thought that they wouldn't have to be afraid of Wuxia anymore. They thought that they could borrow young Master Su's power to take care of this disgraceful scoundrel. But in the blink of an eye they had become allies? What was even more ridiculous was that Wuxia's position as a traitor was actually higher than the two of them. Since you've already joined the center, don't think about your previous grudges. There's no point in thinking about it. If anyone dares to harm one of our own, I won't forgive them. Su Lingchong swept his gaze across the three people in front of him and said calmly. He emitted the aura of a superior and gave off an imposing aura without being angry. Yes. Wuxia agreed straightforwardly. After all, he had already gotten his revenge in the first round of the individual battles. He had already vented his anger. Furthermore, his strength and future were much stronger than Nantian-ba and the others, so there was nothing to worry about. Nantian-ba and Nantian-gate looked at each other unwillingly. However, due to Su Lingchong's tyrannical power, they could only nod in agreement. They knew that it was impossible to get revenge on Wuxia now. Even their uncle, Nantian Aurora, who was far away on the Middle Island, might not be able to do it. Nantian Aurora had also joined the center. Furthermore, he was a core member. However, the center couldn't allow him to harm one of their own. They could only continue to suppress their anger for the time being. Very good. We don't have any other assignments for now, so make good use of the inner court competition this time and try to obtain as much attention as possible. It's best if you can seize the opportunity to become a disciple of some higher-ups, understand? Su Lingqiong instructed. Yes, but young Master Su. Right now, I'm still lacking a partner to fight in pairs. Wuxia replied. He had just returned a few days ago and he didn't know any Oris Core stage experts before this, so it was normal that he didn't have a partner at the moment. That's simple. Isn't there a ready-made one in front of us? Nan Qianba, you'll partner with Wuxia next. If you've already agreed on a partner, kick them out. Our own people are more important. Su Lingqiong said decisively. Although Nan Qianba's expression was somewhat conflicted, he did not dare to disobey Su Lingqiong's orders. He could only force himself to put aside his personal grudges and temporarily choose to ally with Wuxia. Both of them were competing against each other in the inner court grand competition. That was why the scene that everyone was confused had occurred today. While everyone was puzzled, they couldn't help but feel fearful in their hearts when faced with this odd duo. After all, Wuxia's performance really couldn't be underestimated, and he absolutely couldn't let his guard down when facing them. Otherwise, he might follow in the footsteps of this pair of peak early-stage golden core cultivators. However, although the duo of Wuxia and Nan Qianba was fearful, to those inner court core disciples who were truly strong, they didn't need to worry too much. The newcomer duo that was about to go up next was the one that they truly needed to be on tenterhooks with: Su Lingqiong and Meng Tong. Meng Tong was a newcomer who came from the welcoming pavilion like Lin Yi. The strength that he had displayed in the individual battles was not the slightest bit weaker than Wuxia, and even surpassed him. At least in terms of ranking, he was much better than Wuxia, who was blocked out of the top 50 by Lin Yi. And Su Lingqiong's strong strength was obvious to all. From the first round of the individual battles to the last place, he crushed his opponents without any suspense. Looking at all the Oris Core stage disciples that participated in this year's inner court grand competition, there simply wasn't a single opponent that could match up to him. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Yi, who also had a good reputation, would be a competitor. After all, he also relied on his tyrannical strength to forcefully enter the finals of the individual battles. But reality proved that this pretentious newcomer king was not even worth mentioning in front of the powerful Su Lingqiong. He didn't even have the courage to fight with Su Lingqiong. What strength was there to talk about? He was just a pretentious leader that only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. With a strong aura, Su Lingqiong and Meng Tong slowly walked up to the arena side by side. They were like emperors looking down at the spectators below the arena, the corners of their mouths raised into an incomparably confident smile. At this time their opponents had not been drawn yet, but Su Lingqiong already knew who the opponent would be, because he had already informed Su Yuanjing that in the first round of the duo battles he would fight Lin Yi. In the individual battles before, he deliberately did not meet Lin Yi and kept it until the finals. Su Lingqiong did it so that he could trample Lin Yi to death in the finals. Only then would it be considered complete. But he did not expect that Lin Yi would be so cunning, directly choosing to admit defeat and not giving him a chance to make a move at all. Lin Yi also obtained 49 points, which made him secretly feel that he had miscalculated. So this time he wanted to kill Lin Yi as soon as he came up, not giving Lin Yi any chance. If Lin Yi directly admitted defeat, then there wouldn't be any points for the duo battles, and the loss wouldn't be just 1 or 2 points. As expected, the opponents that were drawn next caused another uproar. It was Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. Amidst the clamor, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao walked up to the arena and stood opposite Su Lingqiong and Meng Tong. Their faces were calm and composed. Lin Yi was naturally not afraid of Su Lingqiong and Meng Tong. As for Huang Xiaotao, she was a little nervous at this moment, but she was wearing a veil so no one could see it. Pretentious rookie king, since you chose to directly admit defeat in the individual battles before, why don't you be a little more tactful and admit defeat together this time? Su Lingqiong took the lead and laughed coldly. In any case, the two of you were defeated by Chongchong and me. Now that you are together, you will only lose faster and more miserably. Since Chongchong is kind enough to give you a way out, you might as well be tactful and directly admit defeat, so that you won't be beaten to tears by the two of us later. That would be too embarrassing, don't you think? Meng Tong, who was at the side, echoed with a face full of contempt. Chapter 4207. Even so, they knew that relying on their own strength, it would not be easy to get back at them. Now that there was a rare opportunity to support the strong and trample on the weak, they would naturally spare no effort in ridiculing him. Faced with the boos of the audience, Huang Xiaotao, who was already somewhat nervous, could not help but clench her fists. However, Lin Yi, who was standing next to her, still maintained a calm and composed expression. Instead, he even laughed as if nothing had happened, causing the audience to be puzzled. What are you laughing at? Su Lingchong and Meng Tong exchanged glances, then pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, this is the legendary disguise of awkwardness, right? The skin of the pretentious newcomer king is not as thick as we thought. Don't think too much about it. Especially what Chong isn't the way you two address each other. The reason why I didn't fight you in the individual battle was because I was too lazy to fight you. I didn't expect you to actually take it seriously. Lin Yi pursed his lips with a faint smile. You've really reached a certain level of shameless boasting. With your insignificant strength of the early gold core stage, you dare to say that you're going easy on me, a middle gold core stage? Do you believe these words yourself? Su Lingchong immediately sneered. The crowd jeered as well. Su Lingchong was at least a level higher than Lin Yi, be it in terms of strength or the performance in the single combat. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Saying that he was going easy on Lin Yi just because he couldn't beat Lin Yi was too much of a child's play. I believe it. You guys don't believe it now, but you'll believe it soon. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Huang Xiaotao with a smile. Seeing his expression, the originally nervous Huang Xiaotao suddenly relaxed for some reason. It was as if the overbearing pressure from Su Lingchong and Meng Tong had disappeared in an instant. At this moment, there was only Lin Yi in her eyes. Don't deceive yourself. I'll make you wake up right now. Su Lingchong snorted coldly. He immediately pounced towards Lin Yi and made the first move. Meng Tong, who was beside him, also pounced at the same time, but his target was Huang Xiaotao. Even though it was a duo battle with their strength, they didn't need to cooperate at all, and a one-on-one battle was already sufficient to annihilate their opponents. After all, no matter if it was Lin Yi or Huang Xiaotao, both of them had merely been defeated by them. Meng Tong attacked menacingly. The martial skill he used to deal with Huang Xiaotao was still his usual 1,000 kicks. Huang Xiaotao had been killed in the same way during the one-on-one battle. This time it was merely a repeat. As for Su Lingchong, he had revealed his secret weapon, the 9 Heavens Poison Dragon Whip. The whip was 15 meters long, made from the top-grade dark iron, and divided into 360 sections. Each section was a sharp dagger, glowing with a poisonous green light. No matter how powerful one was, once the 9th Heaven Poison Dragon Whip opened a wound, even if one didn't die, they would lose half of their life. Su Lingchong was an expert in the middle stage of the Gold Elixir realm. His strength was comparable to an ordinary late-stage Gold Elixir realm, and with the 9th Heaven Poison Dragon Whip, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, in the inner disciple competition, where experts above the late stage of the Gold Elixir realm rarely showed up, he could be so invincible. That was a matter of course. In fact, after his strength had skyrocketed, Su Lingchong's confidence had become unprecedentedly strong. Not to mention killing Lin Yi in one-on-one, even if Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were to attack together, he could still easily crush them. Now that he had asked Meng Tong to cooperate with him, he already thought highly of Lin Yi. The 9th Heaven Poison Dragon Whip made a sharp whistling sound, turning into a sky full of whip shadows, instantly covering the top of Lin Yi's head. Suddenly there was a sound of people gasping. At this moment, Su Lingchong was unprecedentedly serious. The power of the 9th Heaven Poison Dragon Whip was obviously a level higher than when he fought against a late-stage Gold Elixir realm expert in the first round of the one-on-one battle. Even the spectators in the arena couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine after seeing it. If they were in Lin Yi's position, they would most likely be directly killed. However, Lin Yi seemed to be prepared for this. The speed of the 9th Heaven Poison Dragon Whip could not be said to be slow, but his speed was even faster. To be precise, his reaction was faster. Long before Su Lingchong attacked him, he had already left his original position in a flash and quickly approached Huang Xiaotao on the other side. He wanted to use the advantage of numbers to cooperate with Huang Xiaotao to get rid of Meng Tong first, creating a situation of 2 against 1, and then turn around to deal with the more troublesome Su Lingchong? Everyone present was an expert, so they instantly understood Lin Yi's intention. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong, who were in the arena, were naturally no exception. Humph, you're dreaming, but to play such a small trick under my eyes, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Su Lingchong responded with a sneer. Following his voice, the 9th Heaven Poison Dragon Whip, which had already transformed into thousands of times, suddenly became even more overwhelming. It chased after Lin Yi's figure and shrouded it all the way. This posture was actually prepared to take advantage of the situation to capture both Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao in one fell swoop. The situation on the arena became extremely dangerous once again. At this moment, both Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were like prey in the mouth of a poisonous dragon. They could be swallowed at any time and not even their bones would be left. At the same time, in order to avoid being accidentally injured by the ninth heaven poison dragon whip, Meng Tong, who was originally attacking Huang Xiaotao, could only take the initiative to take a step back. Although he was Su Lingchong's partner, the attack of the ninth heaven poison dragon whip was not to be trifled with. Once he was caught in it, even Su Lingchong would not be able to save him. The outcome has been decided. Everyone in the arena made their judgment. Even the referee, a nascent soul expert, felt that there was no suspense. Unlike the audience, he did not feel that Lin Yi was weak at all. Instead, he rather admired the performance of Lin Yi, the newcomer king. However, even so, he did not think that Lin Yi would be able to survive under such a powerful attack. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how good one's talent, potential, or intelligence, it was all just fleeting clouds. It would not change the outcome in the slightest. Grandpa, quickly save junior brother and senior sister Xiaotao. Shanghai Laner, who was on the grandstand, was so anxious that her tears were about to fall. She hurriedly pulled Shanghai Tianhua's arm and said. Shanghai Tianhua frowned. Even he felt that the situation was not too good. However, he was not in a hurry to act. He turned his head and comforted her. Little Lan, don't be anxious. Lin Yi should not be defeated so easily. Let's wait a little longer. Chapter 4208. Of course, the reason why Shanghai Tianhua dared to say something like that to wait wasn't purely because he believed in Lin Yi's strength. Even if Lin Yi really didn't have any strength to resist, with his strength, wanting to save Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao was only a matter of a thought, and there wouldn't be any mishaps. However, in the next moment, Shanghai Tianhua was suddenly slightly shocked, as the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Bang! Under the ninth heaven venom whip's shadow that covered the sky and covered the earth, two balls of crimson red flames suddenly erupted. The ninth heaven venom whip that Su Lingchong was so proud of was actually broken on the spot, and its power was so shocking that it was simply shocking. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the crowd of Golden Core stage experts below the stage finally recognized the two balls of crimson red flames clearly. Shockingly, it was actually two fire palm shadows, one small and one large, and the shape of the 8 trigrams faintly appeared in the middle. They split into two directions and whizzed out respectively, the small one striking towards Meng Tong, and the large one going straight for Su Lingchong. At this moment, Su Lingchong and Meng Tong were still immersed in a state of disbelief and astonishment. Before the two of them could react, they heard two bangs accompanied by the muffled sounds of bones breaking. After that, they were like two kites with their strings cut as they were directly thrown off the ring, and they didn't even have the slightest room to retaliate. The frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that was created at the last minute actually had such a formidable might. Instantly, the sound of people drawing in cold breaths rose and fell, and everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to say a word for a long time. Compared to sending the two of them flying with a single move, what was even more shocking was the injuries on their bodies at this moment. Meng Tong was fine because the main attacker was Huang Xiaotao. Although it was the same frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that came from the same source, its might was obviously much weaker, so although Meng Tong was in a sorry state, his injuries weren't too heavy. The one who was truly miserable was Su Lingchong. The frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that struck his body came from Lin Yi, and in terms of might, it was at least at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it struck his chest so unexpectedly, and this young Master Su, who was insufferably arrogant after his powerful return, directly fell to the ground at this moment with bulging eyes, and his breathing was more than it was exhaled. Obviously he wasn't going to make it. Charge! Meng Tong instantly roared with grief and indignation when he saw this, and he couldn't care about his own injuries as he frantically rushed to the side of Su Lingchong who was on the verge of death. At the same time, a figure suddenly followed closely. It was the person in charge of the inner court competition this time, Su Yuanjing. He's still on his last breath. Quick, bring him for treatment. Su Yuanjing anxiously instructed after checking Su Lingchong's condition. As anxious as he was the host of the inner disciple competition. No matter what, he could not be absent. Thus, he could only allow Meng Tong to bring him away for the time being. Meng Tong hurriedly nodded. He couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Yi who was on the stage anymore. Enduring the pain, he picked up Su Lingchong who was on the ground and walked out. The 3 major pavilions had specialized infirmaries where doctors gathered. Moreover, everyone would try their best to save Su Lingchong on account of Su Yuanjing. Although Su Lingchong's condition was very weak at the moment, he might still have a chance of survival. However, just as he carried Su Lingchong out of the north arena and arrived at a secluded place, the mysterious man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. After a gust of wind blew past, the mysterious man in black, together with Meng Tong and Su Lingchong, disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. At this moment on the arena, after being stunned for a long time, the referee finally announced the victory of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. The way everyone looked at Lin Yi was completely different from before. This Lin Yi is really fucking amazing. Someone's mouth twitched as he discussed. Nonsense, what kind of eyesight do you have? You only realized it now? I already knew that this newcomer king is amazing. Previously in the single battle finals, he deliberately admitted defeat. I could see it with one look. That's right, he probably doesn't want to fight one-on-one with Su Lingchong at all. He's planning to save it for the double battle. It'll save him a lot of time and effort. That seems to be the case. Wait a minute. Both of you didn't say this before. Didn't you say that Lin Yi couldn't possibly be a match for Su Lingchong? Why did it change now? Grandpa, look at junior brother and senior sister Xiaotao, aren't they amazing? Their combined palm strike is an ultimate move that I practiced with them a few days ago. The worry on Shanghai Laner's face had long disappeared. While she was happy for Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, she boasted to Shanghai Tianhua. Hee little Lon, you just went over to watch them practice, right? Shanghai Tianhua teased her with a smile. That's still at the same time. There's also my credit. Shanghai Laner stuck out her tongue cutely. Shanghai Tianhua immediately laughed and patted Shanghai Laner's head lightly. The gaze that he looked at Lin Yi in the distance was obviously more appreciative than before. To be honest, even he didn't expect that Lin Yi's counterattack would be so swift and fierce. He was obviously only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm, but he was able to kill the insufferably arrogant Su Lingchong in one move. Such a performance was really shocking. If Su Lingchong was just an ordinary middle-stage Gold Core realm expert, then it would be fine. The problem was that he was also an expert of the Gold Core realm who had a perfect breakthrough. They were both experts of the Gold Core realm. Lin Yi's sudden counterattack really made everyone understand one thing. Even among geniuses there were different levels. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong were originally the pair with the highest chance of winning the double battle. In the end they were killed by Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao in one move. After that, the double battle simply became the stage for the two of them. No matter what kind of opponent they faced from the beginning to the end, they were killed in one move. There was no change to speak of. From the beginning to the end, it was the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. At the final stage, everyone present could even figure out their moves. However, even so, it didn't change the situation at all. It was just the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if they could see the moves clearly, so what? At the beginning there was no solution, and at the end there was still no solution. This was the gap of absolute strength. As they killed in one move, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao demonstrated to everyone what it meant to be an invincible existence of the Gold Core realm. In several rounds, when faced with such an overbearing pair, their opponents couldn't even muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. As soon as they came up, they hurriedly opened their mouths to admit defeat. In any case, the invincibility of the Lin Yi pair was obvious to all. Even if they admitted defeat, it wouldn't be shameful. Moreover, they could avoid getting injured, so there was no need to stubbornly persist. It was worth mentioning that this included the Yuzhe and Nantianba duo. Even in their dreams they wanted to trample Lin Yi under their feet. However, the situation was stronger than they were. Even Su Lingchong was almost beaten to death. If they didn't have eyes and joined in, wouldn't that be courting death? In the end, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao locked onto the throne of first place in the double battle without any suspense. Compared to Su Lingchong's first place in the single battle, they were much more impressive. R1152. Chapter 4209. There was no doubt as to who was stronger between Lin Yi and Su Lingchong. The latter was almost beaten to a dead man, and he might even be a corpse now. Was there any suspense in the outcome? With the end of the double battle, the inner court competition was over. The points of the single battle and the double battle were tallied. Lin Yi had 99 points and he deserved to be ranked first. The title of the newcomer king of Welcome Pavilion would change from now on, and he would become the newcomer king of the inner court. As for Huang Xiaotao, although she did not get a single point in the single battle, she got 50 points in the double battle, which was enough to guarantee her entry into the top 50, and she was ranked 32nd. It was worth mentioning that although Su Lingchong was defeated in one move in the double battle, he was ranked first in the single battle, so he also got 50 points, and he was tied with Huang Xiaotao for the 32nd place. As for Meng Tong, Yuzhe, and Nan Tianba, their points were much lower than these three, but in the end they still managed to squeeze into the top 50, just that they were ranked at the bottom. The inner court competition had come to an end, but the Golden Core stage disciples that had gathered at the North Island Arena didn't disperse. On the contrary, they became even more nervous and agitated at this moment. According to the practice of previous years, the meaning of the inner court competition, in addition to the allocation of cultivation resources for the next year, had another more important meaning, which was for the leaders of the 3 pavilions to choose disciples. At this time, the elders of the Elders Guild, including the leaders of the 3 pavilions, had all appeared one by one. They would consider the performance of the disciples of the Gold Core stage in the inner court competition, measure their qualifications and potential, and then decide who to accept as a disciple. Looking at all the leaders of the 3 pavilions who were present in terms of status and strength, Shanghai Tianhua was ranked first, so the selection of disciples naturally had to start with him. Of course, Shanghai Tianhua rarely accepted disciples, and there were very few people who could catch his eye. Normally, it would take decades or even hundreds of years. He might not accept one of them, but out of respect, regardless of whether he accepted or not, he had to make the first request. The audience held their breath, although they all knew that they could not be chosen by Shanghai Tianhua. But when Shanghai Tianhua's imposing gaze swept over them, their hearts still couldn't help but skip a beat. Unfortunately, their luck was destined to fail. Shanghai Tianhua slowly swept his gaze around and finally said 4 words, "Lin Yi. Not bad." The whole audience burst into an uproar. Not only were they shocked that Shanghai Tianhua would actually choose someone, but they were even more shocked that he was going to cross the line to choose someone. Each of the higher-ups belonged to one of the 3 great pavilions. Normally, they could only choose people from their own pavilions and could not choose people from other pavilions, because that was something that could easily be taboo. Although Lin Yi was a newcomer in the Welcoming Pavilion, he had already been assigned to Blue Cloud Pavilion. This was something that everyone could see. However, Shanghai Tianhua was the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master. This was clearly against the rules. However, after Shanghai Tianhua finished speaking, the Golden Core stage disciples below were in an uproar. However, the higher-ups were still sitting upright and still. He didn't look surprised at all, nor did he have any intention of standing out to nitpick. With the current strength of Soaring Sky Pavilion, it was not surprising that they broke the convention. Since Shanghai Tianhua had personally spoken, it didn't matter which pavilion Lin Yi was originally a disciple of. Thinking back to the beginning with Huang Xiaodao's personal experience, since Soaring Sky Pavilion could demote their disciples to Blue Cloud Pavilion, then naturally they could also accept disciples from Blue Cloud Pavilion. Especially since this was personally spoken by Shanghai Tianhua, no one would have any objections. Under the stage, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Yi were all blazing and envious. Only Lin Yi himself was still indifferent. Feeling the gaze of Shanghai Tianhua above his head, Lin Yi raised his head and looked at him. He didn't speak, but the corner of his mouth slightly curved. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. And Shanghai Tianhua, who was in the center of the audience, suddenly smiled after saying these 4 words. He actually got up and left, leaving a bunch of people in the audience puzzled. What did this mean? After saying that Lin Yi was not bad, he directly left. Did this mean that he wanted to accept Lin Yi as a disciple, or just praise him? "Grandpa, are you going to accept him or not?" Shanghai Laner was also anxious, so she quickly caught up and asked. If Grandpa takes Lin Yi in, then he'll be older than you in terms of seniority. Do you agree? Shanghai Tianhua smiled playfully as he walked. Shanghai Laner suddenly choked. She didn't want to have a seniority with Lin Yi for no reason. This was not only embarrassing on the surface, but it would also cause trouble in some matters. So of course I won't accept him. Shanghai Tianhua said with a smile. Then, "Grandpa, why did you mention little junior brother's name?" Shanghai Laner asked with a puzzled look. Lin Yi is not a person in a pond. Unless he is a real master, otherwise, letting anyone be his master will only restrict his growth. The disadvantages are greater than the advantages. It is better to let him develop on his own. Shanghai Tianhua said seriously, "I don't want to restrict him. The reason why I said this just now is to prevent others from accepting Lin Yi as a disciple." With Shanghai Tianhua's realm and vision, no matter who it was, he could almost see the potential and future of almost anyone at a glance. However, not only could he not see through Lin Yi, but he also could not see through him. If he were to use a saying, Shanghai Tianhua only knew that Lin Yi's future was the sea of stars. Any so-called teaching in the end would only become his restraint. If he were to find a case, it would be Ram Jie who appeared out of nowhere in the past before Lin Yi. Shanghai Tianhua used the same strategy and finally created the unfathomable law enforcement hall master. Therefore, although he was called out by Shanghai Tianhua in public, and it was after the inner disciple competition, such a clear-cut occasion, Lin Yi could not be regarded as his disciple completely. He could only be regarded as half a disciple. After Shanghai Tianhua left, the audience was stunned and silent for a moment. Then they continued to select people from the mysterious Pavilion Master, the Blue Cloud Pavilion Master, to the Elders Guild, according to the tacit status and strength ranking, one by one. In the end, the disciples who performed outstandingly in this inner disciple competition were accepted as registered disciples by the big shots. From then on, they rose to the sky in a single bound. However, it was worth mentioning that from the beginning to the end, all the big shots seemed to have forgotten Huang Xiaotao, and no one mentioned her. In terms of performance, Huang Xiaotao was remarkable in this inner disciple competition. In addition to Lin Yi and Su Lingchong who were in the limelight, she left the deepest impression on everyone. In terms of potential, she was also a master of the gold core stage who had a perfect breakthrough. Her future was destined to be limitless. Chapter 42:10. Being able to reach their current level, the big bosses naturally weren't blind people. Normally speaking, after Lin Yi, there would have been big bosses who would have snatched this seedling with potential long ago, and it wouldn't have been like today where no one was interested in him. However, Lin Yi could figure out the reason. Huang Xiaotao was his partner, and she often sat with Shanghai Laner these days. They were like sisters, so she was naturally labeled as Shanghai Tianhua. No matter how much the big shots coveted her, they would not take the risk to snatch Shanghai Tianhua's people. At the end, all the big shots had taken turns. The remaining disciples in the gold core stage who had not been selected knew that there was no hope, so they had no choice but to leave. Lin Yi was also ready to return to the welcome pavilion, but suddenly a person behind him greeted him with a smile. Looking back, Lin Yi could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. The person behind him was dressed like a Taoist priest and had a sage-like demeanor. It was Yu Jinyang, the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Greetings, pavilion master. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, who was next to him, cupped their hands and saluted at the same time. After all, both of them were now inner disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. No need to be so polite. Yu Jinyang smiled and waved his hand, but he was unexpectedly approachable. He said with a smile, Lin Yi, I'm very happy that a genius like you can appear in Blue Cloud Pavilion, and so is Xiaotao. The future of the 3 pavilions in the North Island will fall on you in the future. There's a long way to go. Pavilion Master, you flatter me. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, who was a little reserved, looked at each other and quickly said modestly. The other disciples who passed by all looked envious. As the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, Yu Jinyang was a top big shot at the same level as Shanghai Tianhua. Even inner disciples found it extremely difficult to see him. When had they ever seen this big shot take the initiative to greet others? This Lin Yi was simply favored by God, which made people envious. Although I have to be neither arrogant nor rash. But I'm telling the truth, you two don't have to be so modest. Yu Jinyang smiled nonchalantly and then took the initiative to say, Lin Yi, since Pavilion Master Shangguan mentioned your name just now, do you want to transfer you to Soaring Sky Pavilion? That way it will be more justifiable in the future. Also, with me around, the procedures are very simple. Thank you for your understanding, Pavilion Master. However, I feel that staying in Blue Cloud Pavilion is fine. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Lin Yi rejected with a smile. He had more or less figured out what Shangguan Tianhua meant. Since he was only half a disciple, it did not matter much whether he went to the Soaring Sky Pavilion or not. Continuing to stay in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was not a bad idea. On the contrary, if he went to the Soaring Sky Pavilion, he might see Su Lingchong, Meng Tong, Yuzhe, and the rest of the assholes all day long. Not to mention the threat, the key point was that he would be annoyed whenever he saw them. These things would affect his mood, and that would be as depressing as he could be. Yu Jinyang heard this and was overjoyed. Anyone could see that Lin Yi had a bright future ahead of him. Although he was singled out by Shangguan Tianhua, he was still a genius. If he, as the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, said that he didn't have any thoughts about being taken away from Soaring Sky Pavilion for no reason, was a lie. If Lin Yi really wanted to go to Soaring Sky Pavilion, naturally he wouldn't be able to stop him. But since Lin Yi was willing to stay, it couldn't be any better. Blue Cloud Pavilion was already weak to a certain extent, and it wanted to rise again. Unless a legendary figure like Zhang Liju appeared. And from the looks of it, Lin Yi was no weaker than Zhang Liju from back then. He was no weaker than Zhang Liju from back then. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. After all, Blue Cloud Pavilion is your home, and since we're on the same side, there's no need to be so formal. Tell me, is there anything you need my help with? Yu Xinjiang said. With his status and identity, anything he wanted to do in the Clear Cloud Pavilion could be accomplished with a single word. This kind of favor that didn't cost much, he would naturally do it if he could. To be able to let Lin Yi owe him a favor, he couldn't ask for more. After all, in all these years, Lin Yi was the third person after Gong Yangjie to be praised by Shangguan Tianhua in all these years of intersect competitions. Shanghai Tianhua rarely praised someone in public, especially in a formal occasion like the inter-disciple competition. There were only 3 times in history. The first time was Zhang Liju, the second was Ram Jie, and the third was now Lin Yi. Zhang Liju, on the other hand, was a legendary being who stood at the peak of Sky-class Island. Gong Yangjie, on the other hand, was young but unfathomable as well. Not only was he the head of the law enforcement hall, but his reputation and position in the 3 pavilions was already above most of the elders. Perhaps in a few years he would be able to challenge the 3 pavilion masters. With such a living example, if Yu Xinjiang still didn't recognize Lin Yi's potential, then he wouldn't be able to sit in his current position. Since the pavilion master has said so, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Lin Yi didn't reject it excessively. He knew that making a request at a time like this not only wouldn't make people hate him, but it would also make their relationship closer. Since he had made up his mind to stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future, it was necessary for him to have a good relationship with Yu Xinjiang. Go ahead, just tell me if you have any requests. Yu Xinjiang smiled as expected. And I hope to stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future. I hope that the pavilion master can arrange a slightly bigger place for me, the kind that can accommodate a few more people. Lin Yi thought about it and said, Haha, with your strength and potential, Lin Yi, this is a matter of course. Even if you didn't mention it, the pavilion master wouldn't mistreat a talent like you. Yu Xinjiang smiled and looked at Huang Xiaotao playfully. His meaning was obvious. Huang Xiaotao immediately lowered her head shyly. Even through the veil, the bystanders could feel her blush at this moment. Lin Yi smiled and didn't explain much. He told Yu Xinjiang to arrange a bigger place for them to live. Naturally, Huang Xiaotao would have to move in with them. However, he didn't want to be with Huang Xiaotao for the rest of his life. In Lin Yi's expectation, not only would Huang Xiaotao move in, but the Tattered King would also be brought over. Although the Tattered King had yet to succeed in forging, he had helped Lin Yi for so long and was considered one of them. Moreover, he happened to be a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion. It was just that he didn't have a good time before. Other than that, there would naturally be Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai and the others. If they gathered together, they could take care of each other. It would be more convenient for Lin Yi to help them improve their strength. Apart from this, do you have any other requests? Yu Xinjiang continued to ask. No, thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi replied. After all, it was the first time they met. Even if the request was to improve their relationship, it must be done in moderation. Otherwise, it would be insatiable and counterproductive. R466. Chapter 42:11. Yu Xinjiang looked deeply at Lin Yi and seemed to be a little surprised. However, after waiting for a moment and seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of changing his mind, he nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'll get someone to prepare a residence first. We'll talk about the rest later. Thank you for your trouble, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao cupped their hands and watched Yu Xinjiang leave. Not long after, the two also went their separate ways. Huang Xiaotao returned to the Blue Cloud Pavilion, and Lin Yi returned to the Welcoming Pavilion. Although Yu Xinjiang, the Pavilion Master of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, personally came forward and the matter of residence could be settled with a few words, after all, it had to be arranged temporarily. So at least for tonight, Lin Yi still had to stay in the Welcoming Pavilion. Today, the 1-year period of the Welcoming Pavilion's newcomers had passed. The newcomers who were supposed to go to the 3 pavilions went to the 3 pavilions, those who were supposed to be stewards went to stewards, and those who were supposed to go to the mining area went to the mining area. Everyone had their own residence, and the newcomers' cave residences that were specially prepared for them were all empty. Only Lin Yi was an exception. Among all the newcomers' cave residences, only his cave residence was still occupied. But even so, not to mention the current steward of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Hu Yunfeng, even the Welcoming Pavilion Master, Hu Yunfeng, didn't dare to disrespect Lin Yi. When Lin Yi returned to the Welcoming Pavilion, he saw from afar that there was a person guarding the entrance of his cave residence. It was Hu Yunfeng. Junior Lin Yi, congratulations. After today you'll have a bright future ahead of you. To have a genius disciple like you is a rare honor for my Welcome Pavilion. Hu Yunfeng changed her usual attitude and walked up to Lin Yi as soon as she saw him, greeting him with a smile. Although he didn't like Lin Yi because of his position in the past, after learning of Lin Yi's performance in the Inner Disciple tournament, especially after being praised by Shangguan Tianhua in public, he could only be said to be extremely stupid if he didn't quickly change his attitude. No matter what, he, Hu Yunfeng, could be considered an official. He definitely wouldn't be so blind. Pavilion Master Hu, you flatter me. Lin Yi was a little surprised, but then he smiled and said, Pavilion Master Hu, did you come to find me today to discuss the matter of the cave residence? Don't worry, I'll move out right away. I won't stay here forever. Junior brother Lin Yi, what are you saying? You're treating me like an outsider. Hu Yunfeng pretended to be angry and said, the welcoming pavilion is your first home on the Heaven Stage Island, and it's also your home forever. As long as you're willing to stay here, as long as I'm in the welcoming pavilion, I'll keep this cave for you forever. No one else is allowed to touch it. Hee, that won't be necessary. I've already talked to Pavilion Master Yu. The Blue Cloud Pavilion will probably arrange a new residence tomorrow. I won't trouble Pavilion Master Hu. Lin Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. Since Pavilion Master Yu is personally making an appearance, then he definitely won't treat junior brother Lin Yi unfairly. I'm relieved. Hu Yunfeng said with a smile, but he was shocked inwardly. Lin Yi had really become a phoenix after flying up the tree. Not only was he favored by Shangguan Tianhua, the Soaring Pavilion's Pavilion Master, but even Yu Jinyang, the Blue Cloud Pavilion's Pavilion Master, was so concerned about him. With the support of these two top-notch bosses, Lin Yi could really do whatever he wanted in the three pavilions in the future. One had to know that although Hu Yunfeng was also called Pavilion Master, it was only a small welcoming pavilion. In terms of status and power, it was much worse than any of the other departments, not to mention top-notch bosses like Shangguan Tianhua and Yu Jinyang. They were not on the same level at all. After asking about his well-being for a while, Hu Yunfeng politely said goodbye to Lin Yi. He deliberately came here today, not daring to have extravagant hopes of being able to get closer to Lin Yi. He only hoped that Lin Yi would not care about the past deliberately targeting him. That would already be a blessing. Looking at Hu Yunfeng's back as he left, Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. Previously, Hu Yunfeng was targeting him in every possible way. Now, because of Shangguan Tianhua's words, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. It really made people speechless. Not long after Hu Yunfeng left, several people came to the entrance of Lin Yi's cave, but this time they were all on the same side. It was the bitter senior brother Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and Li Jingming. Junior brother Lin, we've heard about today's matter. It's really worth celebrating. We should toast. The bitter senior brother said happily. He now sincerely felt that Lin Yi was his destined benefactor. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, he would still be bullied by others. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as the second senior brother of the new manager. How could he live so comfortably today? This was all thanks to Lin Yi. Yes. Boss, from now on you will have a meteoric rise. We must celebrate. Let's not go home until we're drunk today. Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and Li Jingming said in unison. The first two were underlings that Lin Yi had brought up. The latter was an insider who did his best for Lin Yi. They were Lin Yi's most trusted people. Now that Lin Yi had a meteoric rise, of course, they would share the glory with him. For tonight's celebration, the three of them spent a lot of effort to get several jars of top-quality spirit wine. Well, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. We won't go home until we're drunk. Lin Yi said with a smile. With his current strength, no matter how good the spirit wine was, he wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. However, Xiao Ran and the others were not necessarily so. They immediately laughed, filled their cups together, and drank. During the year in the welcoming pavilion, they had experienced ups and downs together and cultivated a deep tacit understanding. Everything was understood without words. Junior brother Lin, let me toast you again. In the future, I will rely on you to protect me. The bitter senior brother raised his cup again. You're wrong, senior brother Ku. No matter what happens after I'm done with you, you'll always be my senior brother. We'll work together, there's no such thing as a cover. You should punish yourself with a cup first. Lin Yi smiled, speechless. Boss is right. Senior brother Ku needs to punish himself with a cup first. Xiao Hongkai took the lead to cheer. Okay, I accept the punishment. I accept the punishment. The bitter senior brother had to reply with a bitter smile. He raised his head and drank the cup. Lin Yi and the others clapped and cheered. However, although they said so, the bitter senior brother's words really reminded Lin Yi that everyone present was reliable. In the future he really had to spend more time on them. Their current strength was not bad in the welcoming pavilion, but if they went outside it was far from enough. They celebrated for a whole night. It was not until dawn of the next day that someone came to knock on the door. Finally ended. The person who came to knock on the door was an inner disciple in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. According to the instructions of the pavilion master, Yu Jinyang, he was responsible for the accommodation of Lin Yi. When the bitter senior brother saw this person, he suddenly sighed with emotion. Although this person was not an influential figure like the inner disciple, he was at least an inner disciple with a lot of power. In the eyes of others he was also a superior existence. Now he was specially running errands for Lin Yi. If it was before, it would be unimaginable. R 1152. Chapter 42:12. After greeting each other politely, the manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion immediately brought Lin Yi to his residence, and Ku Bai Shixiang and the others followed to join in the fun. Although they all had their own caves, Lin Yi wanted to reserve a room for them in his own residence so that they could live together as much as possible, so naturally they wanted to go and have a look. Since Yu Jinyang had personally invited them, Lin Yi and the others had already expected that this residence wouldn't be too bad, but when they actually arrived they were still shocked. Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner core, Mansion Number 1. Even if there were no rules on the surface, everyone knew that the ranking of the residence reflected the owner's status and strength to a certain extent. According to the unwritten rules, this mansion was usually reserved for the senior disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner disciple, and no one else had this right. However, Lin Yi's predecessor was an exception. His name was Zhao Sanjin, and although his strength wasn't the strongest, he was the oldest among all the inner disciples in Clear Cloud Pavilion. Not only that, he had a good relationship with Clear Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother Jianghu Fan, who was in charge of managing the inner sect. On top of that, Zhao Sanjin was a person who valued his reputation a lot. He had used all sorts of methods to convince Jianghu Fan to give him the manor number 1. He didn't expect that he would be chased out with just one order from the top, and to give up his position to a mere inner disciple. How could he show his face now? However, Zhao Sanjin only complained a little, and after being told about Lin Yi's background, he didn't dare to say anything else. He didn't participate in the inner disciple competition this time, so he didn't know about it at first, but now that he knew that Lin Yi was a disciple chosen by Shanghai Tianhua, he had a high chance of becoming Ram Jia, or even a legendary existence like Zhang Liju. Who would dare mess with him? Although he, Zhao Sanjin, was very experienced, he only dared to show off in front of ordinary inner court disciples. He could only nod and bow in front of Jianghu Fan, the eldest senior brother who managed the inner court, not to mention Shangguan Tianhua's hand-picked disciple. Zhao Sanjin had no choice but to pack up overnight, and quickly vacate Mansion Number 1. He also had people clean up the place thoroughly so that it wouldn't delay Lin Yi's move-in. After walking around, Lin Yi and the others praised the mansion from time to time. Mansion Number 1 was indeed the best residence in the inner disciples' core, with pavilions, waterside pavilions, fake rocks, and forests. What was even rarer was that because there were a lot of spiritual jades laid down, and there was a formation that could gather spiritual energy from the surroundings. No matter where they went, there was dense spiritual energy, and it was an eye-opener for Ku Bai Shixiang and the others. After the few of them strolled around excitedly, Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai didn't stay for long because he still had some matters to take care of in the welcoming pavilion. Xiao Ran and the others also dispersed. Lin Yi sent them out of the door, and just when he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. What do you think? Are you satisfied with Mansion Number 1? Yu Jinyang appeared behind him and asked with a smile. Thank you, Pavilion Master. I'm very satisfied. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, but his heart skipped a beat. Although this Yu Jinyang was the weakest Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion lord, his strength was still unfathomable. Yu Jinyang had appeared behind him without Lin Yi noticing in the slightest. As expected of an expert. That's good. Other than that, Lin Yi, is there anything else you need my help with? Yu Jinyang asked with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Yi was speechless when he heard that. No matter what, the person in front of him was the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, a top-notch big shot on the same level as Shanghai Tianhua. Wasn't it a little too polite to a newcomer in the inner disciple? He had asked the same question yesterday and he was asking it again today. Could it be that even if he was fine he still had to come up with something to ask for his help? Nothing else. Lin Yi was somewhat baffled as he replied. Yu Jinyang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't seem to have any intention to continue asking, he coughed and took the initiative to mention, Lin Yi, you were in the Welcome Pavilion before, so you should be very familiar with the matters of the Welcome Pavilion. Ever since Liu Bianren stepped down, the position of the third pavilion master has been vacant for a long time. What do you think about this position? The reason why Yu Xinjiang mentioned this matter was obviously because Shanghai Tianhua had hinted to him. He thought that Lin Yi would remember this matter, so he kept reminding him. He didn't expect that Lin Yi didn't have any intention in this regard, so he had no choice but to take the initiative to mention it. What he didn't know was that the matter of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was just a bet between Shanghai Tianhua and Shangguan Laner. Lin Yi didn't know about it at all, so he naturally wouldn't think about it in this regard. Third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion? Lin Yi was suddenly surprised when he heard this, and he said strangely, "You want me to go? Aren't I already an inner sect core disciple?" Although he had just joined the inner sect, Lin Yi still had some understanding of this aspect. The inner sect core disciples were the future main force of the three pavilions, so their main task was to cultivate in seclusion or go out to train and improve their strength. In general, they would rarely do other miscellaneous things. Although the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was quite a high position, it was complicated. Under normal circumstances, it was a position reserved for outer sect disciples. Of course, only the most outstanding outer sect disciples had the opportunity, and ordinary people couldn't hope for it. This actually won't delay you, you just have to take up the position for a while. You can usually live here, and if you have something to do you can go over. Yu Xinjiang said with a smile. This. Lin Yi thought about it and finally refused. "I appreciate the pavilion master's kindness, but I still don't want to take up this position. I want to concentrate on my cultivation now, and I don't want to be disturbed too much." "Lin Yi, I am very pleased that you can be so ambitious, but the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion can't be empty for too long. Otherwise, others will gossip about it and that won't be good." Yu Xinjiang thoughtfully rubbed his chin, and in his heart, he looked at Lin Yi even more highly. The third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was a position that everyone knew was gilded. Even many inner sect core disciples and even some inner sect stewards were envious of this position, but Lin Yi was able to remain unmoved. This kind of calmness and indifference was really rare. However, what made Yu Xinjiang feel a little awkward was that this was a greeting from Shanghai Tianhua. If he didn't give the position of the third pavilion master to Lin Yi, wouldn't he be breaking his promise to Shanghai Tianhua? "Pavilion master, although I don't want to take up the position myself, I have a suitable candidate for you to consider. Of course, it's just a suggestion." Lin Yi saw Yu Xinjiang's dilemma and immediately said, "Okay, tell me about it." Yu Xinjiang nodded. If it was any other time, even if he wanted to discuss a candidate with someone, it would definitely not be a newcomer like Lin Yi. However, today's situation was special. To a certain extent, the position of the third pavilion master originally belonged to Lin Yi, so he naturally had the right to make suggestions. R1152. Chapter 42:13. I think that Ku Zhongla Liku's experience is more than enough for him to be the third master of the Welcoming Pavilion. Lin Yi said after some consideration. Bitter joy. Yu Xinjiang frowned and thought for a moment before he remembered such a person. In fact, if he hadn't studied Lin Yi's background before, he wouldn't have known about bitter joy at all. After all, the difference in status between them was too great. Normally they wouldn't have any interaction at all. That's right. He is the current senior brother who is in charge of the newcomers. He has a lot of experience in the Welcome Pavilion and has always taken good care of me. I hope Pavilion Master can consider it, Lin Yi said on behalf of Bitter Joy. The words at the beginning were all foreshadowing. The last sentence was the main point. The implication was that this was a favor. Bitter Joy is indeed not bad, but his strength seems to be a little lacking, right? Yu Xinjiang said hesitantly. As the Clear Cloud Pavilion's Pavilion Lord, although he had the authority to make the final decision on this matter, if he couldn't even fulfill the most basic conditions, then it would attract criticism from others. He's going to be a foundation establishment full circle very soon, and he's about to break through to this point. I know this, Lin Yi said confidently. In fact, Bitter Joy's current strength was only in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Moreover, his talent was only considered average. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a decade or even a few decades for him to break through to the foundation building great perfection. However, it was not a problem for Lin Yi to say so. After all, he could improve people's strength. If he really needed it, it would only take a few hours. Then there's no problem. Yu Xinjiang immediately nodded and said, however, I still have to inform Pavilion Master Shangguan about this. After all, this appointment has to go through the Elders Guild. It's not something that I can decide alone. All right, thank you, Pavilion Master, Lin Yi said with a smile. He also guessed that this was Shangguan Tianhua's intention. He believed that when the time came, Shangguan Tianhua would definitely not stop him when he heard that it was his suggestion. Yes, but if that's the case, you'll have to pick another person to fill the position of the new senior brother steward. Yu Zhenyang changed the topic. Normally, he would not pay attention to such a small position. Now that he said that, he was implying that the decision would be handed over to Lin Yi. He might as well be a good person to the end. I think Xiao Ran is not bad. Why don't we choose him? Lin Yi said. The reason why he didn't mention Xiao Hongkai and Li Jingming was that Xiao Hongkai was impulsive and wasn't suitable for this position. Li Jingming, on the other hand, wanted to keep a low profile because of his enemies, which was even more inappropriate. Alright, Xiao Ran it will be then. It's settled then. Yu Zhenyang nodded. He had no idea who Xiao Ran was. All he knew was that he was Lin Yi's man. Thank you for your help, Pavilion Master, Lin Yi said gratefully. Other than that, is there anything else? Yu Zhenyang asked again. Lin Yi was speechless for a while. He thought to himself that this Pavilion Master was really enthusiastic towards him. Suddenly he thought of Lu Bianren and said, Pavilion Master, do you know where senior brother Lu Bianren went? He took good care of me before, but I haven't seen him for a long time. Lu Bianren? Yu Zhenyang was stunned. He had an impression of this disciple. He said uncertainly, him? He should be out on a mission. I didn't pay much attention to him. I'll ask for you later and get someone to tell you. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master. I'm very grateful. Lin Yi nodded. Is there anything else? Yu Zhenyang continued to ask. No. Lin Yi was completely embarrassed. No matter what, this was a top boss of the three great pavilions. It was really unexpected that he was so attentive to a newcomer in the inner sect. Alright, if there's anything in the future you can look for me directly. I still have something to do today, so I won't stay here for long. Yu Zhenyang turned and left. Have a safe trip, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi bowed. He had to say that this time he really enjoyed the feeling of superiority. The other party was the Pavilion Master of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. It was an extravagant dream for an ordinary inner sect core disciple to even talk to him, not to mention that he would grant all of his requests. Lin Yi really didn't expect that a simple sentence from Shanghai Tianhua would have such a big effect. However, when he thought about it, he realized that Shangguan Tianhua had never said anything about Su Zhaohe in public. It had only been a rumor, and yet he was already so powerful that everyone feared and respected him. He was even able to send word to the disciplinary hall in secret, let alone Zhou Weiqing himself. If Shangguan Tianhua's words hadn't been said now, but earlier, Lin Yi believed that he wouldn't have any trouble in the welcoming pavilion at all. Even Su Lingchong and the others wouldn't dare mess with him anymore. Of course, this was just a casual thought. Lin Yi wouldn't regret this kind of thing at all, and he wouldn't complain about it because the current environment where no one dared to provoke was not suitable for his growth at that time. If from the beginning he was in a greenhouse cradle that stood aloof from worldly affairs, he probably wouldn't have such achievements now. But now, after seeing the scene of Su Lingchong being killed in seconds in the inner disciple competition, it was difficult for these clowns to pose any threat to Lin Yi. It was estimated that Shanghai Tianhua had also seen that after Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao joined forces, no one in the Gold Core realm could compete with them, so there was no need to let these clowns jump out and cause trouble. What Lin Yi needed now was more powerful experience. It was meaningless to continue to stay in the North Island. Next, he was bound to find an opportunity to go out of the North Island to do tasks. The preferential treatment given to him now was just to ensure that there would be no trouble in his backyard, and not to let these clowns drag him down. Somewhere in the North Island, in an underground secret room, Su Lingchong, who was dying, was lying on the bed. Meng Tong was guarding him nervously, and the mysterious man in black was also there. In addition, there was another person in the room, and it was Master Pao who gave Su Lingchong the Chrysanthemum treasure book last time. Master Pao, I failed to live up to your cultivation. Su Lingchong let Meng Tong help him stand up and apologized to Master Pao with difficulty. At this moment, although he was dying, his face was ruddy, which made Meng Tong secretly feel bad. This was a sign of the last radiance of the setting sun. Master Pao heard this, came over to check him up and down, and concluded, although the injury is very serious, it's not completely incurable. You were beaten up by Lin Yi like this, in fact it's not unjust at all. Master Pao, you mean, I can still be saved? Su Lingchong suddenly became spirited. Yes. Master Pao nodded and then said, wait, we'll talk about it when Dr. Luan comes. Chapter 42:14. After a while, the mysterious woman pushed the door open and said to everyone, "He stays, all of you go out." Master Pao and the man in black nodded and immediately went out. Meng Tong's status was the lowest. Although he was worried about Su Lingchong's injury, he did not dare to disobey the mysterious woman's order and could only follow her out of the room. The three of them waited outside. No one knew what the mysterious woman was going to do, and no one knew what was going on in the room at the moment. After a full hour, the mysterious woman pushed the door open and came out. "How is he?" the man in black asked quickly. Su Lingchong was his valued deputy. If he was trained well, he would be able to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. If he died like this, it would be a great loss. Master Pao also showed a concerned expression. After all, Su Lingchong was also his disciple. As for Meng Tong, he was no exception. "I have injected him with the Fire Wolf War God gene. Although it is not perfect, at least it can ensure that he will not die. Not only that, but he will also become stronger than before," the mysterious woman said lightly. "Fire Wolf War God? What is that?" Meng Tong could not help but exclaim when he heard this. However, when he saw the cold eyes of the man in black and Master Pao, he immediately knew that he had misspoken. With his status, he was not qualified to know these things. "Nothing, it's just a combination of a spirit beast and a human cultivator." The mysterious woman did not blame him and continued, "In fact, the best modified body of the Fire Wolf War God is still in the secular world, not on Heaven Stage Island. It's just that living people can't be teleported here for the time being. We can only test it on Su Lingchong first. From the current results, it should be good. But we have to continue to observe for a while." Although Meng Tong did not understand and felt that it was amazing, he was relieved as long as Su Lingchong was fine. Su Lingchong suddenly disappeared again, and even Meng Tong strangely disappeared with him. This matter once again caused a stir in the three pavilions of the North Island. Many people speculated that they went out to find someone to treat them, but unfortunately, even Su Yuanjing did not know about it. There was an uproar outside and Su Yuanjing himself was very anxious. However, during this period of time, although Su Lingchong had never told him the specific situation as a big shot of the Elders Guild, he was definitely a shrewd person. There were some things that even if Su Lingchong did not say, he was also able to deduce some inside information through some of the daily clues and clues. He speculated that Su Lingchong and Meng Tong must have gone to some mysterious place to receive treatment for Su Lingchong's sudden disappearance this time. Their sudden increase in strength should also be related to this. Therefore, even if he was worried and anxious, Su Yuanjing deliberately suppressed this matter and did not let it continue to blow up. Otherwise, if he was found to have some unspeakable secret on his grandson, it would be too late for regrets. Since his grandfather, Su Yuanjing, said it was fine. The other higher-ups of the three great pavilions naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it, and the law enforcement hall didn't care about it at all. After all, the rumors in the streets were just pure speculation. There was no official confirmation. After a period of time, naturally they would cease all activities. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi moved into the number 1 mansion of the Inner Sect Corps. This marked that he had officially become an Inner Sect disciple. Now several days had passed. There was the halo of Shangguan Tianhua, the pavilion master of Soaring Sky Pavilion, above it. Even the Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion Lord Yu Xingyang agreed to all of Huang Xiaolong's requests. Even if others were envious of him, at most they would only grumble in private, not daring to find trouble with Huang Xiaolong. As for the original people of Su Lingchong's faction, they were even more afraid to jump in front of Lin Yi. Even Su Lingchong, who was at the peak of his power, was killed in one move, not to mention them, his little brothers. Even if they wanted to die, they wouldn't do it in such a way. In this way, Lin Yi could cultivate in peace, and Huang Xiaotao followed him and also moved into the number 1 mansion. This really made this well-behaved girl secretly happy for a long time. Even if they were not in the same room, they were under the same roof, in a sense, which meant that her relationship with Lin Yi had become closer. In addition to cultivating separately every day, the two would occasionally practice the frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm strike together. After all, this was the strongest move they could master at the moment besides the pill fire bomb, and it was also a powerful trump card to deal with the enemy in the future. In addition to Huang Xiaotao, Shanghai Laner would also come over every day. Looking at the 3 major pavilions, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were already her closest friends. If it was not for her strict upbringing, this girl even had the intention to move over and live with them, but Shanghai Tianhua was unwilling to agree. In addition, although senior brother Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and Li Jingming had not completely moved over, they would come over every few days to meet up. It was worth mentioning that Lin Yi took advantage of these few days to raise the strength of everyone to the great circle of foundation establishment. The reason why he did this was, of course, for the matter that he had discussed with Yu Xingyang some time ago. If senior brother Ku Bai's strength did not reach the great circle of foundation establishment, even if the higher-ups agreed, he would not be able to sit in the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion. Since senior brother Ku Bai had already been promoted, the other Xiao Ran and the others as well as Lin Yi would naturally not be left behind. As long as they could keep it a secret, strong strength could not only protect them, but if Lin Yi had something to ask them to do in the future, it would also be more convenient, and they would not become a burden. In addition, there was another important reason why Lin Yi dared to promote everyone's strength. After this period of personal verification by Huang Xiaotao, one thing was already very clear. The promotion of strength was also the same, but it was not the same as in the secular world. In the secular world, because the spirit chi was extremely thin, those who had been promoted by Lin Yi's promotion could not be promoted by themselves. Even if they worked hard to cultivate, it would be useless. But now, because the spirit chi on Heaven Stage Island was abundant, especially in the number 1 mansion where Lin Yi was located, the spirit chi concentration was hundreds of times higher than in the outside world. It was completely possible to cultivate normally, without the slightest influence, and there were no side effects, so Lin Yi could rest assured and boldly promote everyone's strength. Otherwise, except for senior brother Ku Bai, Lin Yi would not promote Xiao Ran and the others. It was not because of selfishness, but because they were different from senior brother Ku Bai. The three of them were far more talented than ordinary people. As long as the cultivation resources were in place, it was not difficult for them to break through and upgrade. As long as they let nature take its course, their strength foundation would be better and stronger, so there was no need for Lin Yi to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 42:15. However, now that he knew that there would be no side effects, there was no need to worry about this problem. After all, no matter what, it was not a bad thing to be strong. As for the foundation with the qualifications of Xiao Ran and the others, they could completely make up for it by themselves. There would be no hidden dangers. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that Shanghai Laner would come to the number 1 mansion every day and watch the situation of these people improving their strength from beginning to end. This girl had always disliked cultivation. Seeing such a great thing that could easily improve her strength, she naturally could not help but want to try it. In fact, the fact that Lin Yi could improve the strength of others was already known to Shanghai Laner when Huang Xiaodao's strength skyrocketed. However, at that time she also wanted to become a master of the gold core stage, and Lin Yi did not have something like the myriad golden dan fruit, so there was no way to achieve it in one step. In any case, Shanghai Laner was absolutely reliable. Since she made a request again, even if Lin Yi was in a dilemma, he could not ignore it. Last time, in addition to not having the myriad golden dan fruit, there was no way to achieve it in one step. Another worry was that he was afraid of being suspected by Shanghai Tianhua. However, now that he thought about it carefully, although he did not have much contact with Shanghai Tianhua, the other party had always been helping him. Even if he guessed something through the changes in Shanghai Laner, it was unlikely that he would harm him. After thinking about this, Lin Yi immediately stopped declining and nodded in agreement. Senior sister, it's not impossible to improve your strength, but you have to take off your clothes in the process. Take off my clothes? Shengguan Lan was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth in disbelief and said, "What do you mean?" Shanghai Laner looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, she immediately turned to look at Huang Xiaotao. She asked, "Senior sister Xiaotao, you also take off your clothes?" "Yes, I have to take off my clothes." Huang Xiaotao nodded. "Really?" Shengguan Laner still didn't believe it. She was stunned for a long time and then said to Lin Yi thoughtfully, "Do I have to become your woman to share this secret?" "Sure. Little junior brother, if you want senior sister, just say it directly. How dare you find an excuse to threaten me? You're so bad." This really isn't an excuse. It's supposed to be like this." Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Then we'll do as you say. Ku Zhongla, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongkai and Li Jingming. Do the 4 of them also have to take off their clothes?" Shengguan Laner rolled her eyes and asked. "Yes, they have to take them off as well." Huang Xiaotao answered on his behalf. Shengguan Laner suddenly spurted. When she thought of the scene of several big men sitting together naked, she couldn't help but shudder. With a shocked expression as if her outlook on life had collapsed, she said, "Little junior brother, your taste is a bit wrong. This won't do. Don't tell me that you saw Su Lingchong and Meng Tong being so affectionate together, so you suddenly had a whim and wanted to have a taste? Listen to little senior sister's advice. You can't do that." Shengguan Laner's shocked and exaggerated expression made Lin Yi laugh on the spot. He knew that Shanghai Laner was silly and cute. Who knew that this girl actually had such a funny attribute? He immediately laughed until he couldn't catch his breath and held his stomach. Huang Xiaotao was standing at the side. At this time he was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand straight. He pointed at Shangguan Lan and couldn't say a word for a long time. As for the senior brothers who were suffering, they didn't dare to laugh out loud, but their bodies were shaking. People who didn't know would think they were having a collective cramp. This was also because the little curly bear was playing alone in the courtyard outside. If such a clown who wielded a pair of scissors was added to the mix, when the time came, one person and one pet would be amused. They could probably go and act in a comedy. What are you laughing at? Don't you think this matter is very serious? Shanghai Laner still didn't realize it and continued to scold Lin Yi with her hands on her hips. Senior sister, I think very highly of you. Little junior brother, don't learn bad things. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong, those annoying people, are now being privately ridiculed by many people. Only his grandfather is still kept in the dark. How pitiful. Oh, that's not right. His grandfather might have also noticed it, but he didn't dare to face the truth, so he could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Listening to this girl's words getting more and more off topic, Lin Yi finally forced himself to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he explained to her, "Little senior sister, you're really thinking too much about this. The reason why we have to take off our clothes is because in the process of increasing our strength, the true chi will skyrocket too much. You guys can't control it at all. Even if you wear clothes, it will explode. So it's better not to wear them. There's really no other meaning." Oh, so that's how it is. So I'm really thinking too much? Shanghai Laner stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Then she patted her small chest and rejoiced. Fortunately, little junior brother, you're still normal. You almost scared me to death just now. We're the ones who are going to laugh to death. Lin Yi, Huang Xiaotao and the others couldn't help but laugh. Hee, all right. I've already admitted that I'm thinking too much. Shanghai Laner blushed and quickly changed the topic. Little junior brother, don't laugh anymore. Hurry up and help me increase my strength. Little senior sister, this is not a small matter. Have you really thought it through? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. This kind of matter was a big matter for any girl. Even a naive girl like Shanghai Laner would have to think about it for a while. Of course I've thought it through. I'm very serious. Shanghai Laner wrinkled her nose cutely, with a bold and unrestrained expression on her face. All right. Lin Yi shrugged. Since Shanghai Laner had already said so, it would be inappropriate for a man like him to be shy. Senior brother Bitter, Xiao Ran, and the others immediately greeted each other and dispersed. Lin Yi took Shanghai Laner into the inner room for cultivation, and Huang Xiaotao followed them with a smile. As soon as the door of the inner room was closed, Lin Yi adjusted his state a little, then turned to Shanghai Laner and said, Little senior sister, are you ready? Let's start now. So soon? Shanghai Laner, who originally had a forthright expression, began to be shy when it was time to take off her clothes. She blushed and said to Lin Yi, Little junior brother, then, turn around first, okay? Lin Yi immediately turned around cooperatively. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. She pretended to be forthright just now, but now she can't hide it anymore. After waiting for a while, he heard rustling behind him and then there was no more movement. Lin Yi asked, Are you ready? Chapter 42:16. Well, just a little bit more. Shanghai Laner replied hesitantly. Just a little bit more? Lin Yi was slightly stunned, and then he heard Huang Xiaotao, who was beside him, couldn't help but laugh and say, What do you mean just a little bit more? You've clearly only taken off a shawl, and you haven't even untied the belt. Lin Yi was speechless. He thought that although this girl usually looked cheerful and carefree, after all, her upbringing was still there. In this kind of matter, compared to a shy girl like Huang Xiaotao, she was even more restrained. Who said that there was only a shawl? Sister Xiaotao is lying. I've clearly untied the belt halfway. Shanghai Laner argued behind him with a red face. Okay, but Lan, you'd better hurry up. It's getting late now. If you delay any longer it will be dark. At that time, if Pavilion Master Shangguan is worried about you and comes to find you personally, won't you be in trouble? Huang Xiaotao reminded her with a smile covering her mouth. Shanghai Laner couldn't help but shiver. This kind of thing was really not impossible. Shanghai Tianhua had repeatedly warned her not to spend the night at Lin Yi's place. Immediately, she didn't dare to continue to dawdle. She clenched her teeth and plucked up her courage. She braced herself and quickly stripped herself clean. Okay, done. Shanghai Laner said with a trembling voice. She covered the important parts of her body with her hands while carefully and slowly walking behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi heard the voice and turned his head. He saw a shy and naked Shanghai Laner. Even though he had so many stunning beauties, he couldn't help but be completely stunned. Each of the beauties had their own merits and all of them were the best in the world. But this Shanghai Laner, if he had to find a word to describe her, then it could only be a green lotus. Lin Yi had known Shangguan Laner for a long time. He also knew that this girl was unparalleled in beauty. However, she had always been carefree, which made Lin Yi subconsciously ignore this point. Now he suddenly saw this scene. It would be strange if he wasn't stunned. In fact, not to mention Lin Yi, even Huang Xiaotao, who was next to him, couldn't help but feel a sense of pity when she saw the flawless Shangguan Laner, especially the temptation that came from her natural naivety. It simply made people restless and unable to shift their eyes away. "Can we start now?" Shangguan Laner said weakly with a blushing face. Being stared at by Lin Yi like this, her heart was not only bashful, but also strangely excited. "Okay." Lin Yi swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He forcibly moved his eyes away from Shangguan Laner, took a deep breath to stabilize his mind, and then began to improve her strength. 2 hours later, Shangguan Laner's strength successfully reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Even when Lin Yi withdrew his hands from her wrists, she was still blushing shyly and did not dare to raise her head to look at him. At this moment, because of the true Qi baptism, Shangguan Laner's whole body was covered with fine beads of sweat. It made the originally smooth and seductive scene even more irresistible. Even Lin Yi, who had always been extremely determined, couldn't control himself at this moment. If it weren't for Huang Xiaotao's presence, it was not impossible for him to eat Shangguan Laner, who was currently trying to resist just like this. Is it done?" Shangguan Laner's long eyelashes trembled, and she shyly opened her eyes. "It's done. Little senior sister, put on your clothes." Lin Yi forced himself to calm down. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze from her body. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be dark outside at this time. If this little girl did not hurry back, maybe the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master, Shanghai Tianhua, would really come to visit. That would not only be an honor, but if he knew about what happened today, there might be a storm. After all, this was his only precious granddaughter. "Oh." Shangguan Laner obediently responded, and her heart could not help but feel relieved, but it was also accompanied by a trace of inexplicable loss. Why did she have this feeling? Even she could not understand. Huang Xiaotao had already carefully prepared hot water and a towel. After wiping Shangguan Laner's body, she helped her put on her clothes, and Lin Yi reminded her, "Little senior sister, you must keep today's matter a secret, even if it's your grandfather." "I know, senior sister's mouth is very tight, little junior brother, you can rest assured." As soon as she put on her clothes, Shangguan Laner immediately regained her spirit, which really made Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao laugh. When she said goodbye to Lin Yi and returned to Soaring Sky Pavilion's Hualan residence with the little curly bear, the sky was already completely dark, and Shanghai Tianhua was practicing calligraphy in the study while waiting for her to return home. As expected, as soon as he took a look at his precious granddaughter, Shangguan Tianhua, this super big shot who never moved no matter what, was startled. "Little Lan, what's the matter with you?" Shanghai Tianhua did not even bother to write, and quickly put down the brush, looked up and down at Shanghai Laner, and asked nervously. "I just came back from little junior brother's place and I didn't spend the night at his place." "Grandpa, why are you so nervous?" Shanghai Laner blinked and said. She had wanted to live with Huang Xiaotao, but unfortunately Shanghai Tianhua did not allow it, so she could only give up. Grandpa is not talking about this." Shanghai Tianhua could not help but be choked by his cute granddaughter and said with a wry smile, "I'm talking about your strength. How did it suddenly soar to the great perfection of the Foundation Establishment realm?" "Oh, I ate a lot of Foundation Establishment pills at little junior brother's place, so my strength naturally improved, hee." Shanghai Laner rolled her eyes and said, "You ate Foundation Establishment pills?" Shanghai Tianhua was suddenly speechless and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This precious granddaughter was deceiving him like a child. Just eating some Foundation Establishment pills, and she could directly go from the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm to the great perfection of the Foundation Establishment realm. If Foundation Establishment pills were so easy to get, wouldn't so many cultivators in seclusion in the world go crazy? Yes, little junior brother is a master of alchemy, he can refine a lot. Shanghai Laner still felt that her lie was very good, and while sticking out her tongue cutely, she continued to lie. "Alright then. However, little Lan, or you still need to work hard on your cultivation and build up your foundation. Otherwise you'll just have a high cultivation level but no actual power. Shangguan Tianhua nodded helplessly. Although he was very confused, he did not intend to get to the bottom of it. He believed that Lin Yi would not harm his granddaughter, not to mention that in this moment, he had already checked Shanghai Laner up and down without a trace. Except for the improvement of strength, there was nothing unusual, so he was finally relieved. R466. Chapter 42:17. Oh, I know. Shangguan Lan thought that she'd gotten away with it, and her face was filled with excitement. She didn't know that Shangguan Tianhua had only turned a blind eye because he trusted Lin Yi. While Shanghai Laner was busy fooling her grandfather, the pavilion master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, Yu Jinyang, once again arrived at Lin Yi's inner gate number 1 mansion and gently touched the restriction outside the door. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi hurriedly came out to welcome him. He knew that with the strength of this Pavilion Master, it would be a piece of cake if he wanted to sneak past the seal and enter without a sound. The Pavilion Master was just being polite, which was why he had lowered himself to wait outside the door. No need to be so courteous. The appointments have been made. Ku Zhongla will be promoted to 3rd Pavilion Master of Welcome Pavilion and Xiao Ran will be promoted to Senior Brother Supervisor of Blue Cloud Pavilion. This news will be officially announced tomorrow, Yu Jinyang said with a smile. That's great. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lin Yi was overjoyed. These 2 positions were rare positions for Ku Zhongla and Xiao Ran. As long as they developed normally, they would have a bright future. Haha, that's what I should do. There's one more thing. There's news from Lu Bianren. Yu Jinyang smiled, and then his expression became a little serious. He did go on a mission during this time. The mission location is in the Wayark Sea area near the South Island. However, the people who went with him to perform the mission have all returned. Only he has no news. Pavilion Master, do you mean that Senior Brother Lu is the only one who left the team? Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened. His intuition told him that something might have happened to Lu Bianren. That's right. Those who returned don't know his whereabouts or where he went. They only said that they parted ways in the middle of the mission. Yu Jinyang nodded. Parted ways in the middle of the mission? What? Lin Yi frowned slightly and then asked, Pavilion Master, do you know what mission Senior Brother Lu went on this time? The mission itself isn't important, Lin Yi. I can tell you with certainty that the reason why Lu Bianren separated from the others was to find Deputy Pavilion Master Yao, Yu Jinyang concluded. Vice Pavilion Master Yao? Lin Yi was stunned again. Although he had a good relationship with Lu Bianren, he had never mentioned Deputy Pavilion Master Yao to him. Even Senior Brother Ku Bai was a bitter person. He had never talked about it. That's right. I don't treat you as an outsider, so I won't beat around the bush. This Deputy Pavilion Master Yao has always been Lu Bianren's greatest backer. Yu Jinyang directly admitted, a few years ago. Deputy Pavilion Master Yao had led a team out on a mission, and after that there had been no news from them. Not a single one of them had returned. The last place they had received news from was in the Rose Arc territorial waters. Therefore, Lu Bianren had specially gone there this time to find Deputy Pavilion Master Yao. The mission was just a cover. Once we get there, we'll naturally be separated from the main group. I see. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. He had heard Senior Brother Ku Bai mention this before, but at that time he only said that their backer had gone out on a mission. He hadn't been back for a few years, so he didn't say it in such detail. From the looks of it, Lu Bianren had most likely gone to find someone. He was previously the 3rd Pavilion Master of Welcome Pavilion. Although he was ostracized, he still held an important position and couldn't go out on a mission. After stepping down from his position, he became the 2nd Senior Brother of Blue Cloud Pavilion's Outer Sanctum Steward. Even though his position had only risen and not fallen, there were many fewer restrictions. But even if they were separated at the beginning after the mission ended, those people didn't wait for Senior Brother Lu and directly returned on their own? Isn't that a little unreasonable? Lin Yi asked. On the surface he will definitely wait for a while, but this is just for show. In fact, although Lu Bianren is considered a genius disciple, and his life has always been smooth sailing, but because of his personality, after Deputy Pavilion Master Yao disappeared, his life has not been as smooth as it should be. Yu Jinyang sighed slightly. Unlike Senior Brother Ku Bai, who had average aptitude, Lu Bianren had shown brilliantly for a period of time in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, which had always lacked talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left an impression in the Pavilion Master's heart. Unfortunately, due to the disappearance of Deputy Pavilion Master Yao, Lu Bianren was like an eagle that had lost its wings. Since then he had become a nobody. When senior brother Lu was in the Welcome Pavilion, I know that, but wasn't he promoted to be the second senior brother of Blue Cloud Pavilion's outer sanctum steward? Linny couldn't help but feel strange. In terms of position, it is indeed a promotion. But first, he doesn't have a backer, and second, he isn't slick and shrewd enough. He can't actually sit firmly in his position as the second senior brother of outer sanctum steward. As far as I know, after he took office, he didn't have any substantial power. He was directly taken over by the eldest senior brother of outer sanctum steward. Yu Jianyang said with slight regret. Is that so? Before Lu Bianren took office, Linny had already warned him to pay attention to this situation, so he didn't look surprised. Instead he said, but this kind of situation where one sect is dominant is not a good thing for the long-term development of Blue Cloud Pavilion, right? Don't tell me the higher-ups don't interfere at all and don't ask about it at all? Although that's what you said, the higher-ups don't interfere with the competition between the disciples. This has long been an unspoken rule. No one will break this rule rashly. After all, this is also a reflection of one's ability. Yu Jianyang shook his head and said, Disciple understands. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for telling me. Lin Yi didn't dwell on this matter and immediately nodded to express his gratitude. It's nothing. It's a small matter. Yu Jianyang smiled. After sending Yu Jianyang off, Lin Yi immediately went to the Welcome Pavilion to find senior brother Ku Bai and told him about this matter. After all, senior brother Ku Bai was closer to Lu Bianren than Lu Bianren. Alas, first it was Deputy Pavilion Master Yao, and now it's senior brother Lu. But I can't help it all. What should I do? Senior brother Ku Bai couldn't help but sigh deeply after hearing this. There's no other way. Now we can only wait and see. I hope that they are lucky. Linny also said helplessly. Although he knew the cause, there was still no news. Even if he wanted to help, it was useless. At the end of the day, it's all my fault for being too useless. If I was a little stronger, I could have gone with senior brother Lu. That way we could have taken care of each other. It's better than standing on the sidelines like this. Sigh. The bitter senior brother blamed himself. Senior brother Ku Bai, you don't have to blame yourself so much. Although I haven't seen Deputy Pavilion Master Yao, I know senior brother Lu. He is not an ordinary person. It's not that easy for him to get into an accident. Maybe there are other hidden reasons. Linny comforted him and then changed the topic. By the way, in addition to this matter, there's another good news to tell you. The position of third Pavilion Master of the Welcome Pavilion has been confirmed to fall on your head. Be mentally prepared tomorrow. Chapter 42:18. Really? The bitter senior brother was taken aback, and his entire body froze on the spot. This was something he had never dared to dream of. Being able to sit on the position of Clear Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother in charge of the newcomer recruitment hall, he was already very satisfied. When had he ever dreamed of becoming the third Pavilion Lord of the Welcoming Pavilion? This was a publicly recognized gold-plated position. Only the most outstanding genius disciples had the opportunity to get their hands on it. Pavilion Master, you said it himself. Senior brother Ku, do you think it's true? Otherwise, why do you think I suddenly raised your strength a few days ago? Wasn't it to prepare for this? Linny said with a chuckle. Junior brother Lin. What do you want me to say? The bitter senior brother was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. He held Lin Yi's arm tightly with both hands and stammered. He couldn't say a proper sentence for a long time. If he hadn't known Lin Yi, Deputy Pavilion Leader Yao and Lu Bianren had disappeared one after the other. If he hadn't known Lin Yi, his current situation would have been so miserable that he wouldn't even be able to see the light of day. How could such a huge pie fall into his lap? All of this was thanks to Lin Yi. What's there to talk about? If we don't take care of our own people, are we going to let outsiders take care of it? Lin Yi patted his senior brother's shoulder and smiled faintly, not minding it. That's true, but... Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai was still so grateful that he couldn't speak. No buts, Senior Brother Ku, just do your best. I don't think I'll be staying in the North Island Pavilion often in the future. When that time comes, Xiao Ran and the others will have to rely on you to take care of them. Don't let them get bullied, Lin Yi interrupted. Yes, I know. Even if Junior Brother Lin didn't say it, I would still do it. Senior Brother Ku Bai nodded heavily. That's it then. Prepare well tonight and wait for tomorrow's grand inauguration. Lin Yi laughed. He didn't stay too long in the Welcoming Pavilion and turned around to leave. The next day, the news of Ku Zhongla becoming the new third Pavilion Master of Welcoming Pavilion quickly spread throughout the three major pavilions. Especially in Blue Cloud Pavilion, everyone was talking about it. The position of the third pavilion master of the welcoming pavilion had been vacant for so long. This was a big piece of meat and many powerful people had their eyes on it. Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of such an unknown person like Ku Zhongla? This was simply shocking. However, when they heard that Ku Zhongla was Lin Yi's loyal follower, they were no longer surprised. With Lin Yi's current position in the three great pavilions, he was like the sun in the sky. It wasn't strange for him to help Ku Zhongla operate such a position. At the same time, Xiao Ran took over Ku Zhongla's original position and became the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomer manager, eldest senior brother. This did not attract too much attention. After all, it was only a small matter, and it was far from the glory of the position of third pavilion master. However, on the same day the three major pavilions had another piece of extremely attention-grabbing news. Su Lingchong, who was previously defeated by Lin Yi in one move and disappeared, finally returned. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much face in the previous competition, but young Master Su's return this time was not as high profile as last time, even though he had already recovered from his injuries. He almost quietly returned to the Soaring Sky Pavilion, and after that, he did not cause any commotion. Originally, the second senior brother of the inner sect of the Chongtian Pavilion was determined to get the job. But now he didn't have any hope. After all, even if his strength was not bad, he had already become Lin Yi's stepping stone. Even if he had Su Yuanjing, his grandfather, running around for him, it was impossible to win the second senior brother, the inner disciple manager. Moreover, even if he could win it, it would not convince the public. It was rare for Su Lingchong to be so low-key. After Lin Yi learned of the news, he did not bother to take the initiative to find fault with him. He continued to live a peaceful and leisurely life in the number 1 mansion of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. 2 days later, as the new official disciples of the three major pavilions had gradually adapted to the new environment and rhythm, the three major pavilions finally released the official disciple tasks for the new year. There were 2 main tasks. One was the weapon task, which required every new official disciple, including the core disciples of the inner disciple like Lin Yi, to find a way to build a suitable weapon. According to the tradition of the three major pavilions, there would be a weapon competition in the middle of the year. All disciples could sign up for it. Of course, if one did not have a weapon, he would naturally not be eligible. In addition to the weapon task, the other was the trial task. Every official disciple of the three major pavilions could accept this task. As long as they completed the task, they could get the corresponding guild points. These points could be accumulated and exchanged for the corresponding rewards at the Cultivators Guild in the North Island. In principle, these tasks were voluntary, but the three major pavilions set a bottom line, that was, every official disciple, including the core disciples of the inner disciple, must complete more than 2 trial tasks every year. This was only the most basic training requirement, and there was no room for laziness. Even a young master like Su Lingchong with a strong background as an inner core disciple, had to do the task if he wanted to get along well. No one else could do it for him. Of course, with Su Yuanzheng as his grandfather, he would not lack cultivation resources no matter what. But how could an ambitious person like him be willing to just dawdle around and be an ordinary disciple? Even if he could not compete for the position of the second senior brother in charge of the inner disciple because of the tragic ending of the inner disciple competition this time, it was only a temporary thing. In the future he would definitely be promoted. In order to avoid being criticized by others, he had to perform as well as possible from the beginning of these basic tasks. Of course, if it was a second-generation cultivator without the slightest ambition, it would be a different story. Take Shanghai Laner for example. This girl was not in the mood to cultivate at all. As for the trial task, it was purely for her own pleasure. Even if she did not go, no one would say anything about her. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were naturally going to do the task. The two of them went to the task list specially set up by the three major pavilions and scanned it up and down. There were hundreds of trial tasks of various sizes on it. There were individual tasks with low difficulty, and there were also group tasks with high difficulty. It was only possible to complete them with the cooperation of many people. But one thing was certain, whether it was individual tasks or group tasks, they were all transferred from the Cultivators Guild in the North Island. Therefore, some of the long-term tasks were quite familiar. At this time, there was already a sea of people in front of the task list. There were many disciples of the three major pavilions gathered. R1152. Chapter 42:19. Looking around, many of them were inner core disciples that he had seen in the inner core competition before. Of course, most of them were outer disciples. Lin Yi also saw some old acquaintances of the Welcome Pavilion in the crowd, such as Dongfang Bideo and Murong Zhen. When these people saw Lin Yi, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of reverence. Wherever Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao passed, everyone consciously moved away, not daring to offend them in the slightest. Today was different from the past. In the past, no matter how much Lin Yi was in the limelight, it was still in the category of the newcomers of the Welcome Pavilion. They could be envious, they could talk about it, and they could sneer at him if they were not pleasing to the eye. But now it was different. Because of the words of Shanghai Tianhua, Lin Yi and they were now in two different worlds. Facing Lin Yi was like facing Ram Jie, who had appeared out of nowhere. They only dared to look up to him but did not dare to have any disrespect. None of them were fools. They knew that in the face of a true and absolute gap, any self-righteous thoughts were foolish thoughts that would only bring disaster to themselves and wouldn't bring them any benefits. The rest of the people, especially those who had been against Lin Yi, only dared to stay away from Lin Yi now, but there was one exception. In the face of Lin Yi, not only did she not avoid, but she took the initiative to come up and deliberately rubbed against Lin Yi inadvertently. This person was Murong Zhen. "Senior brother Lin Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you." Murong Zhen greeted him in a coquettish voice. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. It was not out of line for her to call Lin Yi senior brother. Seeing this woman coming to seduce Lin Yi so seductively, Huang Xiaotao on the side unconsciously held Lin Yi's arm. She had already restored her appearance and confidence. Of course, she would not lose to a coquettish woman like Murong Zhen, and she also had confidence in Lin Yi's determination. But subconsciously, she still did not want Lin Yi to have any contact with such a woman with a bad reputation. Lin Yi smiled and patted Huang Xiaotao's hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. He turned his head to look at Murong Zhen and said lightly, "With the past between us, it is a little strange to say that I miss you. As senior brother Lin Yi, you are a magnanimous person. I have eyes but fail to recognize your greatness. I apologize for offending you. Please don't take it to heart," Murong Zhen said anxiously. "Senior brother Lin Yi, please forgive me. Don't play any tricks. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to listen to you beat around the bush," Lin Yi said calmly without turning his head as he looked at the mission board. Senior brother Lin Yi, do you think I can still be the manager of the newcomers for a while longer?" "Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to assist Pavilion Master Ku and senior brother Xiao. I dare not have any other thoughts," Murong Zhen said carefully. Although Su Lingchong had returned, he kept a low profile and did not meet anyone. He had never been interested in her. Her only support was Si Hai Xiao, but he had no influence over the three pavilions. She was currently in a very bad situation. Ku Zongla was appointed as the third pavilion master of the welcoming pavilion, and Xiao Ran was appointed as the eldest senior brother of the newcomers. It could be said that the power of Blue Cloud Pavilion in the welcoming pavilion was completely controlled by Lin Yi's people. She was merely the second senior brother of the newcomers, yet she was completely suppressed by Xiao Ran. Even if she tried her best, she could not fight back at all. Whether or not she could keep her position was completely dependent on Lin Yi's mood. If Lin Yi did not like her and wanted to take her down, it would only take a word from him. She, Murong Zhen, would not be able to do anything about it. "I am no longer in the welcoming pavilion, and I will not interfere with the matters of the welcoming pavilion. I will give you these words, take care," Lin Yi replied. Yes. "Thank you, senior brother Lin Yi, for your magnanimity. I will definitely keep it in mind." Murong Zhen was immediately overjoyed. After expressing her gratitude, she hurriedly left. Otherwise, if she stayed for too long and made Lin Yi annoyed, she would be in deep trouble. Moreover, no matter what, she was still Su Lingchong's subordinate. If rumors were to spread and Su Lingchong found out that she was purposely trying to curry favor with Lin Yi, it would be quite a disaster. Looking at Murong Zhen's back as she hurriedly left, Lin Yi's lips curled into a non-committal smile. With Ku Zongla and Xiao Ran working together to control the overall situation, her position as the second senior brother of the newcomers was no longer important. She would not be able to cause any trouble at all, so it did not matter if she was removed or not. Of course, Lin Yi also knew that with this woman's temperament, even if she temporarily tolerated it, she would not be so tactful forever. There would be a day when she would stir up trouble. However, it was not a bad thing for Xiao Ran to have such a person eyeing him covetously. Xiao Ran was a good person in all aspects, but his temperament was too lukewarm. Murong Zhen's existence could stimulate his fighting spirit and keep him vigilant at all times, so he did not dare to slack off. This could be considered as making the best use of her. After sending Murong Zhen away, Lin Yi continued to scan through the many missions on the mission list. After a while, his eyes suddenly focused and fell on a trial mission at the edge of the list. The reason why this mission could attract Lin Yi's attention was that its location was in the Wei Sea near the South Island. Lin Yi did not know any deputy pavilion leader Yao, but he was still very concerned about Lu Bianren's disappearance. Previously he was too far away and could not help even if he wanted to. But now, if he took the opportunity of the trial mission to find Lu Bianren, it would be a good idea to kill two birds with one stone. After taking a closer look at the mission content, Lin Yi found that this was actually a hunting mission, and it was not easy at all. The target was Wu Baoliang, whose strength was at the peak of the late stage of Gold Core. He was a famous evil cultivator in the North Island, specializing in sucking the blood essence of virgin girls for cultivation. Most of the cultivator tribes in the North Island and its vicinity had left traces of this person's crimes. According to the rough statistics of the Law Enforcement Hall, there were a total of 300 women who had been killed by this person. This was only an incomplete count. There were many missing women who were likely to have been killed by this person, but no one thought of him at that time. This series of cases really caused a sensation in the North Island. Because of the boiling public resentment, even the top management of the three pavilions were alarmed. After the Law Enforcement Hall intervened in the investigation, they finally locked the target on Wu Baoliang, the evil cultivator. Unfortunately, at that time when the masters of the Law Enforcement Hall were just about to take action, this person directly escaped from the North Island after hearing the news. Since then he had never appeared in the North Island and had always been on the run. According to the usual practice, the scope of the Law Enforcement Hall of the three pavilions was only in the North Island. Although there had been cases of pursuing people to the ends of the earth at all costs, this was very rare. Only those special criminals who endangered the safety of the three pavilions could enjoy this special treatment. R1152. Chapter 4220. Under normal circumstances, once a wanted criminal escaped from the North Island, the Law Enforcement Hall would at most inform the law enforcement forces of other Heaven Stage Islands, even if they did not completely ignore it. If the wanted criminal was not caught in a short time, it would become a trial mission, and many disciples of the three pavilions would go to capture him. Of course, the premise was that they had enough strength. In addition to posting trial missions, the Law Enforcement Hall would also provide some corresponding clues and information. For example, Wu Baoliang's most recent sighting was in the Crepe Arc territorial waters. The number of people for the mission is 1 or 2. That's just right. Lin Yi nodded. He wanted to accept this mission. After all, Lu Bianren had treated him well. Now that he had this opportunity, regardless of whether he could find Lu Bianren in the end, he had to at least take this opportunity to give it a try. He told Huang Xiaotao, who was beside him. Naturally, Huang Xiaotao didn't have any objections. As long as she could be with Lin Yi, everything else was up to Lin Yi. She didn't really care what kind of mission they were going to do. Lin Yi nodded and immediately brought Huang Xiaotao to Blue Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother, Jianghu, to receive the mission. Receiving a trial mission was not a trivial matter. Outer sect disciples had to look for the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the outer sect, while inner sect disciples naturally had to look for the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the inner sect. At this time Jianghu was working not far away. He was surrounded by several Blue Cloud Pavilion inner sect disciples who were also preparing to receive the mission. Junior brother Lin, junior sister Huang, long time no see. How have you been? In the crowd, Jianghu recognized Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao at a glance. He immediately took the initiative to greet them with a smile. During the inner disciple competition, he was there to witness it with his own eyes. Even if he was the eldest senior brother in charge of managing the inner disciples of Clear Cloud Pavilion, and in name the number one figure among all the inner disciples of Clear Cloud Pavilion, in front of Lin Yi, he didn't dare to put on any airs of an eldest senior brother. Putting aside the fact that Lin Yi was the rookie king of the inner sect, his strength and potential were not to be underestimated. The key was his identity. He was a disciple personally appointed by Shanghai Tianhua and was about to become the next Ramjia. Even the pavilion master of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Yu Jinyang, had to be kind to him and would grant all his requests, let alone Jianghu, a senior disciple who was in charge of the inner sanctum. Don't look down on this kind of position. The higher the position, the harder it was to sit on it. Not only did it require great strength and influence, it also required good judgment. If you accidentally offended a person with an extraordinary background like Lin Yi, you would definitely be punished. Jianghu's position as the eldest senior brother in charge of the inner sect had probably come to an end. Senior brother Jia, how have you been? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao returned the greeting in unison. People respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Lin Yi was not an arrogant and shallow person. Even if he did not have a close relationship with a person like Jianghu, he should at least maintain a good relationship with him on the surface. This way it would be much more convenient for him to handle many things in the future. They saw Jianghu Fan and Lin Yi greet each other. The group of inner sect disciples who had gathered around to receive the mission tactfully moved aside and walked outside. Although they were also high and mighty inner sect core disciples, they could not be compared to Lin Yi and Jianghu Fan at all. However, he couldn't compare to Lin Yi and Jianghu Fan at all. He could only step aside for now. In fact, even if they did not move aside, Jianghu Fan would not care about them at this moment. These people were more important than Lin Yi. It was clear at a glance. Junior brother Lin and junior sister Huang, are you preparing to receive the mission? Jianghu Fan asked with a face full of joy. The purpose of their visit was obvious at a glance. That's right. Senior brother Jia, please report that the trial mission we are preparing to receive is to hunt down Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi said bluntly. Hunt down Wu Baoliang? Junior brother Lin, are you sure you want to receive this mission? Jianghu Fan blanked for a moment after hearing Lin Yi's words, and the other Clear Cloud Pavilion inner disciples who were waiting at the side also went into an uproar. Every one of them looked at Lin Yi with more astonishment than before. They were all waiting to receive the mission, but none of them were willing to accept it. In fact, they had not even considered it from the beginning to the end. In fact, the mission to hunt down Wu Baoliang had been on the list for several years. However, it had always been on the edge of the list and had never disappeared. The only change was the location of Wu Baoliang's recent activities. There was no other reason than that ordinary disciples were not willing to accept it. In the eyes of the crowd, this kind of hunting mission was absolutely arduous and unrewarding. Putting aside the fact that these traders were all powerful people, it would take a lot of time and energy just to find these people, even with the information provided by the officials. In the end, it would still be difficult to find them, not to mention that they would have to fight for their lives. Instead of taking such a huge risk and paying such a huge price to hunt down such a fierce person, it was better to use the time to search for treasures. If they were lucky and found some heaven-defying treasure, it would not be impossible for them to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Even if they were unlucky, they would at most return empty-handed. They would not have to risk their lives so easily. There were so many low-risk and high-reward missions, but they had to hunt down Wu Baoliang, who killed without blinking an eye. Wasn't there something wrong with their brains? However, although everyone was surprised, they still did not dare to mock Lin Yi in front of him. On second thought, it might be that Lin Yi deliberately chose such a difficult trial mission to show off his powerful strength. After all, in the previous inner disciple competition, Lin Yi's powerful strength was obvious to all, especially when he teamed up with Huang Xiaotao. No matter who their opponent was, they could kill them in one move. They could be said to be invincible among the Gold Core stage. Although Wu Baoliang, a peak Gold Core stage expert, was fierce and brutal, if he encountered these two he would probably suffer. Not bad. Thank you, senior brother Jia. Lin Yi saw everyone's expression and nodded with a faint smile. Well, since junior brother Lin and junior sister Huang have made up their minds, I won't say much. I will report to you now. I wish you success. Jianghu Fan smiled. Thank you. Goodbye. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao cupped their hands and bowed. They immediately turned and left to prepare for the mission. Although they were invincible in the Gold Core stage after teaming up, after all, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were at the early stage of the Gold Core stage. After they went out, they did not have the capital to do whatever they wanted. They had to make more preparations in advance to avoid being caught off guard. In addition to preparing some things that might be used in the mission, the two also needed to say goodbye to everyone. After all, they did not know how long they would be gone, so they did not want to worry about them. In addition to Shanghai Laner, senior brother Ku Baoliang, Xiao Ran, and others, Lin Yi also deliberately went to tell the King of Rags who was still at his post. The rest was his old friend Hong Zhong. Chapter 42:21. You're going to the South Island? Hong Zhong was slightly stunned when he heard the news from Lin Yi. He quickly reminded him, the South Island is the base camp of the spirit beasts, and they've always rejected humans. If it's not necessary, I advise you not to go there. Shopkeeper Hong, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to the South Island. I'm just going to the Wayark territorial waters near the South Island. Lin Yi quickly explained with a smile. Oh, that's not a problem. Apart from the South Island itself, there are many human cultivators living on the islands nearby. Hong Zhong was relieved. He thought for a while and said, the Wayark territorial waters is a place where people of good and bad mix together. It's said that it's very chaotic, but there's a branch of our Hong Chamber of Commerce there. The shopkeeper is called Wei Xiaodong, and he's an old friend of mine for many years. After you go there, you can reveal your identity. If you need anything from him, just let me know. Wei Xiaodong? I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, shopkeeper Hong. Linny smiled. The scene before him was somewhat familiar. Before he left for Mount Hutsai Tianwu, Hong Zhong also told him the same thing. However, at that time he introduced Kai Zhongyang. This time it was Wei Xiaodong. Now that he thought about it, it was all thanks to Hong Zhong's warning that Lin Yi was able to escape from the Middle Island in one piece and obtain so many benefits. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the Snow Sword faction since he could not even find a place to stay when he went to the Middle Island. It was unknown whether he could still be alive or not. Thinking of this, Lin Yi could not help but secretly laugh. This was the same familiar situation, and he did not know what the final outcome would be. "Sai, there's no need to thank me. Even without my relationship, this is Wei Xiaodong's duty. Have you forgotten that you are now the honorary vice president of our Hong Consortium's Chamber of Commerce?" Hong Zhong could not help but laugh. It's still confidential. Without a public announcement from your superiors, he might not even recognize me as an honorary vice president. Your old friendship is more reliable. Lin Yi shook his head. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for a few years, and I don't know what kind of situation he's in right now. However, if something unexpected happens, young hero Lin, you might as well directly reveal your identity as the honorary vice president. Even if someone suspects it, with the Hong Chamber of Commerce's internal information channels, they'll be able to quickly find the Middle Island headquarters to verify it. Don't underestimate this identity. In a small place like the Verdant Arc territorial waters, no one in the branch will dare to disobey you. Otherwise it will be equivalent to betrayal, and the punishment will be very heavy, Hong Zhong warned. Okay, I got it. Lin Yi nodded. Although it was said that a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake, he and Huang Xiaotao were going to the Wei Arc territorial waters, and they were unfamiliar with the people and the place. If even the Hong Chamber of Commerce branch there did not cooperate with them, it would indeed become very troublesome. If he really had no other choice, he could only use his power to suppress them. After bidding farewell to Hong Zhong, everything was ready. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao immediately set off to the Wei Arc territorial waters. As Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird was an excellent flying spirit beast, the two of them naturally did not need to spend any extra effort. 2 people and 1 bird could directly set off from the 3 major pavilions of the North Island to the Wei Arc territorial waters. This distance almost spanned across the entire map of Heaven Stage Island, and the journey was not short. Even if the flying spirit beast traveled day and night without rest, it would still take at least 10 days. If there were any accidents or dangers along the way, needless to say, it would be even more troublesome. Fortunately, apart from the fact that Huang Xiaotao's spiritual bird wasn't very aggressive, it had excellent qualities in all other aspects. Not only was it fast, but it also flew steadily and had high alertness. Most importantly, it had super strong physical strength. These few qualities were very rare for a pure flying spiritual beast. In addition, the route that Lin Yi chose at the beginning was to advance along the edge of the coast, so the degree of safety was quite guaranteed. Therefore, the first few days were calm and there were no twists and turns. However, next they needed to cross the vast sea. This could not be helped. If they kept walking on the ground, although it was not impossible to reach the South Island, they would need to go all the way to the Middle Island, and then from the Middle Island to the South Island. The time needed for this would not be 10 days, 20 days, or even a month. It was such a long journey and they had to carry 2 people on their back. Not to mention Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird, even the best flying spirit beast would not be able to keep an eye on them. Moreover, the Middle Island's surroundings were strictly controlled. Unless the signs of those big forces were hung, they were not allowed to take off at all, let alone cross. This was not a small problem. Of course, if Lin Yi was riding on the special mount of the Island Master's Pavilion in the Will of Heaven, then it would be a different story. Unfortunately, this was not the case. It's okay. As long as we keep enough vigilance, we can avoid any danger in advance. Don't worry too much. Lin Yi glanced at Huang Xiaotao. Seeing her nervous expression, he smiled and comforted her. I'm not afraid with you here. Huang Xiaotao nodded obediently. In fact, she was not unfamiliar with trial missions at all. In the past few years, she basically wandered around the North Island's Cultivators Guild when she had nothing to do, but she rarely left the North Island. Even if she left the island, she would at most go to places like Mount Tianwu, and would not go too far away. However, this time, not only did they have to cross the entire Heaven Stage Island from the north to the south, but they also had to cross the vast sea. This was the first time in her history. In the past, she had heard many rumors about the dangers of crossing the sea. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous at all. Even so, she always felt inexplicably at ease when she sat next to Lin Yi, and the little bit of panic in her heart also disappeared. Crossing the sea, the most dangerous thing is not the sea beasts below, nor the ferocious birds in the sky, but the cultivators and the sea fog. Lin Yi let Huang Xiaotao snuggle up to him while he analyzed and explained to her to reassure her. Although the martial world is dangerous, human cultivators will not have too big a problem as long as they pay attention and don't let people get close to them easily. As for the sea fog, it is the most fatal trouble. Fortunately, we have prepared in advance so we don't have to worry too much. Chapter 42-22. Once they were within the range of the sea fog, the map was no longer of any use. Even if there were any signs that could assist in determining the direction, they could not be seen in the sea fog. The only thing they could rely on was the compass. In order to avoid any accidents, Lin Yi specially prepared 2 special sea compasses. He carried one with him and Huang Xiaotao carried the other in case of emergencies. With the compass, it meant that no matter how thick the sea fog was, they did not have to worry about getting lost. As long as the direction was right, they would eventually reach their destination as long as they were careful. However, the compass was not foolproof. Just like the Bermuda Triangle in the secular world, it was said that there were special meteorite magnetic fields in some of the sea areas of the heavenly island that could disrupt the compass. If there was also the sea fog, once they fell into it, it would be really dangerous. Whether they could come out alive or not depended on God's will. Of course, the route chosen by Lin Yi had been personally verified by many people. It did not pass through the legendary Devil's Sea, so there was no need to worry about this. For the next few days, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao spent their time on the vast sea. Although it was a little monotonous, Huang Xiaotao did not feel bored at all. Instead, she was very happy. Strictly speaking, these few days were her and Lin Yi's world. Without any interference from outsiders, they could snuggle with their loved ones and quietly cross the vast sea. This was a romantic scene that many girls longed for. As for Lin Yi, although he had never been very open-minded about this kind of thing, he had to be vigilant at all times and stare at the compass, so he was not bored. This journey was not dangerous. The two did not encounter any trouble. Even if there were signs of hidden dangers, they were quickly detected by Lin Yi and avoided. There were no accidents. Not far ahead, it should be the verdant Arc Sea. Lin Yi looked ahead and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the map in his hand and said, "Really?" Huang Xiaotao was not surprised. Instead, she felt a little regretful. She muttered to herself, "Time really flies in the world of the two of us." "That's right, little Tao. Look, there are many people and flying spirit beasts in front of us. Only a cultivator's settlement like the verdant Arc Sea region is able to survive. That's why there are so many people." Lin Yi pointed ahead. Huang Xiaotao raised her head and looked into the distance. She discovered that she could indeed see some moving dots in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that they were flying spirit beasts carrying people. This meant that even if they weren't in the verdant Arc Sea, they were already very close. Otherwise, if they were in the distant sea, they wouldn't be able to see a single person from day to night, just like the past few days. "That's great. We can finally find a place to rest," Huang Xiaotao said happily, although it was a pity to say goodbye to the world of the two of them. However, he had been stuck on the back of the spirit bird for the past few days. Even if he didn't do anything, he was still mentally exhausted. What he wanted to do the most right now was to find an inn. Soaking in a hot bath to relax was the highest form of enjoyment. Moreover, in her eyes, as long as she could be with Lin Yi, anywhere was a world for the two of them. Yeah. Lin Yi was also a little excited. After traveling across the sea for so many days, his nerves were tense and he didn't dare to relax at all. As a beginner Golden Elixir realm expert, he had no problems with his physical strength. However, the mental exhaustion that constantly accumulated was really not easy to bear. He really needed to find a place to rest. As the two of them spoke, they urged the spirit bird to speed up. However, before they could completely enter the verdant Arc Sea, a flying spirit beast suddenly rushed over and quickly approached them. Lin Yi was shocked. He couldn't help but think that he was a little too early to be happy. Aside from the sea fog, the biggest trouble on the sea was other cultivators. Just now, he was a little too happy and relaxed his vigilance, but he was immediately targeted. He turned his head to look at the person on the back of the flying spirit beast. The person sitting in the middle of the main seat was a man wearing a gray robe. From his appearance, he seemed to be only in his early 30s. However, this was obviously not his real age. Cultivators could maintain their appearance forever unless they actively aged or changed their appearance. Otherwise, even after hundreds of years, they would always look the same. There would be no change. Lin Yi glanced at this person. This man was quite handsome and belonged to the idol type that was very popular with girls. If he was in the secular world, he would probably be able to make a name for himself in the entertainment circle. However, with Lin Yi's keen perception, he found that under this person's sunny and handsome appearance, there was a very obvious trace of evil hidden. It was even much stronger than the current Su Lingchong and Meng Tong, making people feel afraid. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Beside this man were two young and beautiful female companions. Although they couldn't compare to a peerless beauty like Huang Xiaotao in terms of appearance, they were still rare beauties of high quality. Moreover, both of them were dressed in extremely revealing clothes. There were only two small pieces of cloth covering their private parts, and the rest of their fair and alluring bodies could be seen for all to see. Coupled with their seductive postures and provocative movements from time to time, it truly caused one's blood to boil. Their dressing was comparable to that of the bar girls in the secular world. Lin Yi secretly curled his lips. The Heaven Stage Island followed the ancient customs, and the concept of men and women was very traditional. They also attached great importance to the guard between men and women. Therefore, ordinary women dressed relatively conservatively. Only a foxy like Murong Zhen would deliberately wear such revealing clothes. Compared to the two women in front of him, they were even more so. In addition to this man and two women, there was a stern-looking middle-aged man on the back of the flying spirit beast. Looking at his ordinary clothes, he should be a servant who sat in front and was responsible for driving the flying spirit beast. However, among the four of them, the one that Lin Yi cared about the most was this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man. The evil-looking man on the main seat was in the late stage of the golden elixir realm. He was not difficult to deal with. As for the two women beside him who were wearing revealing clothes, their strength was negligible. They were only in the foundational realm. Only this ordinary-looking middle-aged man, Lin Yi, could not see through his strength. Lin Yi was an expert in the early stage of the golden elixir realm. With his golden finger, he could see through all the realms within the golden elixir realm. However, he could not see through this middle-aged man's strength. This could only mean one thing. This middle-aged man must be a powerful expert above the original infant realm. Lin Yi could not help but be secretly shocked. To be able to make a powerful original infant realm expert willingly become a servant, what was the background of this evil-looking man? Chapter 42-23. However, Lin Yi didn't plan on interacting with them. After all, they weren't familiar with this place and there was a nascent soul stage cultivator in charge. If they were to fight, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the two of them. Therefore Lin Yi didn't just sit there and wait for death. After asking Huang Xiaotao to sit tight, he immediately commanded the spirit bird to increase its speed to the extreme. The other party didn't seem to expect Lin Yi to suddenly increase his speed and was caught off guard. In an instant they were left behind. However, before Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the flying spirit beast quickly caught up to them. In just a moment, it was already on par with the spirit bird they were riding on. Lin Yi was really shocked this time. One had to know that the speed of Huang Xiaodao's spirit bird was top-notch among flying spirit beasts. Only a very small number of ferocious spirit beasts could surpass it. If the other party was riding on a ferocious spirit beast, then it would be fine. However, they were clearly riding a very ordinary flying spirit beast. After taking a closer look, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem to be simply controlling the flying spirit beast. The middle-aged man with unfathomable strength clearly had one hand on the neck of the flying spirit beast. He didn't know what he did, but the originally docile flying spirit beast was now in a ferocious state. It was obvious that it was showing signs of being forcibly controlled and going berserk. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you two going to the Weiqian territorial waters? At this time, the evil-looking man on the main seat raised an eyebrow and asked arrogantly. That's right, we are. Lin Yi replied lightly. Although he was a little unhappy, there was no need to offend people as soon as they arrived. Especially when the other party was a powerful nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, Lin Yi also knew that since the other party had the ability to forcibly control the flying spirit beast to go berserk, it was unrealistic for him to rely on the spirit bird to get rid of the other party. He could only temporarily suppress his anger and feign civility. And in that case, let your female companion come with me. I've taken a liking to her. The evil man glanced at Huang Xiaotao from the corner of his eyes and said proudly. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. After being stunned for a while, he became furious. He had been on Heaven Stage Island for more than a year and had seen many things. He even called a legendary figure like the Will of Heaven brother, but he had never met such an arrogant fool. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? You want Huang Xiaotao to go with you for no reason and no rhyme or reason. Do you think you're the king of heaven? Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but feel nervous and afraid when she saw the man's lustful gaze wander over her body as if he wanted to skin her alive. She hid behind Lin Yi. Being stared at by this man made her feel disgusted. Sorry, that's impossible. Lin Yi suppressed his anger. No matter how afraid he was of the other party's strength, he couldn't let Huang Xiaotao fall into the hands of the other party. Otherwise, how could he feel at ease? Lin Yi was not a gentle person who meekly accepted adversity. From the secular world until now, he had always not offended those who did not offend him. If someone offended him, he would definitely kill them. Even if he occasionally tolerated it, it was for the sake of erupting in the future. Lin Yi didn't lack a flexible brain, but it was undeniable that the time he truly tolerated was actually very limited. Once someone touched his reverse scale, no matter how strong they were, they would fight to the death first. This was the bloodthirst that was rooted in his bones, and he would never change it in this lifetime. Otherwise he wouldn't be him. At this moment, although Lin Yi could still forcefully maintain his calm, the qi in his body had already begun to stir. Once the other party made any moves, Lin Yi would definitely not hesitate to make the first move. Although the other side had a nascent soul master with them, and their strength couldn't be underestimated, it was one thing if he couldn't defeat them, and another thing if he didn't fight them. This concerned Huang Xiaotao's safety as well as his pride as a man. There was no reason for him to give Huang Xiaotao up. Seeing Lin Yi's unyielding response, although Huang Xiaotao was a little nervous, she couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Even though she was in a dangerous situation, she still felt very at ease hiding behind Lin Yi. She believed that even if the sky collapsed, Lin Yi would definitely prop it up for her. This was the courage of the man Huang Xiaotao had chosen. However, in the face of Lin Yi's seemingly gentle but actually unyielding response, the evil man did not seem to take it to heart. He felt that Lin Yi was like air in his eyes. Greeting him was already giving him a lot of face. As for whether Lin Yi would refuse, it was not within the scope of his consideration. It was not important at all. Brat, listen carefully. I am Cheng Qitian of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group. My father is the leader of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, Cheng Haonan. As long as this woman is willing to follow me in the future, in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, you can tell everyone that I am protecting you. The evil man still had a proud expression as he spoke. From his expression, it seemed that the Poison Eye Mercenary Group was a very powerful force in the Verdant Arc territorial waters. At the very least, this name should be able to frighten most people. Chen Haonan? Lin Yi did not seem to be shocked at all. Instead, he was stunned and frowned strangely. What is this? Is there a gangster in the Verdant Arc territorial waters? With such a resounding name, anyone who had watched a few movies in the secular world would first think of the gangster of Causeway Bay. In the past, he was the idol of countless youths. It's Cheng Haonan. Brat, you better show some respect. Cheng Qitian was instantly enraged. Although he did not understand what gangster meant, he could guess from Lin Yi's strange expression that it was definitely not a good word. To him, Cheng Haonan was not only his father, but also his greatest protective umbrella. He was also the idol that he had worshipped since he was young. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme him. Oh. Lin Yi replied noncommittally. Then he replied indifferently, regardless of whether it is Cheng Haonan or Chen Haonan, she will not go with you. She does not need your protection. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. It seems that this is the first time you have come to the Verdant Arc territorial waters, right? Cheng Qitian snorted coldly. So what? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. So what? Ehe, the ignorant are truly fearless. If you do not know the rules in this place, you will die a terrible death. If she is not willing to go with me today, then you will be soon. Cheng Qitian sneered. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Huang Xiaotao unscrupulously. R1152. Chapter 42-24. From his point of view, an outsider like Lin Yi had no idea what the Poison Eye mercenaries represented here, nor did he know how terrifying they were. However, when this brat comes to his senses, he will definitely wag his tail and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the woman of his own accord. However, whether he will be able to live until then is unknown. Oh? Then let's wait and see. Let me see how fast it is. Lin Yi also smiled coldly, and the killing intent in his heart surged. Although this Cheng Qitian did seem to have a lot of power, as evidenced by the fact that he had a nascent soul expert as his follower, it wasn't Lin Yi's style to compromise the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he wanted to hand over Huang Xiaotao with both hands. Not to mention whether Huang Xiaotao would agree or not, this was his reverse scale. How could he not be furious? Fortunately, he was unfamiliar with this place. If this was the North Island or the Middle Island, he would definitely directly kill this arrogant Chen Qiqian. In any case, with the combined strength of him and Huang Xiaotao, they were invincible in the Aura's core stage. If Chen Qiqian was caught off guard, he would definitely fall into their trap. As for this nascent soul stage expert, as long as he could escape this calamity, there would naturally be someone else to deal with him in the future. Good, you've got guts. However, I'd like to see how long you can remain unyielding. Chen Qiqian snorted coldly, and then he instructed, Old Kong, let's go. Let's see if this kid will enter Velvet Arc City in a while. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying spirit beast suddenly set off a violent gust of wind and flew into the distance. In just a short moment, it had already turned into a small black dot and disappeared from Lin Yi's and Li Wuyo's line of sight. Looking at the arrogant back view of the nascent soul cultivator, Lin Yi's expression couldn't help but turn serious. However, he was also quite surprised. He thought that since the nascent soul cultivator was so arrogant, he wouldn't have the patience to continue waiting. After all, his and Huang Xiaodao's strength was only at the early gold core stage. They weren't on the same level at all. Snatching was a simple matter. However, if that was really the case, it would instead give Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao an opportunity to take advantage of. The two of them used the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if the opponent was a nascent soul stage expert, if he was caught off guard and struck head-on, he would definitely be injured. As for a late-stage gold core stage expert like Chen Qiqian, his fate would not be any better than Su Lingqiong's. However, this required an extremely high grasp of timing. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Once he made a move, there would be no second chance. Since his opponent did not underestimate him, Lin Yi naturally would not take this risk for no reason. This Chen Qiqian seems to be a heretic cultivator, Lin Yi said thoughtfully. The other party had repeatedly asked Huang Xiaotao to leave with him voluntarily. The reason why he didn't forcefully snatch her away was probably because he wanted Huang Xiaotao to do it willingly. What should we do now? Should we go back? Huang Xiaotao was a little afraid. After staying in the North Island Cultivators Guild for so long, she knew very well how much trouble a beautiful woman could bring. For this reason, she was very careful and always wore a veil. However, she didn't expect that even so, she would still be targeted by Chen Qiqian. The temptation of a woman to a man was not only a beautiful face, but also a graceful and slim figure. It also had a very fatal attraction. How can we do that? Since we're already here, how can we not do anything and just go back empty-handed? Lin Yi shook his head decisively. At this moment his mood was a little heavy. He had just arrived and he had already provoked such a seemingly powerful local bully. What should he do next for this task? But, from what that person said just now, it seems that he's prepared to wait in Weiwan City. Should we still go? Huang Xiaotao still felt a little nervous. There's no other way. Even if we know there's a tiger on the mountain, we can only go there. Lin Yi thought about it and finally decided. In their plan, the Crepe Arc City was their first stop after arriving at the Crepe Arc Territorial Waters because it was the core of the entire Crepe Arc Territorial Waters, including the nearby islands. It was the most prosperous and core gathering place for cultivators in the area, and it was also the only transit station to reach any other place in the Crepe Arc Territorial Waters. No matter what outsiders came to the Weiwan Waters for, whether it was to obtain first-hand accurate information or to replenish supplies, the first stop must be Weiwan City. This was something that could not be avoided. However, according to Lin Yi's previous understanding, there was no unified force or sect here. Instead, it gathered various complicated forces such as chambers of commerce, mercenary groups, guilds, and so on. Among them, there were a few forces that were the most powerful. They had always been independent, which was similar to the ancient sects in the secular world. However, among these most powerful forces, Lin Yi did not know whether Chen Qiqian's so-called Poison Eye mercenary group was included. After all, the Weiwan Waters was completely different from the North Island. The 3 pavilions of the North Island could stand for thousands of years on the North Island, but in the Weiwan Waters, even if they were at the peak of their power one moment, they would immediately be replaced in the next moment. This was a very common thing. In fact, even the most powerful force in the world could rarely dominate the Weiwan Waters for more than 10 years. Therefore, there were few powerful forces here and most of them were new nobles. The North Island and the South Island were far apart, and the connection between them was not close. Whenever there was any movement, it would take a long time. Even if the law enforcement hall updated the whereabouts of Wu Baoliang, it could not be guaranteed how reliable it was. As for this so-called Poison Eye mercenary group, it was even more unknown when the new nobles emerged. Whether it was in the recent month or the recent year, it was even more unknown. But no matter who these Poison Eye mercenaries were, Lin Yi wasn't someone who'd be scared off by a mere Chen Qitian. He'd even gone into a dangerous place like Middle Island and made a name for himself. Why would he be scared of a mere Poison Eye mercenaries in a corner of the Wayark waters? Lin Yi didn't think that Poison Eye mercenaries would be enough to scare him. Oh, no matter what, I'll listen to you. Huang Xiaotao nodded. Lin Yi's simple words made the uneasiness between her eyebrows completely disappear. As a girl, it would be abnormal to say that she was not afraid at all when she was threatened by such a powerful local bully. However, as long as she could accompany Lin Yi, she would not frown even if she had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Wherever Lin Yi went, that was her world. Everything else was fleeting. Well, let's go to Weiwan City and meet Chen Qitian. Lin Yi smiled faintly and immediately drove the spirit bird to approach Weiwan City. Chapter 42-25. Along the way there were more and more flying spirit beasts and cultivators in the sky. In less than half an hour the two of them saw the coastline. Overlooking the bustling town in front of them from a distance, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other with a little surprise in their eyes. From what they knew in advance, Wayark Sea was a place where crooks mixed with honest people. It was chaotic and there were often bloody battles. They thought that even if it was a place where cultivators gathered, it should not be very prosperous in such a big environment. However, the scene they saw at this moment was clearly a bustling town with unified planning. Such a solemn atmosphere was rare even in the North Island. There was no sign of a bloody massacre. It could be seen that Wayark Sea was not as simple as outsiders thought. Get ready, we're going down? Lin Yi said softly and Huang Xiaotao nodded knowingly. She knew what would happen after they went down and of course she also knew what Lin Yi meant by getting ready. After a while, the two of them immediately drove the spirit birds to land at the seaport of Wayark City. This was the port of entry and exit of Wayark City. No matter if you were going by air or sea, you had to start and stop here. This was the unified rule of all the influential forces in Wayark City. Whether it was locals or outsiders, they must strictly abide by it. Otherwise, if someone rashly drove a flying spirit beast into the sky above Wayark City, it would be regarded as a provocation to the entire Wayark City and all the forces in Wayark City. This was not a joke. In the past, there was a master of a big force in Middle Island who was arrogant and broke this rule without authorization. However, in the end he died without knowing why. Even after the law enforcement hall of Middle Island came out, they could not find out the truth. In the end, they could only leave it unsettled. Since then, no one dared to disobey this rule. No matter how powerful their background was, they had to enter and exit from the seaport. In the end, a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. These independent forces in Wayark Sea were indeed far less powerful than the top forces in Outer Island, but it was precisely because of this that they were not afraid of those who wore shoes. In this Wayark Sea, unless one could crush all the forces here, even a dragon could only lie down. Even a tiger could only lie down. The two of them landed at the seaport, and immediately a servant came to help guide the spirit birds. All flying spirit beasts including spirit birds could not enter Wayark City, so there was a special farm at the seaport. As long as one paid a certain amount of spirit jade, they could be entrusted without any worries. However, Huang Xiaotao just said a few words to the spirit birds and sent them away. Turning her head, she saw Chen Qitian standing in front of her with a sinister smile on his face. He was accompanied by a servant and two women. Although she had been mentally prepared for this, she was still shocked to see this person again. She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. If Lin Yi wasn't standing there, she might have subconsciously made a move. I thought you would escape, but I didn't expect you to actually come. I really don't know if I should say that you guys are bold or should I say that you guys are tactful enough. Chen Qitian sneered with a ridiculing expression. Of course, I hope that you guys are the latter. After all, only those who know what's good for them can live a long life. Moreover, if you insist on using force on a beauty, it would be too much of a spoil, don't you think? My apologies, you seem to be thinking too much. According to your logic, we are not people who know what's good for us. Lin Yi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently. Then you are not sensible? Chen Qitian's expression immediately changed, and his expression became even more arrogant as he sneered. Good, you are a tough nut to crack. However, I want to see how long you can be so stubborn. Since you have come to Wayark City, then don't leave because you will not be able to leave. From your tone, it seems that you can openly kidnap people in this Wayark Sea? Lin Yi's expression also turned cold as he asked indifferently. Oh, your tone seems to be very unconvinced? Unfortunately, in this Wuxia, I am famous for dealing with all kinds of unconvinced people. You are right, it really is so. Cheng Qiqian sneered complacently. As the two of them spoke, their aura was at daggers drawn, and it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by. They stood to the side and pointed at them, discussing spiritedly. All of their words and actions were unhesitatingly favorable to Cheng Qiqian's side. There was no other reason. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak, and there was no need to think too much. In terms of strength, Cheng Qiqian was a late gold core stage expert, and more importantly, he had a genuine original soul stage expert as his servant. On the other hand, Lin Yi's side only had 2 early gold core stage experts, and they were not on the same level at all. In terms of power, Cheng Qiqian was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenary group, and he was an out-and-out local tyrant. On the other hand, Lin Yi and Lin Yi were completely unfamiliar faces. At a glance, it was obvious that they were newcomers without any foundation. Such a clear and direct contrast in the eyes of anyone, there was no comparison at all. At this time they were watching the excitement, but in fact they had seen it many times before. Cheng Qiqian brought people to openly kidnap women. This had never been news in the Wuxia. Every 10 days or half a month, there would be such a scene, and everyone had long been used to it. Everyone in the Verdant Arc territorial waters had their own way of doing things, and no one would care about snatching a woman. No one would step forward to cause trouble for themselves. They were just here to watch the show and discuss it for a while. The reason why they had gathered here was because they wanted to see who was the unlucky one this time. There are so many people here, why don't you ask them and ask whether I can kidnap people as I please? Or you can also ask, how many women have I kidnapped here? Cheng Qiqian laughed unscrupulously and proudly. When the surrounding people heard this, some of them shook their heads in disdain. The reason why Cheng Qiqian could be so arrogant was because he relied on his father, Cheng Haonan, and the Poison Eye mercenary group. Otherwise, with just himself, it was impossible for him to have any original soul stage experts as his servants. Although he was a late gold core stage expert, there were so many experts in the Wuxia, and it was far from enough for him to be so arrogant, but no one dared to stop him. However, although they despised this kind of person who used his power to bully others, no one dared to stand out. The Jianghu was dangerous and everyone was in danger. Stepping out to be a hero would not leave a good reputation, and would only become a fool that everyone laughed at. Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly, and turned to look at Huang Xiaotao and secretly gave her a look. Chapter 42-26. Humph, now do you know what kind of situation you are in? Until now, Cheng Qiqian was still chattering happily. However, I never like to use force on women. Therefore, I'm going to be merciful and give you one last chance. If you nod your head now, what I said before still counts. You can still keep your little... Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Qiqian's voice stopped abruptly. Like a duck that was suddenly grabbed by the neck, he couldn't say a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, it was that the situation had changed so abruptly that he couldn't speak. The reason was simple. While he was acting arrogantly, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, the 2 weaklings he saw as fish on the chopping board who couldn't fight back at all, actually took the initiative to attack him. What surprised him even more was that the target of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao wasn't him, but his follower, Old Kong, who was in the original infant stage. 2 gold core stage cultivators actually attacked an original infant stage cultivator. Wasn't this a joke? Not only Cheng Qiqian, the person involved, but even the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but feel like crying and laughing. Even a cornered dog wouldn't do something like this, right? Even Old Kong himself couldn't help but be astonished. He really didn't think that these 2 people would dare to attack him. This was unprecedented. Even if he wasn't prepared, these 2 people wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. This wasn't because he underestimated them. After all, the disparity in strength between them was obvious. This was a fact that nobody could change. However, in the next moment, Old Kong's face changed abruptly. 2 8 trigrams of raging fire palm strike, one from the left and one from the right, hit his chest at the same time. Bang! Old Kong was caught off guard, and he spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood as he was blasted hundreds of feet away. After crashing through several thick walls of the seaport, he finally stopped his body in a sorry state. This shocking scene truly blinded the eyes of everyone present. The 2 revealing women that leaned against Cheng Qiqian's side were instantly frightened to the point that their beautiful faces paled, and they cried out in panic. As for Cheng Qiqian, he was shocked to the point that he almost bit off his tongue, and he was speechless for a long time. The entire place was dead silent until Old Kong climbed up from the rubble in a sorry state. He glared at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao with a ferocious expression. With his strength, if it was just two ordinary experts in the early gold core stage, not to mention that it was impossible to hit him, even if they really hit him, it was impossible to make him so embarrassed. In reality, before he was hit, with his original infant stage strength, even if he was careless, he would still be able to react in time. However, what he did not expect was that even though he had used his protective chi at the last moment, he still ended up in such a state. It was clearly just two little golden elixir realm ants, but after joining hands, the power of this martial technique was unimaginable. To actually be comparable to a peak golden core late-stage expert, this was truly unheard of and unseen. It was no wonder that these two dared to be so arrogant and take the initiative to attack him. At this very moment, Old Kong's murderous intent finally soared into the sky. A dignified original infant stage expert was actually injured by two golden elixir realm ants. If this news were to spread, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's heart turned cold. The opportunity just now was already very good. Their frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike had indeed displayed all its power. In order to injure this original infant stage expert, they didn't dare to split their firepower. Both of their frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike landed on Old Kong's body. Even if they couldn't kill him in one hit, they should at least injure him so badly that he wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time. However, judging from Old Kong's current performance, although he was injured, his injuries were far from the point where he couldn't fight anymore. This person was at least at the peak of the original infant stage. With Lin Yi's current strength, even if he was a perfect golden core early stage expert, even if he joined forces with Huang Xiaotao, they still wouldn't be able to defeat this person. Old Kong, hurry up and kill that man. Leave the woman alive and capture her. Cheng Qiqian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed loudly. He didn't dare to make a move right now. Although he was angry, he was truly shocked by Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's performance just now. Even with Old Kong's strength, he was still injured. If it was him, wouldn't he be dead? Yes. Old Kong immediately responded with murderous intent. In fact, he didn't even need Cheng Qiqian's command. He would definitely tear this ant Lin Yi's body into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Lin Yi's heart sank when he saw this. Even if the opponent was injured, he and Huang Xiaotao wouldn't be a match for him if the opponent was on guard. If they added Cheng Qiqian, who was at the late stages of the golden core stage, they might really die here today. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. The only chance of survival right now was to grab Huang Xiaotao while the enemy was still afraid. If he could get back onto the spirit bird's back before the enemy could react, they'd be able to escape during the chaos. That way they'd have a chance of survival. However, even then, this chance of survival was very limited. The spirit bird had just been taken away by the servant. Lin Yi just paid attention to the position just now. It was easy to find, but the problem was that even if they took off, the opponent also had flying spirit beast. Moreover, the opponent could also stimulate the flying spirit beast to go berserk. Their speed was faster than the spirit bird on their side. Even if their reaction was a beat slower, they could still catch up later. Lin Yi couldn't help but think that he had made a mistake. This time, he came to the Wayark territorial waters and encountered such an unexpected crisis at the beginning. It was really a bad start. However, it was too late to regret now. Lin Yi had never been a person who would regret. What he had to do next was nothing more than to fight a bloody path. He had seen many big winds and waves, so it was not a big deal. However, just when Lin Yi was ready to take the risk, a teasing voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Hey, isn't this young Master Ching? Why are you so free today? You brought your stepmother out to act pretentious again? Diske, Old Kong was beaten up and vomited blood. Could it be that he failed to act pretentious and failed? It's really delightful, ha. The owner of the voice was a man in a black practice robe. Chapter 42:27. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were newcomers, so they didn't understand the reason behind it. However, most of the people present were locals. At the very least, they had been here for a period of time and knew the inside story. Speaking of the Poison Eye mercenary group, the father and son of the Cheng family, they were famous in the Wayark territorial waters. Aside from their arrogance, another important reason was that the father and son relied on dual cultivation to increase their cultivation. This was also why Cheng Qiqian often came out to snatch young women. It was because the father and son relied on this to cultivate. Of course, if it was just dual cultivation, it wouldn't have been so ridiculed. The key was that the father and son of the Cheng family used dual cultivation to share young women. Therefore, the women around Cheng Qiqian were jokingly called Little Mother behind his back. Of course, although this matter was known by everyone in the Wayark territorial waters, Everyone only talked about it behind their backs. Very few people dared to call them that. After all, it was not good to expose someone's shortcomings. The father and son of the Qing family and the Poison Eye mercenary group were not to be trifled with. If they provoked them face to face, someone would die. However, no matter how powerful the Poison Eye mercenary group was and how they could intimidate the majority of people, there would always be a few who couldn't be intimidated even if others didn't dare to do so. The black-clothed man in front of them was one of them. Lin Yi quietly sized up the man in black who suddenly appeared. This man looked a little thin and weak. He even had a sickly and scholarly aura. However, this was only his appearance. The man's temples were bulging and his eyes flashed from time to time. It was obvious that he had extraordinary strength. Secretly using his golden finger, Lin Yi suddenly discovered that this man was actually an expert at the peak of the late Golden Core realm. He was only one step away from the original Soul realm. However, this wasn't what shocked Lin Yi the most. What really shocked him was the servant beside the man in black. This person's strength was truly unfathomable. Even his golden finger couldn't see through him. It was obvious that he was at least an original Soul realm expert like Old Kong. This time Lin Yi was truly shocked. He had only arrived at the Wayark territorial waters for a short period of time, but he had already seen two nascent soul stage experts. Moreover, both of them were servants. This was simply too shocking. He had thought that although the Verdant Arc territory was chaotic, it was still a small place. There shouldn't be too many masters. Unexpectedly, there are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even the masters of Yuanying realm have to condescend to be servants. This is a treatment that even Shangguan Laner, a princess-level existence of the North Island, doesn't have. It seemed like the waters of the Verdant Arc territorial waters were much deeper than he had imagined. However, after realizing that this servant's strength was not inferior to Old Kong's, Lin Yi immediately came to a realization. No wonder this black-clothed man dared to mock Qing Qitian to his face. He did have the confidence and capital to do so. Qi Wenhan, this has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Qing Juqian was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Old Kong was injured and might not be able to defeat the servant, he would have asked Old Kong to fight. Why does it have nothing to do with me? The black-clothed man called Qi Wenhan continued to mock him calmly. You have taken a fancy to this young hero's female companion and want to bring her back to be your stepmother, right? You are so filial. Do you know the ancestors of your Qing family? Their tombs are probably emitting smoke, right? No, not only smoke but sparks, right? It's none of your business. They are just outsiders who have just arrived. Do you want to meddle in their affairs? Qing Qitian's expression became more and more unsightly. The veins on his face bulged crazily, but he didn't dare to make a move. He could only continue to grit his teeth and endure. I'm sorry, you really hit the nail on the head. Qi Wenhan smiled and couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He turned to look at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao and said, Young hero, I am the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan. Just now, I saw that the two of you have extraordinary skills, so I would like to invite the two of you to join our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency as an escort. What do you think? You dare to fight with me? When Qing Qitian heard this, he couldn't maintain his composure. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted. He was indeed afraid of Qi Wenhan. After all, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was not to be trifled with, especially now that Old Kong was injured. Therefore, even though he was being ridiculed in front of him, he didn't dare to make a move. He was afraid that he would suffer a loss today and not be able to get back at him in the future. Therefore, he could only endure for the time being. However, this didn't mean that he would let Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao go. They were prey that he had his eyes on. They were already meat in his mouth. How could he let them run away for no reason? In his opinion, even if Qi Wenhan helped them for a while, he wouldn't be able to help them forever. Even if he couldn't help them today, they wouldn't be able to escape tomorrow or the day after. However, Qi Wenhan actually wanted to recruit them as escorts for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This was absolutely intolerable. This was because this meant that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao would become members of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. At that time, it would be too difficult to make a move on them. Qi Wenhan, listen to me. I saw these two first. If you do this, you will be breaking the rules of the Verdant Arc territorial waters. If things get out of hand, even your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency won't be able to get away with it. Qing Qitian gritted his teeth and threatened. However, Qi Wenhan turned a deaf ear to his threats. He only looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao with a smile, waiting for Lin Yi's reply. As for Qing Qitian's clamor, it was as if it was nothing but air. It wasn't even worth a fart. Seeing this, Lin Yi understood. They were both second-generation young masters of the verdant arc territorial waters. However, compared to Qing Ketian, this Qi Wenhan was much stronger. This Qi Wenhan suddenly stood out to recruit him. He definitely wasn't just being a good Samaritan. This person must have seen that he and Huang Xiaotao had the strength to injure an original infant stage master. Therefore, he decided to intervene midway and extend an olive branch to him. Otherwise, even if he didn't like Qing Ketian, he wouldn't have said what he just said. At most, he would take advantage of Qing Ketian's weakness and trample on Qing Ketian while Elder Kong was injured. Acting bravely for a just cause was rare in the cultivation world, especially in the chaotic verdant arc territorial waters. It was impossible for Qi Wenhan to stand up for the two of them for no reason. Chapter 42-28. This was in line with the way of survival in the cultivation world. Otherwise, if Qi Wenhan had no ulterior motives, Lin Yi would have to be on his guard. After all, there was an old saying, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Thinking up to this point, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He cupped his hands at Qi Wenhan and replied, us two brothers and sister are going to train in the Weiqian territorial waters for a period of time. Anyway, we have nowhere to go. Since Brother Qi is so enthusiastic, it would be impolite of us to reject you. Good, that's good. Young hero, you are indeed a straightforward person. Come, let's find a place to eat and talk in detail. It can also be considered a welcoming dinner for the two of you. Qi Wenhan immediately laughed and invited them with a hearty expression. Since Brother Qi has instructed us, we dare not disobey. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and laughed as well. In this sort of situation, they had no better choice than to follow Qi Wenhan. If they refused, perhaps Qi Wenhan wouldn't fly into a rage out of humiliation, but Qing Jutian would have a very difficult time. Since someone was willing to help him out, Lin Yi wasn't a pretentious person. He might as well go with him first. It was better than staying behind to face Qing Ketian and the injured and angry old Kong. As for this Qi Wenhan, whether or not he sincerely wanted them to be his escorts, or if he had other intentions, they could only act according to the situation. After the two sides finished talking, they felt like they regretted not having met earlier. They immediately left while talking and laughing, leaving Qing Ketian and the others behind. They were so angry that they couldn't say a word for a long time. In broad daylight, they forcefully snatched away the person that he, Qing Ketian, had taken a fancy to. From beginning to end, they didn't even give him a single explanation. This wasn't just infuriating, it was simply intolerable. However, no matter how angry he was, Qing Ketian couldn't do anything at this moment. The other party's background wasn't any weaker than his, and he also had an expert at the nascent soul stage as his servant. If they continued to fight, he would be the one to suffer. What else could he do other than endure this resentment? Good. All right. Qing Ketian was so angry that he shouted the word good 3 times in a row. Behind his back, he turned to Lin Yi and the others who had gone far away. Unwilling to give up, he stomped his foot and threatened, if you have the guts, then keep following this surname Qi. Otherwise, if I run into you alone, remember this, I, Qing Ketian, want to kill someone. I have never failed in the verdant arc territorial waters. No matter how much Qing Ketian hooted from behind, Qi Wenhan, Lin Yi, and the others simply didn't pay any attention to him. They continued to chat and laugh as they walked away. On the contrary, more and more onlookers were attracted over. The dignified Poison Eye mercenary group's young master Cheng had truly become a jumping clown, allowing everyone to watch him. Under Qi Wenhan's lead, the group arrived at a high-class restaurant in Crescent City. He specially found a private room and ordered a table of rare delicacies. He was quite generous. After everyone had taken their seats, Qi Wenhan asked, young hero, what do you think? I wonder where the two of you are from? Why don't you introduce yourselves? Brother Qi, I am Ling Yi, and the person beside me is junior sister Huang. We are both disciples of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. Lin Yi didn't hide anything and immediately confessed his identity. However, when he mentioned the two of them, he used a pseudonym. He didn't say it clearly on the way here. He was afraid that if there were too many people, someone would eavesdrop and tell Qing Ketian. That wouldn't be good. After all, even if it was a pseudonym, they still had to keep using it in the verdant arc territorial waters. Although it was certain that the two of them would be targeted by Qing Ketian in the future, as long as they didn't know their names and origins, Qing Ketian would have to spend more effort to investigate their background. This was relatively safer, and it was better to hide it for as long as possible. Of course, he didn't bring the 1,000-layer mask on this mission. With Huang Xiaotao accompanying him, and in a strange place like the verdant arc territorial waters, It didn't make much difference whether he wore the 1,000-layer mask or not. It was better to simply keep it for emergency use. If it really came to a point where he had no other choice, he could put on the mask, change his appearance, and then hide in the crowd. Who could recognize him? You two are the disciples of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. That's a big sect. Sorry for not recognizing you. Qi Wenhan suddenly showed an expression of admiration and said repeatedly, "Not at all. We are just ordinary inner disciples. This time we still need to rely on Brother Qi's help on this trip." Lin Yi smiled faintly and secretly observed the expressions of Qi Wenhan and the servant at the nascent soul stage. He found that the other party was obviously less vigilant than before. He deliberately pointed out the background of the 3 pavilions of the North Island and explained that their origins were clear, just to win Qi Wenhan's trust. Otherwise, if he casually made up their origins, although it was not a big deal, it was very likely to be seen through by Qi Wenhan, and then he would really shoot himself in the foot. Well said, well said. Since the two of you are from a famous sect like the 3 great pavilions of the North Island, it's no wonder that you have such extraordinary skills. You could even injure old Kong of the Qing family. It's really amazing, Qi Wenhan said with a friendly smile, but his words were 30% complimentary and 70% tentative. It's just a small trick. I was just lucky. Lin Yi smiled briefly and didn't mean to say more. Haha, young Master Ling, you're too modest. Being overly modest is a disguised form of arrogance. If you say that, how can I behave? Even if I use all my strength, I can't hurt him at all. Qi Wenhan took the initiative to clink glasses with Lin Yi and laughed at himself. The two of us could hurt him only because he was confident in his strength and underestimated us. If we fight again, we might not be so lucky. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand indifferently. That also shows your strength. Talents are hard to come by. Our Heaven's Equal Security Agency needs masters like you, young Master Ling. Since you two want to train here, why don't you use the Heaven's Equal Security Agency as your backing? At least you can take care of each other, Qi Wenhan continued with a smile. Lin Yi's previous guess was right. Although he had always been a forthright person, as the young master of the Heaven's Equal Security Agency, every move he made represented the attitude of the agency. He and Lin Yi were not related in any way, so how could he act bravely for no reason and offend someone like Qing Keqian in public? The reason why he did this was actually because of the strength of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. Although they were only early golden elixir stage masters on paper and were not very powerful, the two of them together could injure a peak early nascent soul stage master like old Kong. How amazing their strength was. Chapter 42-29. If they could recruit him, he would be as powerful as a nascent soul stage master. No matter how they looked at it, they wouldn't lose out on this deal. Thank you, Brother Qi. We're new here and don't know much about the Wayark waters. Could you introduce the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to us so we can get familiar with it? Lin Yi took the opportunity to change the subject. That's easy to explain. Our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's business is actually the escort business that everyone is familiar with. What we normally do is to help people transport goods to the other large islands. There's nothing special about it, Qi Wenhan explained with a smile. Oh, but we rarely see any escort agencies on the North Island, especially large escort agencies with huge forces. Could it be that we're ignorant? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and couldn't help but ask curiously. He had been on Heaven Level Island for more than a year and had experienced many things, but he had never dealt with any escort agencies. In fact, he had never heard of any famous escort agencies on the North Island. Usually, if there was something, they could ask the 3 pavilions or the Hong Chamber of Commerce to transport it on their behalf. They wouldn't look for a specialized escort agency. Young hero Ling, there's something you don't know about. The North Island you're on is managed by the 3 great pavilions of the North Island, and there are branches of various large chambers of commerce stationed there. The environment is also relatively stable and safe, and they all have stable logistics channels. No matter who wants to send something, it's very convenient. Naturally, there's no place for escort agencies to survive, Qi Wenhan analyzed for the two of them. So, there must be a lot of escort agencies on the Wayark waters? Lin Yi said thoughtfully. Yes, young hero Ling, you should know that the Wayark waters are a mess. There's no official power and there's no island master or pavilion master. It's a mess from top to bottom. That's why there are a lot of robbers and this place is connected to many primitive lands. Many cultivators come here because of its reputation, and if they carry the treasures that they've obtained with great difficulty, it's extremely easy for them to be targeted by robbers. That's why our escort agency comes in handy, Qi Wenhan explained patiently. So, the escort agency's business is to escort these cultivators. Lin Yi nodded in realization and said, "Do you mean to escort the treasures they obtained from their adventures to the other islands?" "That's right, that's one of the most important jobs. There's another important job, which is to transport goods for some of the local chambers of commerce. Although they have their own logistics channels, they're far less professional and reliable than our escort agency, so when it comes to important bulk goods, they'll entrust us to escort them," Qi Wenhan said with a smile. "I see. Thank you." Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao nodded. No matter what kind of escort it is, the most important thing is the escort. Only when the escort is strong can the escort be delivered safely. Otherwise, if we can't even get out of the verdant arc waters, no matter how big the escort agency is, it's all for naught. Qi Wenhan's eyes shone as he looked at the two of them. "Therefore, it is our equals Heaven's escort agency's honor to be able to invite the two of you to join us. I'll have to rely on you two in the future." "You flatter me, Brother Qi is too serious. However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you'll agree to it, Brother Qi." Lin Yi suddenly cupped his hands and bowed. "Just say it. As long as it's within our ability, we'll never refuse," Qi Wenhan said boldly as he patted his chest. "The two of us have come to the verdant arc territorial waters to train. We might not be able to stay for long. Please forgive us, Brother Qi," Lin Yi said, choosing his words carefully. "That's easy. You may not know this, but there are two types of escorts in our equals escort agency. The first type is permanent escorts. As the name suggests, they naturally have to stay in the agency for a long time. The other type is nominal escorts. They don't need to stay in the agency all the time. They're free to come and go as they please. They can accept missions when they're free, and if they can't, they don't. We won't force them," Qi Wenhan said with a smile. "A truly powerful cultivator would never be content to stay in an escort agency as an escort. The equals escort agency's introduction of this system was an opportunity. For an escort agency that roamed the Jianghu, as long as they could satisfy their daily business needs, it didn't matter how many permanent escorts they could recruit. What mattered most was having a strong network and influence. Many nominal escorts, even if they had never delivered a single piece of goods, had their names on the wall. As long as their names were on the wall, it would increase the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's foundation and boost their confidence. At the same time, it would instill fear in the hearts of other factions. In that case, the two of us are suitable to be nominal escorts." Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and nodded. "However, young hero Ling, there is something this humble one must say up front. Although a nominal escort is free to come and go as he pleases, in terms of remuneration he will only receive the corresponding remuneration for each delivery. If he does not deliver the goods, then there is no such thing as a fixed remuneration. I hope that the two of you can understand and understand." Qi Wenhan reminded. "It's fair and reasonable. That's how it should be. Thank you, Brother Qi, for clearing our doubts. The two of us have decided to join the equals escort agency as nominal escorts," Lin Yi said decisively. "Great. Come, young hero Ling and Miss Huang, to celebrate your joining the agency, let's have a toast." Qi Wenhan was overjoyed. He raised his cup and downed it with Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao followed Qi Wenhan to the agency. Looking up, they saw a grand gate and a large courtyard. In the middle of the gate, there were 4 large golden words written in bold and flamboyant calligraphy, "Equals Escort Agency." They followed Qi Wenhan inside. After passing through 2 large courtyards, they arrived at a large hall. Lin Yi looked around and saw a few cultivators sitting inside. Most of them were golden core experts, but there were also some who had completed the foundation establishment stage. Everyone's strength was clear at a glance. There was no one who couldn't tell. In other words, there were no nascent soul experts here. Today they had only arrived at the Wayark territorial waters for a short while, but they had already seen 2 nascent soul experts as servants. This had truly shocked Lin Yi. He had thought that the Wayark territorial waters were filled with powerful people and nascent soul experts. Chapter 4230. Young hero Ling, Miss Huang, these are the escorts of our agency. Some are permanent and some are nominal. You can get to know each other. You may have the opportunity to work together in the future, Qi Wenhan said. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, then immediately cupped their hands and said to everyone present, "I am Ling Yi from Beidao, and this is junior sister Huang from the same sect. Greetings to all my colleagues. It is my first time here, so please forgive me if I am not considerate in the future." When everyone heard this, their gazes fell on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, each of them curious. After seeing that both of them had shown their strength in the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm, They did not take it seriously and just nodded indifferently to show that they knew each other. If Huang Xiaotao had not covered her face with a veil, they might have been stunned by her beauty. But now that her face was covered, no matter how beautiful she was, they could not see her. At most they could only see her curves. Even if they were curious, they would not care too much about it. When they came out to travel in Jianghu, what they cared most was strength. Now that they saw that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's strength was only average and would not pose much of a threat to them, they did not need to pay too much attention. Seeing that everyone only glanced at each other and then went back to their work with such indifference, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and did not continue to speak. Hehe, all the escorts here are experts. Young hero Ling, don't be fooled by their lack of words or politeness. But in the future, when you work together, everyone will be able to cooperate sincerely and fight and kill the enemy together. Qi Wenhan saw this and tried to smooth things over while chuckling. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao nodded but did not comment on this. The Jianghu was dangerous and it was normal for everyone to be wary of each other. But Qi Wenhan's words should be right. When the time comes, they would be bodyguards together. If something really happened, they would be able to cooperate with each other. After all, this was their duty. If they really lost the goods, it would not be good for either of them. As the two of them spoke, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slightly stout middle-aged man, accompanied by the guards of the agency, walking in from the outer courtyard. Seeing this, Qi Wenhan hurriedly left Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao and greeted them with a warm smile. Shopkeeper Wei, you are a rare honored guest. I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been? Qi Wenhan's hearty laughter could easily shorten the distance between them and imperceptibly reduce the guard in their hearts. Whether it was discussing business or making friends, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Even if they didn't know each other, meeting for the first time would make people feel a little closer. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's wariness, he wouldn't be able to get close to him. He would not agree to join the Equal of Heaven escort agency so easily. Lin Yi nodded to himself as he watched from behind. From this alone, it was clear that the young master of the Equal Heaven escort agency was not someone to be underestimated. However, the way Qi Wenhan addressed the newcomer caused Lin Yi's heart to tremble slightly. Shopkeeper Wei? Hehe, how have you been? Young master, you're in high spirits, much better than you were in the past. The man replied politely with a smile. Between the two of them, it was obvious that they were old friends who had dealt with each other many times. Haha, Shopkeeper Wei, you flatter me. Since you, the head shopkeeper of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, have come to visit in person, it seems that there's an important transaction? Qi Wenhan asked directly after exchanging a few pleasantries. This was his usual style of speaking. It didn't make people feel abrupt. Instead, it made people feel that he was reliable and trusted him even more. Hearing this, Lin Yi was completely sure of the identity of the newcomer. The newcomer was the shopkeeper of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Weiarc territorial waters, whom Hong Zhong had mentioned to him before. He was also Hong Zhong's old friend of many years, Wei Xiaodong. Huang Xiaotao glanced at Lin Yi. Naturally, she could tell. However, Lin Yi shook his head at her without batting an eyelid, indicating that they wouldn't meet for the time being. After all, the two of them were currently using aliases. They couldn't possibly use aliases to meet Wei Xiaodong. It would be better to leave it for the future when it was necessary. It's indeed not a small transaction. Wei Xiaodong nodded and glanced at Lin Yi and the others nearby. However, he didn't continue speaking. All right. Shopkeeper Wei, please come in. Let's talk in detail inside. Qi Wenhan immediately nodded in understanding. Any transaction was a trade secret, especially when it was a major transaction of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. There were many people present, and if they were to talk about it in public and reveal the exact goods en route, and then it was leaked out, it would be a fatal problem whether it was intentional or not. Who knew when the goods were to be delivered, there might already be a large group of criminals waiting to rob them. The two of them walked side by side through the main hall and entered the inner room to discuss in secret, leaving Lin Yi and the others to wait outside. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully as he watched the scene unfold. From the looks of it, even though Qi Wenhan was only the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in name, the fact that he was able to make the decision to do business with a big client like Wei Xiaodong meant that he was already half a master. No wonder even someone as arrogant and condescending as Qing Qitian was so afraid of him. Even if the Poison Eye mercenary group's power was on par with the Equal Heaven escort agencies, even if they were both young masters, if one was a pure second generation and the other was half a master, the difference in status was not small. Among all the second generations that Lin Yi had seen before, this Qi Wenhan was definitely the most mature and experienced. He was definitely not one to be underestimated. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Qi Wenhan accompanied Wei Xiaodong out. The two of them were full of smiles. It was obvious that they had already discussed the business and the price. The next step would be to transport the goods from the Hong Chamber of Commerce to the Equal Heaven Escort Agency and prepare for the delivery. However, before that, there was another very important matter, and that was to confirm the escorts that would be accompanying them on this trip. Everyone please pay attention. I have just discussed a business deal with shopkeeper Wei. It is to deliver a delivery on behalf of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The destination is the Fong family manor on Eagle Rock Island. The reward for personally delivering the goods to Manor Master Fong's manor will definitely be generous. If any of you are interested in this delivery, you can sign up now. Qi Wenhan's gaze swept across everyone present as he introduced in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present looked at each other, but none of them had any intention of signing up. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. As the saying went, men die in pursuit of wealth, while birds die in pursuit of food. Qi Wenhan had already clearly stated that the reward for this delivery would be generous. With his status as the young master, he couldn't possibly lie through his teeth. Moreover, everyone present was an escort that had come for the benefits. It couldn't be that they couldn't swallow their pride, so there was no need to be so modest, right? Unbeknownst to them, the reason why everyone was so afraid was because this delivery was really not going to be easy. Chapter 4231. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was indeed a big client. Every time they visited, it would be a big deal. As long as everything went smoothly, the reward for one escort trip would be equivalent to 10 other trips. This was a well-known fact among the escorts. However, at the same time, a high reward usually meant a high risk. For a top-notch chamber of commerce like the Hong Chamber of Commerce, even in a place like the Fleecy Arc territorial waters, it had its own logistics channels. Under normal circumstances, they would not need the escort agency's help. However, once they did, it meant that the escort trip was beyond their capabilities. One could imagine how difficult it would be. What made everyone flinch was that the destination of the escort trip was Rock Island. In terms of geographical location, although Rock Island was a small island in the Fleecy Arc territorial waters, it was the closest to the South Island among all the small islands in the Fleecy Arc territorial waters. The South Island was the gathering place of the spirit beasts. Ferocious spirit beasts could be found everywhere, and all of them were extremely aggressive. For ordinary human cultivators, it was an absolute forbidden area. The Rock Island was too close to the South Island. If one was not careful, they could easily attract the attacks of those spirit beasts. Apart from the threat of the spirit beasts, Rock Island had an even more deadly threat: the miasma. The miasma was unique to the South Island. To a certain extent, it could be seen as a combination of miasma and sea fog. It never dissipated throughout the year. To the spirit beasts, who had powerful physiques and senses that far surpassed humans, it was not a big deal. However, to human cultivators, it was extremely fatal. Not only was the visibility extremely low when one was trapped in the miasma, but it was also highly toxic. Even a powerful cultivator would not be able to withstand it after staying for a long time. Rock Island was too close to the South Island, so it was shrouded in the miasma all year round. The locals who lived on the island all year round had a certain immunity to the miasma because they had been bathing in medicinal herbs since they were young. However, it was a huge headache for outsiders. Therefore, normal people would not go to Rock Island unless it was absolutely necessary. It was no surprise that the escorts were flinching. Everyone here is an escort from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. We've never mistreated you. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single day. Now that things have come to a head, everyone is so polite. That's not very good, is it? Seeing this, Qi Wenhan's originally sunny and kind face suddenly couldn't hold on. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was not only a regular customer, but it was also a huge force. Their relationship was not just purely business, but also a strategic partnership that supported each other. No matter what, he could not reject Wei Xiaodong's request. No matter how difficult the delivery was, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency would not only accept it, but they would also ensure that nothing went wrong. Qi Wenhan also knew that this escort mission would not be easy. Those nominal escorts would shrink back at the sight of it. That was understandable, but the problem was that there were also permanent escorts at the scene. They spent a lot of money on them, but they retreated at the critical moment. How could he do that? Seeing Qi Wenhan's uneasy expression, the escorts couldn't help but feel embarrassed, especially the ones who were permanently stationed here. They didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Even so, they weren't willing to accept this mission. Young master, it's not that we don't want to accept it, but we've already accepted other offers. We can't just abandon them. Someone braced himself and replied. I can understand that, but it can't be that everyone here is like that, right? Qi Wenhan frowned. Young master, I'll go. Finally, one of the escorts stood up. I'll go too. At the same time, another one stood up. However, aside from these two, there was no one else. These two were permanent escorts, and they didn't have any other scheduled missions on hand. They were relatively free at the moment, and if they didn't stand up now, they would lose face. That was why they had no choice but to do it. Even if the other people were permanent escorts, as long as they had a good reason, they wouldn't be willing to accept this kind of job. As for the nominal escorts who were free to come and go, there was no need to even mention them. Whether or not they wanted to accept the mission depended on their mood, and the Equal of Heaven escort agency had no control over them. Is there anyone else who wants to go? This time there are more goods and we need at least 4 escorts to escort them. Although Qi Wenhan's expression had softened a little, he was still in a difficult position. At least 4 escorts were required to escort the goods. This was Wei Xiaodong's request, and it was also the bottom line to ensure the safety of the goods. However, this mission was to Rock Island, and it was already good enough to have 2 escorts. It would be difficult to get 4 at once. Fortunately, these escorts were only a portion of the total number. There were still many escorts who hadn't arrived yet. Qi Wenhan believed that as long as the mission was posted, it wouldn't be a problem to gather 4 escorts. They would just have to wait for 2 more days. Of course, this was a last resort. The dignified Equal of Heaven escort agency needed 2 more days to gather 4 escorts. Wouldn't they be looked down upon and become a laughing stock? Qi Wenhan swept his gaze across the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. He was secretly hopeful. After all, according to the rules, the Equal of Heaven escort agency couldn't force the nominal escorts to accept any missions. Everyone else present was thick-skinned and wily. Instead of counting on them, it was better to count on these 2 newcomers. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but hesitate. Although he didn't have much of an impression of Rock Island and didn't know the specific difficulties of this mission, he could already tell from the expressions of the others that this was definitely a hot potato. If it were any other time with his cautious temperament, he definitely wouldn't rashly step out and step on this mine. However, on second thought, with his and Huang Xiaodao's current situation, it was actually not a bad choice to take advantage of this opportunity to go out for a while. That fellow Qing Keqian had clamored in front of everyone, saying that he would keep a close eye on the 2 of them. Once they were discovered to be alone, he would definitely come looking for trouble. With his and Huang Xiaodao's current strength, they were definitely not a match for his servant who was a peak early nascent soul realm expert. Rather than passively hiding in the Equal of Heaven escort agency and being unable to go out, it was better to take this opportunity to temporarily leave Wei Qian City for a while. At that time, even if Qing Keqian wanted to find the 2 of them, it wouldn't be so easy. However, how dangerous was this mission to Rock Island? Was it worth it to accept this mission to escape from Qing Keqian's sight? Lin Yi still needed to carefully weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 4232. Good. Young hero Ling and Miss Huang are indeed disciples of a large sect. Such courage is truly admirable. I will remember it. Qi Wenhan was overjoyed. The way he looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao became more and more kind, and there was even a hint of gratitude. After all, from a certain point of view, Lin Yi's bravery had indeed helped him out of trouble. At least he did not lose face in front of Wei Xiaodong. Just based on this point, he would remember Lin Yi's kindness. The 2 of us have just arrived here, and we are indebted to Brother Qi for accepting us so warmly. Since there is a place where we can be of use, we naturally have to do our best. This is what we should do. Lin Yi smiled. You 2 are so loyal. I really did not misjudge you. Qi Wenhan patted Lin Yi's shoulder happily. He then pointed to the 2 escorts who had just stood up and said, Let me introduce you. These 2 are the permanent escorts of our escort agency, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. They are very experienced in escorting goods. I hope you can cooperate sincerely. Lin Yi looked at the 2. Li Yanji was an expert at the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm. Guan Ziyuan was slightly weaker. He was a middle-stage Golden Elixir realm expert. Greetings, brotherly brother Guan. I hope you 2 can forgive us and take care of us. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and took the initiative to greet them. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan did not answer. They only cupped their hands. Their reactions were as cold as before. The 2 of them clearly looked down on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. This was human nature. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao's strength were only at the early stage of the golden elixir realm. They were much weaker than the two of them. This meant that if the escorts encountered an unexpected situation, they would not be of much help. Moreover, they could easily become the other party's breakthrough point and become a complete burden. Moreover, in their eyes, these two had just arrived and did not know anything. They stood up to accept the mission at this time. They were probably here to flatter their young master. There was really no need to look up to them. However, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao didn't seem to feel their disdain at all. They didn't have the slightest change in expression, and their expressions remained the same. Qi Wenhan saw all of this and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Although Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan were experienced escorts in the escort agency, when compared to Lin Yi and Li Yanji, it was obvious who was superior. In terms of strength, the Lin Yi duo could injure a peak early Yuanying stage master like Old Kong head-on, which was evaluated as unfathomable. That was not an exaggeration at all. On the other hand, Li Guan and the other man probably could not even defeat an ordinary late-stage gold elixir realm master. What right did they have to look down on others? In terms of bearing, Lin Yi and Li Guan were neither servile nor overbearing. They were indifferent to favors or insults. On the other hand, not only did Li Guan and Li Guan fail to see reality clearly, they even thought that they were a cut above the others and were inferior to them. It was far more than 108,000 miles. Previously, Qi Wenhan had felt that Li Guan and Zhang Xian were still all right. However, compared to Lin Yi and Zhang Xian, they were simply on a completely different level. However, Qi Wenhan didn't say anything more. Otherwise, if he made Li Guan and Zhang Xian unhappy and caused discord between them, this escort mission would really be a disaster. After choosing the escorts, a group of people immediately came to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi took a look and found that the architectural style was exactly the same as that of the North Island branch. It was just that the scale was slightly smaller, but it was still generous and imposing. Under Wei Xiaodong's guidance, Qi Wenhan brought Lin Yi and the other three people to personally inspect the goods. They were all boxes that had been sealed long ago and no one knew what was inside. This was to prevent the escorts from stealing. It was a rule of the trade. When the time came, the four of them only needed to send the sealed boxes to Fang House on Rock Island untouched, and it would be considered a success. If any of the sealed boxes were to be destroyed, it would be their responsibility. After checking, Qi Wenhan gave Lin Yi and the other three a map of the Weyark territorial waters. What was different from ordinary territorial maps was that there was a new route marked on it. It was personally marked by Qi Wenhan, and it was the route that the four of them would take. The reason for this was also a rule of the trade. In order to prevent spies from appearing, the specific route for any escort mission was absolutely confidential. It would only be handed over to the escorts before the mission. As long as the route was not leaked, even if the scoundrels got wind of it in advance and found out about the destination, they wouldn't be able to wait for them. This was because they didn't know which route was the real one. When everything was ready, Wei Xiaodong walked over and repeatedly reminded Lin Yi and the others, "My Hong Chamber of Commerce will be in your hands this time. The goods this time are very valuable. To be honest, the value is at least 300,000 spirit jades. This is an astronomical figure, and if something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. I hope that you will do your best. When you return, I will hold a celebratory feast for you. There will be other rewards. Don't worry, shopkeeper Wei. We won't dare to be negligent." Lin Yi and the others shivered. 300,000 spirit jades was not a small number at all. It was indeed a big deal. According to the route I gave you, if everything goes smoothly, you will not encounter any pirates. In fact, it will be a deserted area. However, this doesn't mean that there is no risk. Qi Wenhan also reminded them, there is an old saying in our escort agency. Danger always happens when it's impossible. You must be vigilant and not let your guard down. Young master, don't worry. This is not our first time on an escort mission. We know what to do. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan nodded in agreement. All right. Both of you are experienced escorts, and this is a heavy responsibility. Young Master Ling and Miss Huang are both newcomers and they don't know much about our trade. I hope that you'll be able to teach us a thing or two, and do your part for our equal escort agency. Qi Wenhan cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao followed suit. Yes, we know what to do. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other. After exhorting them, the four of them did not linger. After bidding farewell to Qi Wenhan and Wei Xiaodong, they immediately set sail from the seaport. The route that Qi Wenhan had given them just now had already indicated that they had to travel by water and not by air. Brother Li, Brother Guan, I have a question in my heart, and I would like the two of you to enlighten me. Why are we taking the water route and not flying spirit beast? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Huang Xiaotao was equally confused. Chapter 4233. Moreover, although the goods entrusted by Wei Xiaodong this time were extremely valuable, they were not big in size. Even with the 4 escorts, 2 flying spirit beasts were enough to handle it. No matter how one looked at it, it was much more cost-effective than going by water. Li Guan and Li Yanji looked at Lin Yi in disdain. They did not want to talk to him at first, but they remembered Qi Wenhan's special instructions before they left, so they could only explain patiently. Rock Island is only a few dozen miles away from the South Island. Not only is there miasma everywhere, but there are also many powerful spirit beasts in the nearby airspace. If ordinary flying spirit beasts fly into their territory, they are likely to be attacked. By then they will be living targets. They are simply courting death. Li Yanji curled his lips and said, "But is there no danger in the sea?" Lin Yi was stunned. The spirit beasts were terrifying, but according to his understanding, the sea beasts were definitely not easy to deal with. Yes, there is no danger in the sea. Li Yanji looked at Lin Yi in disdain and continued to explain, although the sea beasts wreak havoc in the sea, they never dare to approach the South Island. Therefore there have never been any sea beasts in the sea near the South Island. I see. Thank you for your advice, Brother Li. Lin Yi nodded and thanked him. Li Yanji's originally disdainful expression eased a little. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't mind it too much. He was thinking about what the ghost had told him before. The spirit beasts claimed to be the rulers of all the spirit beasts in the world, but even if the stronger spirit beasts on the other islands didn't acknowledge it, they had never conquered the sea beasts. The spirit beasts and the sea beasts minded their own business. Since the South Island was the base camp of the spirit beasts, it was reasonable that there were no sea beasts in the surrounding sea. However, when he thought about the ghost, Lin Yi could not help but feel a little puzzled. Speaking of which, he had not communicated with the ghost for a long time. However, he could feel that there was nothing wrong with the ghost's current state. It was more like it was cultivating in seclusion, which was why it had been in a state of isolation. As for how its primordial spirit was able to cultivate in seclusion while residing in the space of the Jade Pendant, no one knew. What Lin Yi was curious about now was that they were so close to the South Island. What kind of attitude would that thing have? After all, it was an elder of the Spirit Beast clan. Even if it didn't complete its mission, it should have some thoughts about returning to this place. However, Lin Yi didn't want to disturb the ghost if it didn't come out of seclusion. He could only wait for it to come out of seclusion in the future. While they were talking, the sailboat took advantage of the wind. What Lin Yi didn't know was that not long after they left, Cheng Qitian and his men chased after them. What about that Ling Yi? Where is it? Cheng Jutian scanned the busy dock. He couldn't help but ask anxiously when he didn't see Lin Yi's shadow. The power of the Poison Eye mercenary group was indeed not to be underestimated. It had only been a few hours since Lin Yi had used the alias Ling Yi. Moreover, he hadn't used it in public, but it had been found out by their minions. He had just received news from his minions that Ling Yi. He actually appeared at the seaport again. He didn't expect that he would get the chance to take revenge so soon. Cheng Qitian immediately rushed over with Old Kong without saying anything. Just in case, he also specially brought a few more masters above the late stage of the Gold Core realm from the mercenary group. In this way, even if Qi Wenhan was present, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Young Master Cheng, they have left. A man who was responsible for keeping an eye on the dock replied weakly. What? Left? Cheng Qitian suddenly became angry. He kicked the man to the ground and scolded, "Useless trash. You saw them leave but you didn't stop them. You just watched them leave?" Yeah. Young Master Cheng, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't dare to. They are using the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency as an escort. Moreover, they are goods from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. How would I be so daring? The man was about to cry. In a place like the seaport, if he directly made a move on Ling Yi, normal people would think that he was robbing. He would offend the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Chamber of Commerce at the same time. How would he survive in the future? They went on an escort trip? Only then did Cheng Qitian's expression soften. If that was really the case, not to mention his underlings, even he wouldn't dare to do it himself. After all, even the Poison Eye mercenary group wouldn't dare to offend these two groups at the same time. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. The man nodded hurriedly. Humph, then I'll let you off this time. Cheng Qitian snorted coldly. Then he looked at the distant sea and growled with a ferocious expression. Went on an escort trip? Very well, I don't believe that you won't come back. Wait, what did you say? They are escorting the Hong Chamber of Commerce? That's right. The man nodded. Hee, that's good. Cheng Keqian said something inexplicable, then turned and walked away. They traveled for 3 consecutive days. Just like what Qi Wenhan had said before they left, the journey was uneventful. They didn't encounter any danger or accidents. However, Lin Yi and the others didn't let their guard down because of this. The 4 of them took turns to stand guard on the lookout. If there was even the slightest movement, they would immediately sound the alarm. However, although there was a lookout, the line of sight was not good. The sea surface was completely shrouded in sea fog, and the visibility was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. According to what Lin Yi knew, the fog would only get thicker as they continued to move forward. Moreover, it would gradually turn from a non-poisonous sea fog to a poisonous miasma. This meant that they weren't far from Rock Island. According to Li Guan and Ling Yi, they would have to take special anti-miasma pills to prevent being poisoned too deeply. After all, even a golden core expert's resistance was limited. Of course, it was also because of the thick sea fog that this place was so deserted. Moreover, they didn't have to worry about sea beasts attacking them, so there was almost no danger to speak of. Other than taking turns to stand guard and maintain sufficient vigilance, the only thing the 4 of them had to do was to control the direction of the sailing ship according to the needle of the compass. For a golden core expert, as long as they practiced a little, it wasn't difficult to control the ship. At this time, Guan Ziyuan was standing guard on the lookout. Li Yanji was in the cockpit controlling the ship. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao stood on the deck and looked around. Chapter 42-34. At this moment, the jade pendant on Lin Yi's chest suddenly moved. He hurriedly gave Huang Xiaotao a look, signaling her to be careful. What's wrong? Huang Xiaotao asked, puzzled. Pay attention to the sound of the water. Something feels wrong. Lin Yi frowned. Although he could not see anything with the naked eye, the monotonous sound of the water had clearly become mixed up. It gave Lin Yi the feeling that another ship was rapidly approaching. The moment this thought appeared, it became very strong. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He immediately wanted to warn Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, before he could say anything, 4 powerful auras suddenly soared into the sky from not far away. They flew in their direction without any concealment. Lin Yi could not help but be shocked. These 4 were actually experts at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm. There was no time to think about why these 4 people would suddenly appear on the vast sea with such thick sea fog. Lin Yi hurriedly took a few steps back with Huang Xiaotao. At the same time, he warned Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan. In the blink of an eye, the 4 experts at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm landed on the deck. Each of them had a fierce aura and an unfriendly expression. At the same time, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan received the warning and hurriedly came to the deck. They looked at each other, then at Lin Yi and Guan Ziyuan, before looking at the 4 uninvited guests who were approaching aggressively. However, they were experienced escorts after all. Faced with such a situation, an ordinary person would have been scared to the ground. However, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan did not seem nervous at all. 4 masters, I am Li Yanji of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. I am passing by your place. Please do me a favor and I will definitely repay you in the future. Li Yanji cupped his hands at the 4 people and took a deep breath. He dared not brag about the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency elsewhere, but at least in the Wayark territorial waters. Everyone knew about it and it was quite a deterrent. Usually, even when robbers wanted to steal goods, they would deliberately avoid a large escort agency like the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to avoid being hunted down by people all over the world in the future. Lin Yi secretly nodded. Li Yanji didn't seem like much before, but it was rare for him to be able to remain so calm at such a critical moment. Otherwise, if he trembled in fear the moment he appeared and was seen as a soft persimmon that could be pinched at any time, there would really be no leeway at all. Equal Heaven Escort Agency? Ah, do you think you can scare me with such a title? The leader of the group curled his lips in disdain. The other 3 experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm also laughed coldly. It seemed like they did not think much of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Hearing this, Li Yanji could not help but feel suffocated. He and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Both of them were experienced escorts. They had encountered several robberies in the past, but each time, as long as they mentioned the name of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, they would not be able to escape. After all, the Equal Heaven Escort Agency was the local tyrant of the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Its power was deeply rooted. Both sides had to give him some face. Even the most difficult of criminals would have some misgivings. At most, they would ask for some benefits. Then it would be fine. However, the four experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm who had appeared out of nowhere were completely different from the criminals they had encountered before. After hearing the words Equal Heaven Escort Agency, not only were they not afraid, but they also looked disdainful. It was obvious that they were here for the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. This. Li Yinji hesitated for a moment and looked at Guan Ziyuan. After all, they were the permanent escorts of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Now was the time for them to be put to good use. It would be a little inexcusable if they just admitted defeat. However, just as he was about to bite the bullet and say a few good words, the leader of the other party sneered impatiently and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I will take over the ship from now on. If you know what's good for you, I can spare your lives. If you don't, humph, then don't blame me for being rude. Although there are no sea beasts in the sea, I can still break your legs and drown you." As they spoke, the four people at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm unleashed their powerful aura without reservation. Li Yinji and Guan Ziyuan were scared out of their wits. They nodded repeatedly and did not dare to speak again. The other party had four experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm. On their side, although there were four people, the strongest one was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm, and the two weakest were only at the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. They were not at the same level. How could they fight? There was no room for resistance. What else could they do except to admit defeat? Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan were experienced. To put it bluntly, they were two old foxes. When faced with such a situation, they would not act rashly. After all, the treasures did not belong to them. They were just escorting someone else. Why would they risk their lives? After all, they could go back and explain the situation. Given the difference in strength between them, even the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency could not blame them. At most, they would just get some compensation. Seeing this, Lin Yi gave Huang Xiaotao a look and did not move either. This escort mission was led by Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan. Even the two of them had surrendered. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao naturally did not need to take the lead. According to Lin Yi's character, if Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan chose to resist, then he and Huang Xiaotao would definitely not retreat. Even if the other party was four experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm, and there seemed to be a huge difference in strength, if Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao worked together, they might still stand a chance. The power of their combined 8 trigrams palm strike was fatal to any Golden Elixir realm expert. Not bad. You're all quite sensible. Save me the trouble. Put your hands on your heads and squat to the side. The leader laughed coldly. At the same time, he instructed the person behind him, "You go and steer the ship." Li Yinji and Guan Ziyuan did not dare to resist. They immediately squatted to the side obediently. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao also followed silently. After a while, he felt the ship suddenly turn at a great angle. It deviated from the original direction by more than 90 degrees. In Lin Yi's mind, he could not help but recall the sea map that he had seen before they set off. At this moment, if they were to deviate in this direction, they would not be going to Rock Island. They would not even be going to the Fleecy Arc territorial waters. Instead, they would be going directly to another territorial waters. If he remembered correctly, the territorial waters in this direction were called the Jinduan territorial waters. The situation there was not much different from the Fleecy Arc territorial waters. However, it was said that compared to the Fleecy Arc territorial waters, it was even more chaotic. It was a truly chaotic land without a master. At the same time, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan were also puzzled. However, they were puzzled as to why these four villains had suddenly appeared in this place. Chapter 42-35. If they were local pirates, for masters at the peak of the late Gold Elixir realm was already a group that could not be underestimated. They should have a name in the Wayark Sea. However, after so many years of escorting, they had never heard of such a pirate group. What's more, judging from the behavior of these four people, they did not feel like ordinary pirates. Who were these four people? Moreover, this place was surrounded by sea fog. Normally they could not even see clearly. Even if they were masters at the peak of the late Gold Elixir realm, there was no way for them to see clearly in such a thick sea fog. Why would they wait here to rob the escorts? Judging from the way they charged straight at him, it was obvious that they had been prepared for a long time and were heading straight for his ship. Li Guan and the other man were filled with bewilderment, but no one would answer their questions. They could only keep it to themselves. Pirates had always been vicious. They would be thankful if they could keep their lives. How could they dare to say anything else at this time? Not to mention that they would annoy the other party. If they knew too much about this kind of thing, especially when it involved the other party's identity, they would really lose their heads. It was not a good thing to know too much. As experienced old escorts, they still had this bit of insight. After 2 days and nights, the ship finally docked at an unfamiliar dock. The leader shouted coldly at the 4 people, "All of you get off." Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other and immediately nodded. Without saying anything, they flew off the ship. They had been on tenterhooks for the past 2 days, fearing that the other party would suddenly change their mind and kill them. Now that they had finally endured it, of course, they would escape as fast as they could. Linny was thoughtful. Finally, he looked at the 4 masters at the peak of the late gold elixir realm, but he did not say anything. He also pulled Huang Xiaotao off the ship. After driving Lin Yi and the others off the ship did not stop. Then it set sail again. With the strong sea breeze at this time, it disappeared from the sight of Lin Yi and the others in a moment. "Brother Li, Brother Guan, what should we do now?" Lin Yi turned to ask the 2. "What else can we do? Hurry up and think of a way to go back." Li Yanji replied snappily. "Humph, I used to do the escort work well, but this time I got involved with the 2 of you. Not only did I work for nothing, but I'll also get scolded when I get back." "How unlucky," Guan Ziyuan muttered sarcastically. His meaning was very obvious. In his opinion, the reason he was so unlucky this time was because he had encountered the 2 calamities, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, but he remained calm and collected. He did not pay any attention to him and only shook his head at Huang Xiaotao, indicating that she should not speak any more. As he spoke, Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he looked at the other side of the pier. It just so happened that there was a small sailboat with a sign hanging on its bow. On it were 3 large words, "Crescent Arc City." Is there anyone else going to Velvet Arc City? There were still 2 more to go. The boat is about to depart. Is there anyone who wants to go? If you want to go, hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait for a long time. A waiter on the ship shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Yi and the other 3 looked at each other and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to go over. At the same time, they secretly laughed in their hearts. This situation and this scene were somewhat familiar. Why did it feel like the secular world? Was it like the feeling of those unlicensed taxi drivers at the big and small stations? "Waiter, you don't have to shout. We're just going to Velvet Arc City." Li Yanji walked in front and immediately boarded the boat. He had been to this place several times before. It was no longer within the scope of Velvet Arc waters. There were not many boats going to Velvet Arc City. If he missed this one, he estimated that he would have to wait at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer if he was unlucky. "Wait, there are only 4 of you?" The waiter did not step aside. He glanced at Lin Yi and the other 3 and shook his head decisively. No, only 2 people. Not 1 more. 2 is the same, 4 is also the same. It's not like we're not paying, why can't 1 more? You don't even want the money that's delivered to your door. You have a character. Li Yanji could not help but frown. "Sir, we are a small boat. It doesn't matter how many people there are on those big boats. Our carrying capacity is limited. At most, we can only carry 2 more people." The waiter immediately smiled apologetically. "Humph, aren't you just trying to earn more money by saying so much? Fine, I won't argue with a small character like you. We have 2 more people, so we'll double the price. That should be fine, right?" Li Yanji curled his lips in an experienced manner. "Oh, I'm really not fooling you. Who doesn't want to make money?" The waiter waved his hand with a bitter face. "You know how strong the wind and waves are in this sea. Even if it's just 1 extra person, it will be very risky. So, I really don't dare to make this money." At this point, Li Yanji, Lin Yi, and the others could only look at each other, speechless. If they forced themselves to board the boat, not only would the waiter not agree, but the key was that the passengers who had already boarded the boat would also not agree. If something happened and the boat capsized, wouldn't everyone be buried with them? No one could afford to be the scapegoat. Just as they were in a dilemma, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan, who were in front, looked at each other and suddenly walked to the step. They said to the waiter, "Then it'll be just the 2 of us." The waiter paused, looking at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, who were still standing at the same spot. Under Li Guan's urging, the waiter quickly stepped aside and let them onto the boat. The boat didn't stay any longer and set sail immediately. What should we do?" Huang Xiaotao turned her head to look at Lin Yi as she watched the sail away. She opened her mouth in astonishment. "There's no other way. Let's ask again." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. He really didn't think that Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan would do this. They left the 2 of them behind and ran away. Although they weren't really familiar with each other, they were, after all, on this trip. No matter what, they were on the same side. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 2 of them walked around the pier. Because they were already in different waters. Although there were many boats here, there were very few heading to Weiwan City. In the end, Lin Yi only found a signboard with the words Weiwan City on it. However, it was completely empty. There wasn't a single boat. "Little brother, is there a boat to Weiwan City here?" Lin Yi asked the waiter who was sitting at the side eating. "Go to Weiwan City?" The waiter paused, put down his chopsticks and said, "There is, but the nearest boat will only depart on the 8th of next month. You two will have to wait for a while." Counting the days, it was only the 10th of next month. There was almost a month left. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were speechless. Chapter 42-36. "Brother, why do we have to wait until the 8th of next month? The pier is so big and there are so many ships. Is there only one ship going to Velvet Arc City?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. "Hey, you two are new here, right? We're in the Jinduan Sea domain, and Verdant Arc City is in the Verdant Arc Sea domain. Not only is the distance from here to Verdant Arc City far, but the key is that the forces of the two seas are constantly at war with each other, and it's extremely chaotic. If we don't take good care of both sides, then we won't be able to get through." The waiter explained to the two of them, "That's why ordinary passenger ships can't do this business at all. There are only 2 or 3 experienced old ships that use this route at the entire pier. A round trip would take a month, so we'll have to wait for a while. Even if there are only 2 or 3 of them and each round trip takes a month, we don't need to wait for an entire month, right? Could it be that the ship you mentioned on the 8th of next month is the one that just left?" Lin Yi frowned. "That's right. Actually, other than the one that just left, there's another slightly larger one that set sail half a month ago. It should be stopping at Velvet Arc City right now and will return here in half a month's time. However, the spots on this ship have already been booked in advance, so the two of you will have to wait a little longer." The waiter shook his head and suggested, "If you're sure that you're leaving on the 8th of next month, can I reserve 2 seats for you? However, you will need to pay a deposit of 10 pieces of spirit jades first." "Alright then, thank you." Lin Yi thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was the only way. He immediately gave the waiter 10 pieces of spirit jades. No matter what happened at that time, it was always a good idea to reserve 2 seats. In any case, even if he didn't take this ship, he didn't mind wasting 10 pieces of spirit jades. "Alright, on the 8th of next month, please come early." The shop assistant took the spiritual jades and immediately ran to a wooden house that looked like a toll booth. He took out 2 tickets and gave them to Lin Yi and Lu Jingning. After putting away the ticket, Lin Yi turned to Huang Xiaotao and said, "Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Since we don't have any other choice, let's just stay here and take a look." Okay, the information from the law enforcement hall said that Wu Baoliang appeared in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, but the information might not be accurate and timely. Furthermore, he might not always stay in the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Who knows, he might have gone to the nearby territorial waters. Huang Xiaotao comforted him. That's true. Let's try our luck here first." Lin Yi nodded. Actually, in his opinion, temporarily staying here and not being able to return was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, Chen Qiqian was still eyeing Velvet Arc City like a tiger eyeing its prey. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He could avoid this threat. Actually, I think it's very strange. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan both lost the escort, yet they left us behind and rushed back. Aren't they asking for a scolding? I don't know what they're thinking. Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but mutter. They must have some other plan. When we go back, we can push the blame onto the two of us. By the time we go back, the matter will have already been sealed in the coffin. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. Based on the disdainful attitude of the two of them towards him and Huang Xiaotao, this kind of thing was not difficult to speculate. However, Lin Yi agreeing to be the escort was an accident. He didn't care about these things and was too lazy to care about whether these people would slander him or not. If that's really the case, they're too despicable. This situation was caused by the two of them voluntarily surrendering. Otherwise, the escort might not have been lost, Huang Xiaotao said indignantly. There's no knowing what's in a person's heart. Who knows? Lin Yi shook his head. Then he said, "Actually, I think another thing is strange. Those 4 experts at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm seem to have planned and prepared, but in the boundless sea fog, they didn't know the route we took. How could it be possible? Unless what?" Huang Xiaotao asked, blinking her eyes. "Unless there's another inside story." Lin Yi was only making a bold guess. So far, there was no substantial evidence, so he didn't go into detail. Then he said, "Forget it. We have to stay here for a month. Let's find an inn to stay at first." Okay. Huang Xiaotao nodded. Suddenly she felt a little heavier. It turned out that Lin Yi had taken off his coat and put it on her. Suddenly she felt warm in her heart. The reason why Lin Yi did this was actually because he had learned a lesson from before. Although Huang Xiaotao was covered with a veil and others couldn't see her appearance clearly, her exquisite figure couldn't be covered, and it was still easy to attract attention. If he encountered people like Qing Keqian again, it might be another trouble. But now that he had put on the coat, even his figure was covered, so no one would pay attention to him anymore. The two of them immediately came out of the dock and walked to a town not far from the dock. Like Weiwan City, this place was also the center of the Jingduanxi area. Its name was the same, Jingduan City. Rumor had it that the Jingduanxi area was much more chaotic than the Weiwanxi area. But from the situation at the dock just now, it could be felt that there were far more people here than in Weiwan City. This situation became more obvious when the two of them entered the Jingduan City. The streets were bustling with people, full of people. It was a bustling scene. This long-lost feeling even made Lin Yi think of the secular world. Only in the commercial streets of big cities in the secular world, and only during holidays and promotions, could such a crowded situation be seen. As for other places on the Heaven Stage Island, even the Middle Island market was not so crowded. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. While pulling Huang Xiaotao, he squeezed into the crowd and drifted with the flow. However, after walking for a full hour, he was surprised to find that not only was it difficult to find a boat to Weiwan City, but even finding an inn was also an extravagant hope. They had already strolled 3 streets and passed by 7 or 8 inns. However, every single one of them clearly hung a sign indicating that they were full. What's wrong with this place? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao both looked at each other in puzzlement. Even if it was the first time they came to Jingduan City, the two of them could clearly feel that this place was a little strange. Just as the two of them were puzzled, they followed the crowd to a square and heard many people shouting one after another. Although they were full of energy, the